Macmillan Audio presents Fly Away by Kristin Hannah. Read for you by Susan Erickson.
The charm, one might say the genius of memory, is that it is choosy, chancy, and temperamental. It rejects the edifying cathedral and indelibly photographs the small boy outside chewing a hunk of melon in the dust. Elizabeth Bowen. If a man could pass through paradise in a dream, and have a flower presented to him as a pledge that his soul had really been there, and if he found that flower in his hand when he awoke, what then? From the Notebooks of S.T. Coleridge. Prologue. She is in a restroom stall, slumped over, with tears drying on her cheeks, smearing the mascara she applied so carefully only a few hours ago. You can see instantly that she doesn't belong here, and yet here she is. Grief is a sneaky thing, always coming and going like some guest you didn't invite and can't turn away. She wants this grief, although she'd never admit it. Lately, it's the only thing that feels real. She finds herself thinking about her best friend on purpose even now, all this time later, because she wants to cry. She is like a child, picking at a scab, unable to stop herself even though she knows it will hurt. She has tried to go on alone. Really tried. She is trying still, in her way, but sometimes one person can hold you up in life, keep you standing, and without that hand to hold, you can find yourself free-falling no matter how strong you used to be, no matter how hard you try to remain steady. Once, a long time ago, she walked down a night-darkened road called Firefly Lane all alone on the worst night of her life, and she found a kindred spirit. That was our beginning, more than 30 years ago. Tully and Kate, you and me against the world, best friends forever. But stories end, don't they? You lose the people you love, and you have to find a way to go on. I need to let go. Say goodbye with a smile. It won't be easy. She doesn't know yet what she has set in motion. In moments, everything will change. Chapter 1. September 2nd, 2010, 10:14 p.m. She felt a little woozy. It was nice, like being wrapped in a warm from the dryer blanket. But when she came to and saw where she was, it wasn't so nice. She was sitting in a restroom stall, slumped over, with tears drying on her cheeks. How long had she been here? She got slowly to her feet and left the bathroom, pushing her way through the theater's crowded lobby, ignoring the judgmental looks cast her way by the beautiful people drinking champagne beneath a glittering 19th century chandelier. The movie must be over. Outside, she kicked her ridiculous patent leather pumps into the shadows. In her expensive black nylons, she walked in the spitting rain down the dirty Seattle sidewalk toward home. It was only 10 blocks or so. She could make it, and she'd never find a cab this time of night anyway. As she approached Virginia Street, a bright pink martini bar sign caught her attention. A few people were clustered together outside the front door, smoking and talking beneath the protective overhang. Even as she vowed to pass by, she found herself turning, reaching for the door, going inside. She slipped into the dark, crowded interior and headed straight for the long mahogany bar. "What can I get for you?" asked a thin, artsy-looking man with hair the color of a tangerine and more hardware on his face than Sears carried in the nuts and bolts aisle. "Tequila, straight shot," she said. She drank the first shot and ordered another. The loud music comforted her. She drank the straight shot and swayed to the beat. All around her, people were talking and laughing. It felt a little like she was a part of all that activity. A man in an expensive Italian suit sidled up beside her. He was tall and obviously fit, with blonde hair that had been carefully cut and styled. Banker, probably, or corporate lawyer. Too young for her, of course. He couldn't be much past 35. How long was he there, trolling for a date, looking for the best-looking woman in the room? 1 drink? 2? Finally, he turned to her. She could tell by the look in his eyes that he knew who she was, and that small recognition seduced her. "Can I buy you a drink?" "I don't know. Can you?" Was she slurring her words? That wasn't good, and she couldn't think clearly. His gaze moved from her face, down to her breasts, and then back to her face. It was a look that stripped past any pretense. "I'd say a drink at the very least." "I don't usually pick up strangers," she lied. Lately, there were only strangers in her life. Everyone else, everyone who mattered, had forgotten about her. She could really feel that Xanax kicking in now. Or was it the tequila? He touched her chin, a jawline caress that made her shiver. There was a boldness in touching her. No one did that anymore. "I'm Troy," he said. She looked up into his blue eyes and felt the weight of her loneliness. When was the last time a man had wanted her? "I'm Tully Hart," she said. "I know." He kissed her. He tasted sweet, of some kind of liquor and of cigarettes, or maybe pot. She wanted to lose herself in pure physical sensation, to dissolve like a bit of candy. She wanted to forget everything that had gone wrong with her life, and how it was that she'd ended up in a place like this, alone in a sea of strangers. "Kiss me again," she said, hating the pathetic pleading she heard in her voice. It was how she'd sounded as a child, back when she'd been a little girl with her nose pressed to the window, waiting for her mother to return. "What's wrong with me?" that little girl had asked anyone who would listen. But there had never been an answer. Tully reached out for him, pulling him close, but even as he kissed her and pressed his body into hers, she felt herself starting to cry. And when her tears started, there was no way to hold them back. September 3rd, 2010, 2:01 a.m. Tully was the last person to leave the bar. The doors banged shut behind her, the neon sign hissed and clicked off. It was past 2 now. The Seattle streets were empty, hushed. As she made her way down the slick sidewalk, she was unsteady. A man had kissed her, a stranger, and she'd started to cry. Pathetic. No wonder he'd backed away. Rain pelted her, almost overwhelmed her. She thought about stopping, tilting her head back and drinking it in until she drowned. That wouldn't be so bad. It seemed to take hours to get home. At her condominium building, she pushed past the doorman without making eye contact. In the elevator, she saw herself in the wall of mirrors. Oh, God. She looked terrible. Her auburn hair, in need of coloring, was a bird's nest, and mascara ran like war paint down her cheeks. The elevator doors opened, and she stepped out into the hallway. Her balance was so off it took forever to get to her door, and 4 tries to get her key into the lock. By the time she opened the door, she was dizzy and her headache had come back. Somewhere between the dining room and the living room, she banged into a side table and almost fell. Only a last-minute Hail Mary grab for the sofa saved her. She sank onto the thick, down-filled white cushion with a sigh. The table in front of her was piled high with mail, bills, and magazines. She slumped back and closed her eyes, thinking what a mess her life had become. "Damn you, Katie Ryan," she whispered to the best friend who wasn't there. This loneliness was unbearable. But her best friend was gone. Dead. That was what had started all of it. Losing Kate. How pitiful was that? Tully had begun to plummet at her best friend's death, and she hadn't been able to pull out of the dive. "I need you." Then she screamed it. "I need you!" Silence. She let her head fall forward. Did she fall asleep? Maybe. When she opened her eyes again, she stared, bleary-eyed, at the pile of mail on her coffee table. Junk mail, mostly. Catalogs and magazines she didn't bother to read anymore. She started to look away, but a picture snagged her attention. She frowned and leaned forward, pushing the mail aside to reveal a Star magazine that lay beneath the pile. There was a small photograph of her face in the upper right corner. Not a good picture, either. Not one to be proud of. Beneath it was written a single, terrible word. Addict. She grabbed the magazine in unsteady hands, opened it. Pages fanned one past another until there it was, her picture again. It was a small story, not even a full page. The real story behind the rumors. Aging isn't easy for any woman in the public eye, but it may be proving especially difficult for Tully Hart, the ex-star of the once phenom talk show, The Girlfriend Hour. Ms. Hart's goddaughter, Marah Ryan, contacted Star exclusively. Ms. Ryan, 20, confirms that the 50-year-old Hart has been struggling lately with demons that she's had all her life. In recent months, Hart has, quote, gained an alarming amount of weight, end quote, and been abusing drugs and alcohol, according to Ms. Ryan. Oh my God. Marah. The betrayal hurt so badly she couldn't breathe. She read the rest of the story, and then let the magazine fall from her hands. The pain she'd been holding at bay for months, years, roared to life, sucking her into the bleakest, loneliest place she'd ever been. For the first time, she couldn't even imagine crawling out of this pit. She staggered to her feet, her vision blurred by tears, and reached for her car keys. She couldn't live like this anymore. Chapter 2. September 3rd, 2010, 4:16 a.m. Where am I? What happened? I take shallow breaths and try to move, but I can't make my body work. Not my fingers or my hands. I open my eyes at last. They feel gritty. My throat is so dry I can't swallow. It is dark. There is someone in here with me. Or something. It makes a banging sound, hammers falling on steel. The vibrations rattle up my spine, lodge in my teeth, give me a headache. The sound, crunching, grinding metal, is everywhere. Outside of me, in the air, beside me, inside of me. Bang, scrape, bang, scrape. Pain. I feel it all at once. Excruciating, exquisite. Once I am aware of it, of feeling it, there's nothing else. Pain wakens me. A searing, gnawing agony in my head, a throbbing in my arm. Something inside me is definitely broken. I try to move, but it hurts so much I pass out. When I wake up, I try again, breathing hard, air rattling in my lungs. I can smell my own blood, feel it running down my neck. "Help me!" I try to say. But the darkness swallows my feeble intent. "Open your eyes!" I hear the command. A voice, and relief overwhelms me. I am not alone. "Open your eyes!" I can't. Nothing works. "She's alive!" More words, yelled this time. "Lie still!" The darkness shifts around me, changes, and pain explodes again. A noise, part buzzsaw on cedar, part child screaming, is all around me. In my darkness, light sparks like fireflies, and something about that image makes me sad and tired. 1, 2, 3, lift! I feel myself being pulled, lifted by cold hands I can't see. I scream in pain, but the sound is swallowed instantly. Or maybe it's only in my head. Where am I? I hit something hard and cry out, "It's okay!" I am dying. It comes to me suddenly, grabs the breath from my lungs. I am dying. September 3rd, 2010, 4:39 a.m. Johnny Ryan woke, thinking something's wrong. He sat upright and looked around. There was nothing to see, nothing out of place. He was in his home office on Bainbridge Island. Once again, he'd fallen asleep working. The curse of the working-from-home single parent. There weren't enough hours in the day to get everything done, so he stole hours from the night. He rubbed his tired eyes. Beside him, a computer monitor revealed a frozen image, pixelated, of a ratty-looking street kid sitting beneath a crackling on-and-off neon sign, smoking a cigarette down to the filter. Johnny hit the play key. On screen, Kevin, street name Frizz, started talking about his parents. "They don't care," the kid said with a shrug. "What makes you so sure?" Johnny asked in the voiceover. The camera caught Frizz's gaze, the raw pain and angry defiance in his eyes as he looked up. "I'm here, aren't I?" Johnny had watched this footage at least 100 times. He'd talked to Frizz on several occasions and still didn't know where the kid had grown up, where he belonged, or who was waiting up at night for him, peering into the darkness, worrying. Johnny knew about a parent's worry, about how a child could slip into the shadows and disappear. It was why he was here, working day and night on a documentary about street kids. Maybe if he looked hard enough, asked enough questions, he'd find her. He stared at the image on screen. Because of the rain, there hadn't been many kids out on the street on the night he'd shot this footage. Still, whenever he saw a shape in the background, a silhouette that could be a young woman. He squinted and put on his glasses, peering harder at the picture, thinking, Marah. But none of the girls he'd seen while making this documentary was his daughter. Marah had run away from home and disappeared. He didn't even know if she was still in Seattle. He turned off the lights in his upstairs office and walked down the dark, quiet hallway. To his left, dozens of family photographs, framed in black and matted in white, hung along the wall. Sometimes he stopped and followed the trail of these pictures, his family, and let them pull him back to a happier time. Sometimes he let himself stand in front of his wife's picture and lose himself in the smile that had once illuminated his world. Tonight, he kept moving. He paused at his son's room and eased the door open. It was something he did now, check obsessively on his 11-year-old twins. Once you'd learned how bad life could go and how quickly, you tried to protect those who remained. They were there, asleep. He released a breath, unaware that he'd drawn it in, and moved on to Marah's closed door. There he didn't slow down. It hurt too much to look in her room, to see the place frozen in time, a little girl's room, uninhabited, everything just as she'd left it. He went into his own room and closed the door behind him. It was cluttered with clothes and papers and whatever books he'd started and stopped reading and intended to pick up again when life slowed down. Heading into the bathroom, he stripped off his shirt and tossed it into the hamper. In the bathroom mirror, he caught sight of himself. Some days when he saw himself, he thought, not bad for 55, and sometimes, like now, he thought, really? He looked sad. It was in the eyes, mostly. His hair was longer than it should be, with fine strands of gray weaving through the black. He always forgot to get it cut. With a sigh, he turned on the shower and stepped in, letting the scalding hot water pour over him, wash his thoughts away. When he got out, he felt better again, ready to take on the day. There was no point in trying to sleep. Not now. He towel-dried his hair and dressed in an old Nirvana t-shirt that he found on the floor of his closet and a pair of worn jeans. As he headed back into the hallway, the phone rang. It was the landline. He frowned. It was 2010. In this new age, only the rarest of calls came in on the old number. Certainly, people didn't call at 5:03 in the morning. Only bad news came at this hour. Marah. He lunged for the phone and answered. Hello? Is Kathleen Ryan there? Damn telemarketers. Didn't they ever update their records? Kathleen Ryan passed away almost 4 years ago. You need to take her off your call list, he said tightly, waiting for, Are you a decision-maker in your household? In the silence that followed his question, he grew impatient. Who is this? He demanded. Officer Jerry Malone, Seattle Police. Johnny frowned. And you're calling Kate? There's been an accident. The victim has Kathleen Ryan's name in her wallet as an emergency contact. Johnny sat down on the edge of the bed. There was only one person in the world who would still have Katie's name as an emergency contact. What in the hell had she done now? And who still had emergency contact numbers in their wallet? It's Tully Hart, right? Is it a DUI? Because if she's... I don't have that information, sir. Miss Hart is being taken to Sacred Heart right now. How bad is it? I can't answer that, sir. You'll need to speak to someone at Sacred Heart. Johnny hung up on the officer, got the hospital's number from Google, and called. It took at least 10 minutes of being transferred around before he found someone who could answer his questions. "Mr. Ryan," the woman said, "I understand you are Ms. Hart's family?" He flinched at the question. How long had it been since he'd even spoken to Tully? A lie. He knew exactly how long it had been. "Yes," he answered. "What happened?" "I don't have all the details, sir. I just know she's en route to us now." He looked at his watch. If he moved quickly, he could make the 5:20 ferry and be at the hospital in a little more than an hour. "I'll be there as quickly as I can." He didn't realize that he hadn't said goodbye until the phone buzzed in his ear. He hung up and tossed the handset on the bed. He grabbed his wallet and picked up the phone again. As he reached for a sweater, he dialed a number. It rang enough times to remind him that it was early in the morning. Hello? "Corinne, I'm sorry to call you so early, but it's an emergency. Can you pick up the boys and take them to school?" "What's wrong?" "I need to go to Sacred Heart. There's been an accident. I don't want to leave the boys alone, but I don't have time to bring them to you." "Don't worry," she said. "I'll be there in 15 minutes. "Thanks," he said. "I owe you one." Then he hurried down the hallway and pushed open the boys' bedroom door. "Get dressed, boys, now." They sat up slowly. "Huh?" Wills said. "I'm leaving. Corinne is going to pick you up in 15 minutes. But nothing. You're going to Tommy's house. Corinne might need to pick you up from soccer practice, too. I don't know when I'll be home." "What's wrong?" Lucas asked, his sleep-lined face drawing into a worried frown. They knew about emergencies, these boys, and routine comforted them. Lucas most of all. He was like his mother, a nurturer, a warrior. "Nothing," Johnny said tightly. "I need to get into the city." "He thinks we're babies," Will said, pushing the covers back. "Let's go, Skywalker." Johnny looked impatiently at his watch. It was 5:08. He needed to leave now to make the 5:20 boat. Lucas got out of bed and approached him, looking up at Johnny through a mop of brown hair. "Is it Marah?" Of course that would be their worry. How many times had they rushed to see their mom in the hospital? And God knew what trouble Marah was in these days. They all worried about her. He forgot how wary they could sometimes be even now, almost 4 years later. Tragedy had marked them all. He was doing his best with the boys, but his best wasn't really enough to compensate for their mother's loss. Marah's fine. It's Tully. "What's wrong with Tully?" Lucas asked, looking scared. They loved Tully so much. How many times in the last year had they begged to see her? How many times had Johnny made some excuse? Guilt flared at that. "I don't have all the details yet, but I'll let you know what's up as soon as I can," Johnny promised. "Be ready for school when Corinne gets here, okay?" "We're not babies, Dad," Will said. "You'll call us after soccer?" Lucas asked. "I will." He kissed them goodbye and grabbed his car keys off the entry table. He looked back at them one last time. 2 identical boys who needed haircuts, standing there in their boxer shorts and oversized t-shirts, frowning with worry. And then he went out to his car. They were 11 years old. They could be alone for 10 minutes. He got into his car, started the engine, and drove down to the ferry. On board, he stayed in his car, tapping his finger impatiently on the leather-covered steering wheel for the 35-minute crossing. At precisely 6:10, he pulled up into the hospital's parking lot and parked in the artificial brightness thrown down by a street lamp. Sunrise was still a half hour away, so the city was dark. He entered the familiar hospital and strode up to the information desk. "Tully Hart," he said grimly. "I'm family." "Sir, I want an update on Tully's condition, and I want it now." He said it so harshly, the woman bounced in her seat as if a slight current had charged through her body. "Oh," she said, "I'll be right back." He walked away from the reception desk and began pacing. God, he hated this place, with its all-too-familiar smells. He sank into an uncomfortable plastic chair, tapping his foot nervously on the linoleum floor. Minutes ticked by. Each one unraveled his control just a little. In the past 4 years, he'd learned how to go on without his wife, the love of his life. But it had not been easy. He'd had to stop looking back. The memories simply hurt too much. But how could he not look back here, of all places? They'd come to this hospital for surgery and chemotherapy and radiation. They'd spent hours together here, he and Kate, promising each other that cancer was no match for their love. Lying. When they'd finally faced the truth, they'd been in a room here. In 2006. He'd been lying with her, holding her, trying not to notice how thin she'd become in the year of her life's fight. Beside the bed, Kate's iPod had been playing Kelly Clarkson. Some people wait a lifetime for a moment like this. He remembered the look on Kate's face. Pain had been a liquid fire in her body. She hurt everywhere. Her bones, her muscles, her skin. She took as much morphine as she dared, but she'd wanted to be alert enough so that her kids wouldn't be afraid. "I want to go home," she'd said. When he'd looked at her, all he'd been able to think was, she's dying. The truth came at him hard, bringing tears to his eyes. "My babies," she'd said quietly, and then laughed. "Well, they're not babies anymore. They're losing teeth. It's $1, by the way, for the tooth fairy. And always take a picture. And Marah. Tell her I understand. I was mean to my mom at 16, too." "I am not ready for this conversation," he'd said, hating his weakness. He'd seen the disappointment in her gaze. "I need Tully," she'd said then, surprising him. His wife and Tully Hart had been best friends for most of their lives, until a fight had torn them apart. They hadn't spoken for the past 2 years, and in those years, Kate had faced cancer. Johnny couldn't forgive Tully, not for the fight itself, which had, of course, been Tully's fault, or for her absence when Kate needed her most. "No, after what she did to you," he'd said bitterly. Kate had rolled slightly toward him. He could see how much it hurt her to do so. "I need Tully," she'd said again, softer this time. "She's been my best friend since 8th grade. I know, but you have to forgive her, Johnny. If I can, you can. It's not that easy. She hurt you. And I hurt her. Best friends fight. They lose sight of what matters." She had sighed. "Believe me, I know what matters now. And I need her." "What makes you think she'll come if you call? It's been a long time." Kate had smiled through her pain. "She'll come. She'd touched his face, made him look at her. "You need to take care of her. After." "Don't say that," he'd whispered. "She's not as strong as she pretends to be. You know that. Promise me." Johnny closed his eyes. He'd worked so hard in the past few years to move past grief and fashion a new life for his family. He didn't want to remember that terrible year, but how could he not, especially now? Tully and Kate. They'd been best friends for almost 30 years, and if not for Tully, Johnny wouldn't have met the love of his life. From the moment Tully had walked into his rundown office, Johnny had been mesmerized by her. She'd been 20 years old and full of passion and fire. She'd talked herself into a job at the small TV station he'd run then. He'd thought he'd fallen in love with her, but it wasn't love. It was something else. He'd fallen under her spell. She had been more alive and brighter than anyone he'd ever met. Standing beside her had been like being in sunlight after months of shadow dwelling. He'd known instantly that she would be famous. When she'd introduced him to her best friend, Kate Malarkey, who'd seemed paler and quieter, a bit of flotsam riding the crest of Tully's wave, he'd barely noticed. It wasn't until years later, when Katie dared to kiss him, that Johnny saw his future in a woman's eyes. He remembered the first time they'd made love. They'd been young, him 30, her 25, but only she had been naive. "Is it always like that?" she'd asked him quietly. Love had come to him like that, long before he'd been ready. "No," he'd said, unable even then to lie to her. "It's not." After he and Kate had married, they'd watched Tully's meteoric rise in journalism from afar. But no matter how separate Kate's life became from Tully's, the two women stayed closer than sisters. They'd talked on the phone almost daily, and Tully had come to their home for most holidays. When she'd given up on the networks in New York and returned to Seattle to create her own daytime talk show, Tully had begged Johnny to produce the TV show. Those had been good years, successful years, until cancer and Kate's death had torn everything apart. He couldn't help remembering now. He closed his eyes and leaned back. He knew when it had begun to unravel. At Kate's funeral, almost 4 years ago, October of 2006. They'd been in the first row of St. Cecilia's Church, sitting bunched together. Stiff and bleak-eyed, acutely aware of why they were here. They'd been in this church many times over the years, for midnight mass at Christmas and for Easter services. But it was different now. Instead of gold and glittery decorations, there were white lilies everywhere. The air in the church was cloyingly sweet. Johnny sat marine straight, his shoulders back. He was supposed to be strong now for his children, their children, her children. It was a promise he'd made to her as she lay dying, but it was already hard to keep. Inside, he was dry as sand. 16-year-old Marah sat equally rigid beside him, her hands folded in her lap. She hadn't looked at him in hours, maybe in days. He knew he should bridge that divide, force her to connect, but when he looked at her, he lost his nerve. Their combined grief was as deep and dark as the sea. So he sat with his eyes burning, thinking, "Don't cry. Be strong." He made the mistake of glancing to his left, where a large easel held a poster of Kate. In the picture, she was a young mother, standing on the beach in front of their Bainbridge Island house, her hair windblown, her smile as bright as a beacon in the night, her arms flung wide to welcome the 3 children running toward her. She had asked him to find that picture for her, one night when they lay in bed together with their arms around each other. He'd heard the question and knew what it meant. "Not yet," he'd murmured into her ear, stroking her bald head. She hadn't asked him again. Of course she hadn't. Even at the end, she'd been the stronger one, protecting all of them with her optimism. How many words had she hoarded in her heart so that he wouldn't be wounded by her fear? How alone had she felt? God! She had been gone for only 2 days. 2 days, and already he wanted a do-over. He wanted to hold her again and say, "Tell me, baby, what are you afraid of?" Father Michael stepped up to the pulpit, and the congregation, already quiet, grew still. "I'm not surprised so many people are here to say goodbye to Kate. She was an important person to so many of us." Was. "You won't be surprised that she gave me strict orders for this service, and I don't want to disappoint her. She wanted me to tell you all to hold on to each other. She wanted you to take your sorrow and transform it into the joy that remains with life. She wanted you to remember the sound of her laughter and the love she had for her family. She wanted you to live." His voice broke. "That was Kathleen Malarkey Ryan. Even at the end, she was thinking of others." Marah groaned quietly. Johnny reached for her hand. She startled at his touch and looked at him, and there it was, that unfathomable grief as she pulled away. Music started up. It sounded far away at first, or maybe that was the roar of sound in his head. It took him a moment to recognize the song. "Oh no," he said, feeling emotion rise with the music. The song was Crazy for You, the song they'd danced to at their wedding. He closed his eyes and felt her beside him, slipping into the circle of his arms as the music swept them away. "Touch me once and you'll know it's true." Lucas, sweet 8-year-old Lucas, who had begun to have nightmares again and sometimes had a meltdown when he couldn't find the baby blanket he'd outgrown years ago, tugged on his sleeve. "Mommy said it was okay to cry, Daddy. She made me and Wills promise not to be afraid to cry." Johnny hadn't even realized he was crying. He wiped his eyes and nodded curtly, whispering, "That's right, little man." But he couldn't look at his son. Tears in those eyes would undo him. Instead, he stared straight ahead and zoned out. He turned Father's words into small, brittle things, stones thrown against a brick wall. They clattered and fell, and through it all, he focused on his breathing and tried not to remember his wife. That he would do in solitude, at night, when there was no one around. Finally, after what felt like hours, the service ended. He gathered his family close and they went downstairs for the reception. There, as he looked around, feeling both stunned and broken, he saw dozens of unfamiliar or barely familiar faces, and it made him understand that Kate had pieces of her life he knew nothing about, and it made her feel distant to him. In a way, that hurt even more. At the first possible moment, he herded his children out of the church basement. The church's parking lot was full of cars, but that wasn't what he noticed. Tully was in the parking lot, with her face tilted up toward the last of the day's sunlight. She had her arms stretched wide, and she was moving, swaying her hips, as if there were music somewhere. Dancing. She was in the middle of the street, outside the church, dancing. He said her name so harshly that Marah flinched beside him. Tully turned, saw them coming toward the car. She tugged the buds out of her ears and moved toward him. "How was it?" she asked quietly. He felt a surge of rage, and he grabbed hold of it. Anything was better than this bottomless grief. Of course Tully had put herself first. It hurt to go to Kate's funeral, so Tully didn't. She stood in the parking lot and danced. Danced! Some best friend. Kate might be able to forgive Tully her selfishness. It wasn't so easy for Johnny. He turned to his family. "Get in the car, everyone." "Johnny!" Tully reached for him, but he stepped aside. He couldn't be touched now, not by anyone. "I couldn't go in," she said. "Yeah, who could?" he said bitterly. He knew instantly that it was a mistake to look at her. Kate's absence was even more pronounced at Tully's side. The two women had always been together, laughing, talking, breaking into bad renditions of disco songs. Tully and Kate? For more than 30 years they'd been best friends, and now, when he looked at Tully, it hurt too much to bear. She was the one who should have died. Kate was worth 15 Tullys. "People are coming to the house," he said. "It's what she wanted. I hope you can make it." He heard the sharpness of her indrawn breath and knew he'd hurt her. "That's not fair," she said. Ignoring that, ignoring her, he herded his family into the SUV and they drove home in an excruciating silence. Pale late-afternoon sunlight shone down on the caramel-colored craftsman-style house. The yard was a disaster, forgotten in the year of Katie's cancer. He parked in the garage and led the way into the house, where the faint scent of illness lingered in the fabric of the drapes and the woolen strands of the carpet. "What now, Dad?" He knew, without turning, who would have asked this question. Lucas. The boy who'd cried at every goldfish's death and drawn a picture for his dying mother every day. The boy who'd started to cry at school again and had sat quietly at his recent birthday party, unable to even smile as he opened his gifts. He felt everything so keenly, this boy. "Especially Lucas," Kate had said on her last terrible night. "He won't know how to miss me so much. Hold him." Johnny turned. Wills and Lucas stood there, standing so close their shoulders were touching. The 8-year-olds had on matching black pants and gray V-neck sweaters. Johnny had forgotten this morning to make either boy take a shower, and their shaggy haircuts were unruly, smushed in places from sleep. Lucas's eyes were wide and bright, his lashes spiked with moisture. He knew his mother was gone, but he didn't really understand how that could be. Marah came up beside her brothers. She looked thin and pale, ghost-like in her black dress. All of them looked at him. This was his moment to speak, to offer comforting words, to give them advice they would remember. As their father, it was his job to turn the next few hours into a celebration of his wife's life, But how? "Come on, boys," Marah said with a sigh. "I'll put Finding Nemo on." "No!" Lucas wailed. "Not Finding Nemo!" Wills looked up. He took hold of his brother's hand. "The mom dies." "Oh," Marah nodded. "How about The Incredibles?" Lucas nodded glumly. Johnny was still trying to figure out what in the hell to say to his wounded children when the doorbell rang for the first time. He flinched at the sound. Afterward, he was vaguely aware of time passing, of people crowding around him and doors opening and closing, of the sun setting and night pressing against the window panes. He kept thinking, move, go, say hi. But he couldn't seem to make himself begin this thing. Someone touched his arm. "I'm so sorry, Johnny," he heard a woman say, and he turned. She stood beside him, dressed in black, holding a foil-covered casserole dish. He could not for the life of him remember who she was. "When Arthur left me for that barista, I thought my life was over. But you keep getting up, and one day you realize you're okay. You'll find love again." It took all his self-control not to snap out at this woman that death was different from infidelity. But before he could even think of her name, another woman showed up. She, too, thought hunger was his biggest problem now, judging by the size of the foil-covered tray in her plump hands. He heard, "Better place," and walked away. He pushed through the crowd and went to the bar that was set up in the kitchen. On the way, he passed several people, all of whom murmured some combination of the same useless words: sorry, suffering over, better place. He neither paused nor answered. He kept moving. He didn't look at the photographs that had been set up around the room, on easels and propped up against windows and lamps. In the kitchen, he found a clot of sad-eyed women working efficiently, taking foil off casserole dishes and burrowing through the utensil drawers. At his entrance, they stilled, quick as birds with a fox in their midst, and looked up. Their pity, and the fear that this could someday happen to them, was a tangible presence in the room. At the sink, his mother-in-law, Margie, put down the pitcher she'd been filling with water. It hit the counter with a clank. Smoothing the hair away from her worry-lined face, she moved toward him. Women stepped aside to let her through. She paused at the bar, poured him a scotch and water over ice, and handed it to him. "I couldn't find a glass," he said, stupidly. The glasses were right beside him. "Where's Bud?" "Watching TV with Sean and the boys. This isn't exactly something he can deal with. Sharing his daughter's death with all these strangers, I mean." Johnny nodded. His father-in-law had always been a quiet man, and the death of his only daughter had broken him. Even Margie, who had remained vital and dark-haired and laughing well past her last birthday, had aged immeasurably since the diagnosis. She had rounded forward as if expecting another blow from God at any second. She'd stopped dyeing her hair, and white flowed along her part like a frozen river. Rimless glasses magnified her watery eyes. "Go to your kids," Margie said, pressing her pale, blue-veined hand into the crook of his arm. "I should stay here and help you." "I'm fine," she said. "But I'm worried about Marah. 16 is a tough age to lose a mother, and I think she regrets how much she and Kate fought before Kate got sick. Words stay with you sometimes, especially angry ones." He took a long sip of his drink, watched the ice rattle in his glass when he was done. I don't know what to say to them. Words aren't what matter. Margie tightened her hold on his arm and led him out of the kitchen. The house was full of people, but even in a crowd of mourners, Tully Hart was noticeable. The center of attention. In a black sheath dress that probably cost as much as some of the cars parked in the driveway, she managed to look beautiful in grief. Her shoulder-length hair was auburn these days, and she must have redone her makeup since the funeral. In the living room, surrounded by people, she gestured dramatically, obviously telling a story, and when she finished, everyone around her laughed. How can she smile? Tully knows a thing or two about heartbreak, don't forget. She spent a lifetime hiding her pain. I remember the first time I ever saw her. I walked across Firefly Lane to her house because she'd befriended Kate, and I wanted to check her out. Inside that run-down old house across the street, I met her mom, Cloud. Well, I didn't meet her. Cloud was lying on the sofa, spread-eagled with the mound of marijuana on her stomach. She tried to sit up, and when she couldn't, she said, "F me, I'm stoned," and flopped back down. When I looked at Tully, who was maybe 14, I saw the kind of shame that marks you forever. You had an alcoholic dad, and you overcame it. I fell in love and had babies, a family. Tully thinks no one can love her except Kate. I don't think the loss has really hit her yet, but when it does, it's going to be ugly. Tully put a CD into the stereo and cranked the music. Born to be Wild blared through the speakers. The people in the living room backed away from her, looking offended. "Come on," Tully said. "Who wants a straight shot?" Johnny knew he should stop her, but he couldn't get that close. Not now. Not yet. Every time he looked at Tully, he thought, Kate's gone. And the wound cracked open again. Turning away, he went up to comfort his children instead. It took everything he had to climb the stairs. Outside the twins' bedroom, he paused, trying to gather strength. You can do this. He could do it. He had to. The children beyond this door had just learned that life was unfair and that death ripped hearts and families apart. It was his job to make them understand, to hold them together and heal them. He drew in a sharp breath and opened the door. The first thing he saw were the beds. Unmade, rumpled, the Star Wars bedding in a tangled heap. The navy blue walls, hand-painted by Kate to show clouds and stars and moons, had been covered over the years with the boys' artwork and some of their favorite movie posters. Golden t-ball and soccer trophies stood proudly on the dresser top. His father-in-law, Bud, sat in the big papasan chair that easily held both boys when they played video games, and Sean, Kate's younger brother, lay asleep on Wills's bed. Marah sat on the rug in front of the TV, with Lucas beside her. Wills was in the corner, watching the movie with his arms crossed, looking angry and isolated. "Hey," Johnny said quietly, closing the door behind him. "Dad!" Lucas lurched to his feet. Johnny scooped his son into his arms and held him tightly. Bud climbed awkwardly out of the cushy papasan chair and got to his feet. He looked rumpled in his out-of-date black suit with a white shirt and wide polyester tie. His pale face, marked by age spots, seemed to have added creases and folds in the past weeks. Beneath bushy gray eyebrows, his eyes looked sad. "I'll give you some time." He went to the bed, thumped Sean on the shoulder, and said, "Wake up." Sean came awake with a start and sat up sharply. He looked confused until he saw Johnny. "Oh, right." He followed his dad out of the room. Johnny heard the door click shut behind him. On screen, brightly colored superheroes ran through the jungle. Lucas slid out of Johnny's arms and stood beside him. Johnny looked at his grieving children, and they looked at him. Their reactions to their mother's death were as different as they were, as unique. Lucas, the tender-hearted, was undone by missing his mom and confused about where exactly she'd gone. His twin, Wills, was a kid who relied on athleticism and popularity. Already he was a jock and well-liked. This loss had offended and scared him. He didn't like being afraid, so he got angry instead. And then there was Marah. Beautiful 16-year-old Marah, for whom everything had always come easily. In the cancer year, she had closed up, become contained and quiet, as if she thought that if she made no noise at all, caused no disruption, the inevitability of this day could be avoided. He knew how deeply she regretted the way she'd treated Kate before she got sick. The need in all of their eyes was the same, though. They looked to him to put their destroyed world back together, to ease this unimaginable pain. But Kate was the heart and soul of this family, the glue that held them all together. Hers was the voice that knew what to say. Anything he said would be a lie. How would they heal? How would things get better? How would more time without Kate soothe them? Marah rose suddenly, unfolding with the kind of grace that most girls would never know. She looked sylph-like in her grief, pale and almost ethereal, with her long black hair, black dress, and nearly translucent skin. He heard the hitch in her breathing, the way she seemed hard-pressed to inhale this new air. "I'll put the boys to bed," she said, reaching out for Lucas. "Come on, Rugrat. I'll read you a story." "Way to make us feel better, Dad," Will said, his mouth tightening. It was a dark, sadly adult expression on an 8-year-old face. "It will get better," Johnny said, hating his weakness. "Will it?" Will said. "How?" Lucas looked up at him. "Yeah. How, Dad?" He looked at Marah, who looked so cold and pale she might have been carved of ice. "Sleep will help," she said dully, and Johnny was pathetically grateful to her. He knew he was losing it, failing, that he was supposed to provide support, not accept it, but he was empty inside. Just empty. Tomorrow he'd do better. Do better. But when he saw the sad disappointment on his children's faces, he knew what a lie that was. "I'm sorry, Katie." "Good night," he said in a thick voice. Lucas looked up at him. "I love you, Daddy." Johnny dropped slowly to his knees and opened his arms. His sons pushed into his embrace and he held them tightly. "I love you too." Over their heads, he stared up at Marah, who appeared unmoved. She stood straight and tall, her shoulders back. "Marah?" "Don't bother," she said softly. "Your mom made us promise to be strong. Remember?" "Yeah," she said, her lower lip trembling just a little. I know. We can do it, he said, although he heard the unsteadiness of his voice. Yeah, sure we can, Marah said with a sigh. Then, come on, boys, let's get ready for bed. Johnny knew he should stay, comfort Marah. But he had no words. Instead, he took the coward's route and left the room, closing the door behind him. He went downstairs and, ignoring everyone, pushed through the crowd. He grabbed his coat from the laundry room and went outside. It was full-on night now, and there wasn't a star in the sky. A thin layer of clouds obscured them. A cool breeze ruffled through the trees on his property line, made the skirt-like boughs dance. In the tree limbs overhead, mason jars hung from strands of ropey twine, their insides full of black stones and votive candles. How many nights had he and Kate sat out here beneath a tiara of candlelight, listening to the waves hitting their beach and talking about their dreams? He grabbed the porch rail to steady himself. Hey. Her voice surprised and irritated him. He wanted to be alone. You left me dancing all by myself, Tully said, coming up beside him. She had a blue wool blanket wrapped around her, its end dragged on the ground at her bare feet. It must be intermission, he said, turning to her. What do you mean? He could smell tequila on her breath and wondered how drunk she was. The Tully Hart Center of Attention show. It must be intermission. Kate asked me to make tonight fun, she said, drawing back. She was shaking. I can't believe you didn't come to her funeral, he said. It would have broken her heart. She knew I wouldn't come. And that makes it okay. Don't you think Marah would have liked to see you in there? Or don't you care about your goddaughter? Before she could answer, and what could she say? He pushed away from her and went back inside, tossing his coat on the washing machine as he passed through the laundry room. He knew he'd lashed out unfairly. In another time, in another world, he'd care enough to apologize. Kate would want him to, but right now he couldn't manage the effort. It took everything he had inside just to keep standing. His wife had been gone for 48 hours, and already he was a worse version of himself. Chapter 3. That night, at 4 a.m., Johnny gave up on the idea of sleep. How had he thought it would be possible to find peace on the night of his wife's funeral? He pushed the comforter back and climbed out of bed. Rain hammered on the shake roof, echoed through the house. At the fireplace in the bedroom, he touched the switch, and after a thump whiz of sound, blue and orange flames burst to life, skating along the fake log. The faint smell of gas floated to him. He lost a few minutes standing there, staring into the fire. After that, he found himself drifting. It was the only word he could come up with to describe the wandering that took him from room to room. More than once, he found himself standing somewhere, staring at something with no clear memory of how he'd come to be there or why he'd begun that particular journey. Somehow he ended up back in his bedroom. Her water glass was still on the nightstand. So were her reading glasses and the mittens she'd worn to bed at the end when she'd always been cold. As clear as the sound of his own breathing, he heard her say, "You were the one for me, John Ryan. I loved you with every breath I took for 2 decades. It was what she'd said to him on her last night. They'd lain in bed together, with him holding her because she was too weak to hold on to him. He remembered burying his face in the crook of her neck, saying, "Don't leave me, Katie. Not yet." Even then, as she lay dying, he had failed her. He got dressed and went downstairs. The living room was filled with watery gray light. Rain dropped from the eaves outside and softened the view. In the kitchen, he found the counter covered in carefully washed and dried dishes that had been placed on dish towels, and a garbage can full of paper plates and brightly colored napkins. The refrigerator and freezer were both filled with foil-covered containers. His mother-in-law had done what needed to be done, while he had hidden outside in the dark, alone. As he made a pot of coffee, he tried to imagine the new version of his life. All he saw were empty spaces at the dining room table, a carpool with the wrong driver, a breakfast made by the wrong hands. Be a good dad. Help them deal with this. He leaned against the counter, drinking coffee. As he poured the third cup, he felt an adrenaline spike of caffeine. His hands started to shake, so he got himself some orange juice instead. Sugar on top of caffeine. What was next? Tequila? He didn't really make a decision to move. Rather, he just drifted away from the kitchen, where every square inch held a reminder of his wife. The lavender hand lotion she loved, the "You Are Special" plate she pulled out at the smallest of their children's achievements, the water pitcher she'd inherited from her grandmother and used on special occasions. He felt someone touch his shoulder, and he flinched. Margie, his mother-in-law, stood beside him. She was dressed for the day in high-waisted jeans, tennis shoes, and a black turtleneck. She smiled tiredly. Bud came up beside his wife. He looked 10 years older than Margie. He had grown quieter in the past year, although none would have called him a chatty man before. He'd begun his goodbyes to Katie long before the rest of them had accepted the inevitable, and now that she was gone, he seemed to have lost his voice. Like his wife, he was dressed in his customary style. Wrangler jeans that accentuated both his thinning legs and straining paunch, a checked brown and white western shirt, and a big silver-buckled belt. His hair had checked out a long time ago, but he had enough growing in the arch of his brows to compensate. Without words, they all walked back into the kitchen, where Johnny poured them each a cup of coffee. "Coffee. Thank God," Bud said gruffly, taking the cup in his work-gnarled hand. They looked at each other. "We need to take Sean to the airport in an hour, but after that we can come back here and help," Margie said at last. "For as long as you need us." Johnny loved her for the offer. She was closer to him than his own mother had ever been, but he had to stand on his own now. The airport. That was the answer. This wasn't just another day, and as sure as he stood here, he couldn't manage the pretense that it was. He couldn't feed his kids and drive them to school and then go to work at the station, producing some cheesy entertainment or lifestyle segment that wouldn't change anyone's life. "I'm getting the hell out of here," he said. "Oh?" Margie said. "Where to?" He said the first thing that came into his head. Kauai. Katie had loved it there. They'd always meant to take the kids. Margie peered up at him through her new rimless eyeglasses. "Running away doesn't change a thing," Bud said gruffly. "I know that, Bud. but I'm drowning here. Everywhere I look—" "Yeah," his father-in-law said. Margie touched Johnny's arm. "What can we do to help?" Now that Johnny had a plan, however imperfect and temporary, he felt better. "I'll go get started on reservations. Don't tell the kids. Let them sleep." "When will you leave?" "Hopefully today." "You'd better call Tully and tell her. She's planning to be back here at 11. Johnny nodded, but Tully was the least of his concerns right now. "Okay," Margie said, clapping her hands. "I'll clean out the fridge and move all the casseroles to the freezer in the garage." "I'll stop the milk delivery and call the police," Bud said, "just so they know to watch the house." Johnny hadn't thought of any of those things. Kate had always done all the prep work for their trips. Margie patted his forearm. "Go make the reservations. We've got you covered." He thanked them both and then went into his office. Seated at the computer, it took him less than 20 minutes to make the reservations. By 6:50, he'd bought airline tickets and reserved a car and rented a house. All he had to do now was tell the kids. He headed down the hallway. In the boys' room, he went to the bunk beds and found both of his sons on the bottom bunk, tangled up like a pair of puppies. He ruffled Lucas's coarse brown hair. "Hey, Skywalker, wake up." "I want to be Skywalker," Wills murmured in his sleep. Johnny smiled. "You're the Conqueror, remember?" "No one knows who William the Conqueror is," Wills said, sitting up in his blue and red Spider-Man pajamas. "He needs a video game." Lucas sat up, looking blearily around. "Is it school time already?" "We're not going to school today," Johnny said. Wills frowned. "'Cause Mom's dead?" Johnny flinched. "I guess. We're going to Hawaii. I'm going to teach my kids how to surf." "You don't know how to surf," Wills said, still frowning. Already he had become a skeptic. "He does too, don't you, Dad?" Lucas said, peering up through his long hair. Lucas, the believer. "I will in a week," Johnny said. And they cheered, bouncing up and down on the bed. "Brush your teeth and get dressed. I'll be back to pack your suitcases in 10 minutes. The boys jumped out of bed and raced to their bathroom, elbowing each other along the way. He walked slowly out of the room and down the hallway. He knocked on his daughter's door and heard her exhausted, "What?" He actually drew in a breath before he stepped into her room. He knew it wouldn't be easy. Talking his popular 16-year-old daughter into a vacation. Nothing mattered more to Marah than her friends. That would be especially true now. She stood by her unmade bed, brushing her long, shiny black hair. Dressed for school in ridiculously low-rise, flare-leg jeans and a t-shirt that was toddler-sized, she looked ready to tour with Britney Spears. He pushed his irritation aside. This was no time for a fight about fashion. "Hey," he said, closing the door behind him. "Hey," she answered, without looking at him. Her voice had that brittle sharpness that had become de rigueur since puberty. He sighed. Even grief, it seemed, hadn't softened his daughter. If anything, it had made her angrier. She put down her hairbrush and faced him. He understood now why Kate had been wounded so often by the judgment in their daughter's eyes. She had a way of cutting you with a glance. "I'm sorry about last night," he said. "Whatever. I have soccer practice after school today. Can I take Mom's car?" He heard the way her voice broke on Mom's. He sat down on the edge of her bed and waited for her to join him there. When she didn't, he felt a wave of exhaustion. She was obviously fragile. They all were now. But Marah was like Tully. Neither of them knew how to show weakness. All Marah would let herself care about now was that he'd interrupted her routine, and God knew she spent more time getting ready for school than a monk devoted to morning prayers. "We're going to Hawaii for a week. We can—" "What? When?" "We're leaving here in 2 hours. Kauai is—" "No way!" she screeched. Her outburst was so unexpected, he actually forgot what he was saying. "What?" "I can't take off from school. I have to keep my grades up for college. I promised Mom I'd do well in school." "That's admirable, Marah, but we need some time away as a family to figure things out. We can get your assignments if you'd like." If I'd like? She stomped her foot. "You know nothing about high school. Do you know how competitive it is out there? How will I get into a good college if I tank this semester?" "1 week will hardly throw you under the bus." "Ha! I have Algebra 2, Dad, and American Studies, and I'm on varsity soccer this year." He knew there was a right way to handle this and a wrong way. He just didn't know what the right way was, and honestly, he was too tired and stressed out to care. He stood up. "We're leaving at 10. Pack a bag." She grabbed his arm. "Let me stay with Tully." He looked down at her, seeing how anger had stained her pale skin red. "Tully? As a chaperone? No." "Grandma and Grandpa would stay here with me." "Marah, we're going. We need to be together, just the 4 of us." She stomped her foot again. "You're ruining my life!" "I doubt that." He knew he should say something of value or lasting importance, but what? He'd already come to despise the platitudes people handed out like breath mints after a death. He didn't believe that time would heal this wound, or that Kate was in a better place, or that they'd learn to go on. There was no way he could pass along some hollow sentiment to Marah, who was clearly hanging on by as thin a strand as he was. She spun away and went into her bathroom and slammed the door. He knew better than to wait for her to change her mind. In his bedroom, he grabbed his phone and made a call as he walked into the closet, looking for a suitcase. "Hello?" Tully answered, sounding as bad as he felt. Johnny knew he should apologize for last night, but every time he thought about it, he felt a rush of anger. He couldn't help mentioning her disappointing behavior last night, but even as he brought it up, he knew she would defend herself, and she did. "It's what Kate wanted." It pissed him off. She was still talking about it when he cut her off with, "We're going to Kauai today." "What?" "We need time together now. You said so yourself. Our flight is at 2 on Hawaiian." "That's not much time to get ready." "Yeah." He was already worried about that. "I gotta go." She was still talking, asking something about the weather when he hung up. SeaTac International Airport was surprisingly crowded on this midweek October afternoon in 2006. They'd arrived early to drop off Kate's brother Sean, who was returning home. At the self-service kiosk, Johnny got their boarding passes and then glanced at his children, each of whom held some electronic device. Marah was sending something called a text on her new cell phone. He had no idea what a text was and didn't care. It had been Kate who'd wanted their 16-year-old to have a cell phone. "I'm worried about Marah," Margie said, coming to stand beside him. "Apparently, I'm ruining her life by taking her to Kauai." Margie made a tisking sound. "If you are not ruining a 16-year-old girl's life, you are not parenting her." That's not what I'm worried about. She regrets how she treated her mother, I think. Usually one grows out of that. But when your mom dies... Behind them, the airport's pneumatic doors whooshed open, and Tully came running toward them wearing a sundress, ridiculously high-heeled sandals, and a floppy white hat. She was rolling a Louis Vuitton duffel behind her. She came to a breathless stop in front of them. "What? What's wrong? If it's the time, I did my best." Johnny stared at Tully. What the hell was she doing here? Margie said something quietly and then shook her head. "Tully!" Marah cried out. "Thank God!" Johnny took Tully by the arm and pulled her aside. "You aren't invited on this trip, Tull. It's just the four of us. I can't believe you thought—" "Oh." The word was spoken quietly, barely above a breath. He could see how hurt she was. "You said we. I thought you meant me, too." He knew how often she'd been left behind in her life, abandoned by her mother. But he didn't have the strength to worry about Tully Hart right now. He was close to losing control of his life. All he could think about was his kids and not letting go. He mumbled something and turned away from her. "Come on, kids," he said harshly, giving them only a few minutes to say goodbye to Tully. He hugged his in-laws and whispered, "Goodbye." "Let Tully come," Marah whined. "Please!" Johnny kept moving. It was all he could think of to do. For the past 6 hours, both in the air and in the Honolulu airport, Johnny had been completely ignored by his daughter. On the airplane, she didn't eat or watch a movie or read. She sat across the aisle from him and the boys, her eyes closed, her head bobbing in time to music he couldn't hear. He needed to let her know that even though she felt alone, she wasn't. He had to make sure she knew that he was still here for her, that they were still a family, as wobbly as that construct now felt. But timing mattered. With teenage girls, one had to carefully pick the moment to reach out, or you'd draw back a bloody stump where your arm had been. They landed in Kauai at 4 p.m. Hawaiian time, but it felt as if they'd been traveling for days. He moved down the jetway while the boys walked on ahead. Last week they would have been laughing. Now they were quiet. He fell into step beside Marah. "Hey." "What?" "Can a guy just say hey to his daughter?" She rolled her eyes and kept walking. They walked past the baggage claim area, where women in muumuus handed out purple and white leis to people who'd come here on package deals. Outside, the sun was shining brightly. Bougainvilleas in full pink bloom crawled over the parking area fence. Johnny led the way across the street to the rental car area. Within 10 minutes, they were in a silver convertible Mustang and headed north along the only highway on the island. They stopped at a Safeway store, loaded up on groceries, and then piled back into the car. To their right, the coastline was an endless golden sandy beach lashed by crashing blue waves and rimmed in black lava rock outcroppings. As they drove north, the landscape became lusher, greener. It's pretty here," he said to Marah, who was beside him in the front passenger seat, hunched down, staring at her phone, texting. "Yeah," Marah said without looking up. "Marah," he said in a warning tone, as in, "You're skating on thin ice." She looked over at him. "I am getting homework from Ashley. I told you I couldn't leave school." "Marah," she glanced to her right. "Waves, sand, fat white people in Hawaiian shirts, men who wear socks with their sandals. Great vacation, Dad. I totally forgot that Mom just died. Thanks." Then she went back to texting on her Motorola Razr. He gave up. Ahead, the road snaked along the shoreline and spilled down into the verdant patchwork of the Hanalei Valley. The town of Hanalei was a funky collection of wooden buildings and brightly colored signs and shaved ice stands. He turned onto the road indicated by MapQuest and immediately had to slow down to avoid the bikers and surfers crowded along either side of the street. The house they'd rented was an old-fashioned Hawaiian cottage on Veek Road. He pulled into the crushed coral driveway and parked. The boys were out of the car in an instant, too excited to be contained a second longer. Johnny carried 2 suitcases up the front steps and opened the door. The wooden-floored cottage was decorated in 1950s bamboo-framed furniture with thick floral cushions. A koa wood kitchen and eating nook was on the left side of the main room, with a comfortable living room on the right side. A good-sized TV delighted the boys, who immediately ran through the house yelling, "Dibs!" He went to the set of glass sliding doors that faced the bay. Beyond the grassy yard lay Hanalei Bay. He remembered the last time he and Kate had been here. "Take me to bed, Johnny Ryan. I'll make it worth your while." Wills bumped into him hard. "We're hungry, Dad." Lucas skidded up beside them. "Starving!" Of course. It was almost 9 p.m. at home. How had he forgotten that his kids needed dinner? "Right. We'll go to a bar that your mom and I love." Lucas giggled. "We can't go in a bar, Dad." He ruffled Lucas's hair. "Not in Washington, maybe, but here it's A-OK." "That's so cool," Will said. Johnny heard Marah in the kitchen behind him, putting groceries away. That seemed like a good sign. He hadn't had to beg or threaten her. It took them less than 30 minutes to put their things away, claim their rooms, and change into shorts and T-shirts. Then they walked along the quiet street to a ramshackle old wooden building near the center of town. The Tahiti Nui. Kate had loved the retro Polynesian kitsch of the place, which was more than just a decor here. Rumor was that the interior had looked the same for more than 40 years. Inside the bar, which was filled with tourists and locals, easily separated by their dress, they found a small bamboo table near the stage, a 3-foot by 4-foot flat area with 2 stools and a pair of stand-up microphones. "This is great!" Lucas said, bouncing on a seat so hard Johnny worried that he might fall through and hit the floor. Normally, Johnny would have said something, tried to tame the boys. But their enthusiasm was exactly why they'd come here, so he nursed his corona and said nothing. The tired-looking waitress had just delivered their pizza when the band, 2 Hawaiians with guitars, showed up. Their first song was Israel Ka Makavivo Ole's iconic ukulele version of Somewhere Over the Rainbow. Johnny felt Kate materialize on the bench seat beside him, singing quietly in her off-key voice, leaning against him. But when he turned, all he saw was Marah frowning at him. "What? I wasn't texting." He didn't know what to say. "Whatever," Marah said, but she looked disappointed. Another song started. When You See Hanalei by Moonlight. A beautiful woman with sun-bleached blonde hair and a bright smile went to the minuscule stage and danced a hula to the song. When the music stopped, she came over to their table. "I remember you," she said to Johnny. "Your wife wanted hula lessons the last time she was here." Will stared at the woman. "She's dead." "Oh," the woman said. "I'm sorry." God, but he was tired of those words. "It would mean a lot to her that you remembered." Johnny said tiredly. She had a beautiful smile, the woman said. Johnny nodded. Well, she patted his shoulder as if they were friends. I hope the island helps you. It can if you let it. Aloha. Later, as they walked home in the fading light, the boys were so tired they started fighting. Johnny was too weary to care. In the house, he helped them get ready for bed and tucked them in, kissing them each good night. Dad, Will said sleepily, can we go in the water tomorrow? Course, Conqueror. That's why we're here. I'll go in first, I bet. Luke's a chicken. Am not! Johnny kissed them again and stood up. Pushing a hand through his hair and sighing, he walked through the house, looking for his daughter. He found her on the lanai, sitting in a beach chair. Moonlight bathed the bay. The air smelled of salt and sea and plumeria, heady and sweet and seductive. Dotted along the 2-mile curve of beach were fires, around which shadowy people danced and stood. The sound of laughter rose above the whooshing of the waves. We should have come here when she was alive, Marah said. She sounded young and sad and far away. That stung. They'd meant to. How many times had they planned a trip, only to cancel for some now-forgotten reason? You think you have all the time in the world until you know you don't. Maybe she's watching us. Yeah, right. A lot of people believe in that. I wish I was one of them. Johnny sighed. Yeah, me too. Marah got up. She looked at him, and the sadness he saw in her eyes was devastating. You were wrong. About what? The view doesn't change anything. I needed to get away. Can you understand that? Yeah, well, I needed to stay. On that, she turned and went back into the house. The door slid shut behind her. Johnny stood there, feeling shaken by her words. He hadn't thought of what his kids needed. Not really. He'd folded their needs into his own and told himself they'd all be better off. Kate would be disappointed in him. Already. Again. And even worse, he knew his daughter was right. It wasn't paradise he wanted to see. It was his wife's smile. And that was gone forever. This view didn't change a thing. Chapter 4. Even in paradise, or maybe especially in paradise, Johnny slept poorly, unaccustomed as he was to being alone, but each morning he woke to sunshine and blue skies and the sound of waves that seemed to be laughing as they rolled onto the sand. He was usually the first to waken. He started his day with a cup of coffee on the lanai. From there, he watched daylight come to the blue waters of the horseshoe-shaped bay. He often talked to Katie out here, saying things he wished he'd said before. In the end, as Kate lay dying, the mood in their house had been as somber as gray flannel, hushed and soft. He knew that Margie had let Katie talk about what scared her, leaving her children, knowing they would be sad, her pain. But Johnny had been unable to listen, even on that last day. I'm ready, Johnny, she'd said in a voice as quiet as the brush of a feather. I need you to be ready, too. I can't be, he'd said. What he should have said was, I will always love you. He should have held her hand and told her it was okay. "I'm sorry, Katie," he said to her then. Too late. He strained for a sign that she'd heard. A breeze in his hair, a flower falling in his lap, something. But there was nothing. Just the sound of the waves whooshing coquettishly onto the sand. The island had helped the boys, he thought. From dawn to dusk, they were on the go. They ran races in the yard, learned to body surf in the bubbling foam of the breaking waves, and buried each other in the sand. Lucas talked about Kate often, mentioning her in casual conversations almost every day. He made it sound as if she were at the store and would soon come home. At first it had disconcerted the rest of them, but in time, like the gentle, ceaseless roll of the waves, Lucas had brought Kate into their circle again, kept her present, shown them the way to remember her. Mom would have loved this, became a common refrain, and it helped them all. Well, perhaps that wasn't quite right. After a week in Kauai, Johnny still had no idea what would help Marah. She had become a pod version of herself. Same elegant beauty and commitment to personal grooming, but with a flat look in her eyes and an automatronic way of moving. While he and the boys played in the surf, she sat on the beach, listening to music and tapping her cell phone as if it were a transponder that could get her rescued. She did everything that was asked of her, and more that wasn't, but she was a ghost version of herself. There and not there. When Kate was mentioned, Marah invariably said something like, "She's gone," and walked away. She was always walking away. She didn't want to be on this vacation, and she wanted to reiterate that point on a daily basis. Not once had she put so much as a toe in the water. Like now. Johnny was standing waist-deep in the warm blue water, helping the boys catch waves on their styrofoam boogie boards, while Marah sat in a bright pink beach chair on the sand, staring to her left. As he watched her, a group of young men approached her. "Keep walking, guys," he muttered. "What, Dad?" Wills yelled. "Push me!" Johnny gave Wills a push into the gathering wave and said, "Kick," but he wasn't watching his son. On the shore, the young men gathered around his daughter like bees to a blossom. The boys were older, probably college age. He was just about to get out of the water, march across the hot sand, and grab one of the kids by his surfer dude hair when they walked away. "Be right back, boys," he said, walking through the 2-foot surf to the beach. He sat down next to his daughter. "So, what did the Backstreet Boys want?" He tried to sound casual. She didn't answer. "They're too old for you, Marah." She looked at him finally. Dark sunglasses shielded the expression in her eyes. "I was not having sex with them, Dad. We were just talking." "About what?" "Nothing." On that enlightening answer, she got up and walked back toward the house. The sliding door cracked shut behind her. They hadn't had a conversation that lasted longer than 3 sentences all week. Her anger was a Teflon shield. He could occasionally see glimpses of her pain and confusion and grief, but those seconds didn't last. She was hidden inside all that anger. A little girl crouched inside a teen with a perfect defense, and he didn't know how to break through the facade. That had always been Kate's job. That night, Johnny lay in bed, arms wishboned behind his head, staring at nothing. A ceiling fan whirled lazily overhead. The mechanism caught once each revolution, made a clicking sound between the thwomp, thwomp, thwomp of the turning blades. The louvered shutters on his door clattered quietly, buffeted by the breeze. It didn't surprise him that he was still awake on this last night of their vacation, if that was what a trip like this could reasonably be called, and he was pretty sure he wouldn't be able to go to sleep. He glanced at the digital clock. 2:15. He threw back the sheets and got out of bed. He opened the louvered door and stepped out onto the lanai. A full moon hung in the night sky, impossibly bright. Black palm trees swayed in the plumeria-scented air. The beach looked like a curl of tarnished silver. He stood there a long time, breathing in the sweet air, listening to the sound of the waves. It calmed him so much he thought maybe he could sleep. He made a pass through the darkened house. It had become his habit in the past week to check on his kids during the night. He carefully opened the boys' bedroom door. They slept in twin beds side by side. Lucas clutched his favorite toy, a stuffed orca whale. His brother had no time for such little boys' toys. He closed the door slowly and went down to Marah's room, opening the door quietly. What he saw inside her room was so unexpected, it took him a second to comprehend. Her bed was empty. What the hell? He turned on the light and looked more closely. She was gone. So were her gold flip-flops and her purse. Those were the only things he knew for sure, but it was enough to tell him that she hadn't been abducted. Well, that and the open window, which had been locked when she went to bed and could only be opened from the inside. She had sneaked out. Son of a bitch! He went back to the kitchen and rummaged through the cupboards until he found a flashlight. Then he set off in search of his daughter. The beach was mostly empty. Here and there he saw couples walking hand in hand along the silvery foam line left by the waves or coiled up together on beach towels. He didn't hesitate to bathe anyone he saw in the bright beam from the flashlight. At the old concrete pier that jutted out into the surf, he paused, listening. He could hear laughter and smell smoke. There was a bonfire up ahead. And he smelled marijuana. He walked up onto the grass and around the start of the pier and headed into the big trees that grew in the area locals called Blackpot Beach. There was a bonfire out on the point of land that separated Hanalei Bay from the Hanalei River. Even from here he could hear the music. Usher, he was pretty sure, grinding out through cheap plastic speakers. Several cars had their headlights on. He could see some kids dancing around a bonfire, and more were gathered around a string of styrofoam ice chests. Marah was dancing with a long-haired, shirtless, cargo-shorted young man. She was downing the last of a beer as she moved her hips, swaying to the music. She was wearing a jean skirt so small it could double as a cocktail napkin, and a tank top that she'd cut off to show her flat stomach. No one even noticed him as he strode through the party. When he grabbed Marah by the waist, she laughed at first and then gasped in recognition. "Whoa, old guy," her dance partner said, frowning deeply, as if trying to focus. "She's 16 years old," Johnny said, thinking that he should get some kind of medal for not cold-cocking the kid. "Really?" The young man straightened and backed away, his hands lifted in the air. "Dude! What is that supposed to mean? Is it a question or a statement or an admission of wrongdoing?" The kid blinked in confusion. "Whoa! Huh?" Johnny dragged Marah away from the party. At first she was complaining, but she went quiet just before she puked all over his flip-flops. Halfway down the beach, after she'd vomited twice more, with him holding her hair back, he put an arm around her to steady her. In front of their cottage, he led her to a chair on the lanai. "I feel like crap," she moaned as she slumped into the seat. He sat down beside her. "Do you have any idea how much trouble a girl can get into in a situation like that? You could have been really hurt." "Go ahead and yell at me. I don't care." She turned to him. There was a sorrow in her eyes that broke his heart, a new understanding of grief and unfairness. The loss of her mother would mold her life now. He was in the weeds here. He knew what she needed: reassurance. She needed him to lie to her, to say that she could still be happy with her mom gone, but it wasn't true. No one would ever know Marah so well again, and they both knew it. He was a poor substitute. "Whatever," Marah said, getting to her feet. "Don't worry, Dad. This won't happen again." "Marah, I'm trying. Give me a—" Ignoring him, she stomped back into the house. The door banged shut behind her. He went back to his room, but there was no peace waiting for him in bed. He lay there, listening to the thwopping and clicking of the ceiling fan, trying to imagine life as it would be from tomorrow on. He couldn't. Neither could he imagine going home, standing in Kate's kitchen, sleeping on one side of the bed, waiting for her kiss to waken him every morning. No way. He needed a fresh start. They all did. It was the only way, and not a one-week vacation. At 7 a.m. Kauai time, he made a call. "Bill," he said when his friend answered, "are you still looking for an executive producer for Good Morning Los Angeles?" September 3rd, 2010, 6:21 a.m. "Mr. Ryan?" Johnny came back to the present. When he opened his eyes, bright lights surrounded him. The place smelled of disinfectant. He was sitting on a hard plastic chair in the hospital waiting area. A man stood in front of him, wearing blue scrubs and a surgical cap. "I'm Dr. Reggie Bevan, neurosurgeon. You're Tully Hart's family?" "Yes," he said after a pause. "How is she?" "She's in critical condition. We've stabilized her enough for surgery, but—" "Code Blue, Trauma 9, blared through the hallway. Johnny got to his feet. "Is that about her?" "Yes," the doctor said. "Stay here. I'll be back." Without waiting for a reply, Dr. Bevan turned and ran toward the elevators. Chapter 5. Where am I? Darkness. I can't open my eyes. Or maybe I can open them and there's nothing to see. Or maybe my eyes are ruined. Maybe I'm blind. "Clear!" Something hits me in the chest so hard I lose control of my body. I feel myself arch up and flop back down. "Nothing, Dr. Bevan." There is a crush of pain, the kind I never even imagined, the kind that makes you want to give up, and then— nothing. I am as still as a held breath. The darkness that cradles me is thick and quiet. It takes no effort to open my eyes now. I am still in the dark, but it's different. Liquid, and as black as water on the seafloor. When I try to move, it resists. I push and push until I am sitting up. The dark lessens in stages, turns gray and gloomy, and a light appears, diffuse, almost like a distant sunrise. And then suddenly it is bright. I am in a room of some kind. I'm up high, looking down. Below me, I see a crowd of people moving feverishly, calling out words I can't understand. There are machines in the room, and something red is spilling across the pale floor. The image is familiar, something I've seen before. They are doctors and nurses. I'm in a hospital room. They are trying to save someone's life. They are clustered around a body on a gurney, a woman's body. No, wait. My body. I am the broken, bleeding, naked body on the gurney. It is my blood dripping onto the floor. I can see my bruised, bleeding, cut-up face. The weird thing is that I feel nothing. It is me, Tully Hart. I am the body bleeding out in this room, but this is me too. I'm floating in the corner above it all. White coats crowd in around my body. They are yelling to each other. I can see how worried they are by how widely they open their mouths, and how red their cheeks become, and how deeply they frown. They drag other machines into the room, wheels whining on the bloody floor, leaving white tracks in the red. Their voices make sounds that mean nothing to me, like the adults in a Charlie Brown TV special. Wah, wah, wah. She's coding. I should care, but I don't. The drama down there is like a soap opera I've already seen. I turn suddenly and the walls are gone. In the distance, I see an effervescent, luminous light, and it beckons to me, warms me. I think, go! And as I think it, I am moving. I float into a world that is so sharp and clear it stings my eyes. Blue, blue sky, green, green grass, a snow-white flower falling from the cottony clouds. And light. Beautiful, incandescent light that is like nothing I've ever seen. For the first time in as long as I can remember, I feel at peace. As I move through the grass, a tree appears in front of me, a sapling at first, bending and knobby. It grows as I stand there, punching outward, widening until it takes up my entire field of vision. I wonder if I should go back, if this tree will grow over me, swallow me in its tangle of roots. As it grows, night falls around me. When I look up, I see an array of stars. The Big Dipper, Orion's Belt, the same constellations I once studied for my yard as a girl, back when the world didn't seem big enough to hold all my dreams. From somewhere far away, I hear the first tentative strains of music. Billy, don't be a hero. The song opens me up in a way that makes it hard to breathe. It made me cry at 13, this song. Then I'd thought it was a tragic love story, I think. Now I know it is a tragic life story. Don't be a fool with your life. A bicycle appears in front of me. An old-fashioned banana-seated girl's bike with a white basket. It is leaning against a hedge of roses. I go to it and climb on, pedaling where? I don't know. A road appears beneath me, stretches as far as I can see. It is the middle of a starry night, and suddenly I am speeding downhill like a kid again. My hair is alive, whipping all around my face. I know this place. Summer Hill. It is woven into my soul. Obviously, I'm not really here. The real me is lying on a hospital bed, broken and bleeding. So I am imagining this, but I don't care. I throw my arms open and let my speed pick up, remembering the first time I did this. We were in the 8th grade, Kate and me, and we were on these bikes on this hill, riding into the start of a friendship that is the only true love story of my life. I forced her, of course, threw rocks at her bedroom window and woke her up in the middle of the night and begged her to sneak out with me. Did I know how our whole lives would be changed with that one choice? No, but I knew my life needed changing. How could I not? My mother had perfected the art of leaving me, and I had spent my entire childhood pretending truth was fiction. Only with Kate had I ever really been honest. My BFF, the only person who had ever loved me for me. The day we became friends is one I will never forget. It makes sense to me that I remember it now. We were 14-year-old girls, both friendless and as different as salt and pepper. On that first night, I told my stoned mom, who'd started calling herself Cloud in the 70s, that I was going to a high school party, and she'd told me to have fun. In a dark stand of trees, a boy I barely knew raped me and left me to walk home alone. On the way, I saw Katie sitting on the top rail of her fence. She spoke to me as I walked past. "I love it out here at night. The stars are so bright. Sometimes, if you stare up at the sky long enough, you'll swear tiny white dots are falling all around you like fireflies." A retainer drew the S's into a long lisp. Maybe that's how this street got its name. You probably think I'm a nerd for even saying that. Hey, you don't look good. And you reek like puke. I'm fine. Are you okay? Really? To my horror, I started to cry. That was the beginning. Our beginning. I told her my secret shame, and she held out her hand, and I clung to her. From that day on, we were inseparable. Through high school and college, and forever after that, no experience was real until I told Katie about it. No day was quite right if we didn't talk. By the time we were 18, we were Tully and Kate, the pair, impossible to separate. I was there at her wedding and at the birth of her babies, and when she tried to write a book, and I was there in 2006 when she took her last breath. With my hands outstretched and the wind streaming through my hair and memories riding alongside me, I think, this is how I should die. Die? Who says you get to die? I would know that voice anywhere. I have missed it every single day for the last 4 years. Kate. I turn my head and see an impossible sight. Kate is on a bike beside me. The sight overwhelms me, and I think, of course, this is my version of going into the light, and she has always been my light. For a brief, beautiful last second, we're Kate and Tully again. Katie, I say in awe. She gives me a smile that seems to sear through the years. The next thing I know, we are sitting on the grassy, muddy bank of the Pilchuck River, just like we used to back in the 70s. The air smells of rain and mud and deep green trees. A decaying, moss-furred log gives us something to rest against. The river's gurgling song swirls around us. "Hey, Tull," she says. At the sound of her voice, happiness unfolds within me. A beautiful white bird opening its wings. Light is everywhere, bathing us. In it, I feel that beautiful peace again, and it soothes me. I have been in pain for so long, and lonely for even longer. I turn to Kate, drink in the sight of her. She is translucent, almost, shimmery. When she moves, even just a little, I can see a hint of the grass beneath her. When she looks at me, I see both sadness and joy in her eyes, and I wonder how those two emotions can exist in such perfect balance within her. She sighs, and I get a scent of lavender. The river bubbles and slaps around us, sends up its rich, fecund scent of both new growth and decay. It turns into music, our music. The wave tops form notes and rise up, and I can hear that old Terry Jacks song, "We had joy, we had fun, we had seasons in the sun." How many nights had we hauled my little transistor radio down here and set it up and listened to our music while we talked? Dancing Queen, You Make Me Feel Like Dancing, Hotel California, the Do Run Run. What happened? Kate asks quietly. I know what she is asking. Why am I here and in the hospital? Talk to me, Tull. God, how I have missed hearing her say that to me. I want to talk to my best friend, tell her how I screwed up. She always made everything okay. But the words don't come to me. I can't find them in my head. They dance away like fairies when I reach for them. You don't need words. Just close your eyes and remember. I remember when it started to go wrong. The one day that was worse than all the rest, the one day that changed everything. October of 2006. The funeral. I close my eyes and remember being in the middle of the St. Cecilia's parking lot, all alone. There are cars all around me, parked neatly in their spots. A lot of SUVs, I notice. Kate has given me an iPod as her goodbye gift and a letter. I'm supposed to listen to Dancing Queen and dance all by myself. I don't want to do it, but what choice do I have? And really, when I hear the words, "You can dance," for a brief, wondrous moment, the music takes me away from here. And then it is over. I see her family coming toward me. Johnny, Kate's parents, Margie and Bud, her kids, her brother Sean. They look like prisoners of war freed at the end of a long death march, broken-spirited and surprised to be alive. We gather together and someone says something. What, I don't know. I answer. We pretend to be okay for each other. Johnny is angry. How could it be any other way? People are coming to the house, he says. It's what she wanted, Margie says. How can she be standing? Her grief outweighs her by 100 pounds. The thought of it, a so-called celebration of Kate's life, makes me feel sick. I was not good at the whole making death a positive transition thing. How could I? I wanted her to fight to the last breath. It was a mistake. I should have listened to her fear, comforted her. Instead, I'd promised her that everything would be okay, that she would heal. But I'd made another promise, too. At the end, I'd sworn to take care of her family, to be there for her children, and I would not let her down again. I follow Margie and Bud to their Volvo. Inside, the car smells like my childhood at the Malarkeys. Menthol cigarettes, Jean Naté perfume, and hairspray. I imagine Katie beside me again, in the back seat of the car, with her dad driving and her mom blowing smoke out the open window. I can almost hear John Denver singing about his Rocky Mountain High. The 4 miles that stretch between the Catholic Church and the Ryan House seem to take forever. Everywhere I look, I see Kate's life. The drive-through coffee stand she frequented, the ice cream shop that made her favorite dulce de leche, the bookstore that was always her first stop at Christmas time. And then we are there. The yard has a wild, untended look to it. Overgrown. Katie had always been going to learn to garden, We park and I get out. Kate's brother, Sean, comes up beside me. He is 5 years younger than Kate and me. Or than me, I guess. But he is so slight and nerdy and hunched that he looks older. His hair is thinning, and his glasses are out of date, but behind the lenses his green eyes are so like Katie's that I hug him. Afterward, I step back, waiting for him to speak. He doesn't, and neither do I. We have never had much to say to each other, and today is obviously not a day to begin a conversation. Tomorrow he will return to his tech job in the Silicon Valley, where I imagine him living alone, playing video games at night, and eating sandwiches for every meal. I don't know if this is even close to his life, but it's how I see it. He steps away, and I am left alone at the car, staring up at a house that has always felt like my home, too. I can't go in. I can't. But I have to. I draw in a deep breath. If there's one thing I know how to do, it's go on. I have perfected the art of denial, haven't I? I have always been able to ignore my pain, smile, and go on. That's what I have to do now. For Kate. I go inside and join Margie in the kitchen. Together, we go about the business of setting up for a party. I move fast, becoming one of those bustling women who flit like a hummingbird. It is the only way I can keep going. Don't think about her. Don't remember. Margie and I become a work crew, wordlessly readying this house for a party neither of us wants to attend. I set up easels throughout the house and place photographs on them. The pictures Kate had chosen to reflect her life. I can't look at any of them. I'm hanging on to my composure, one indrawn breath at a time, when I hear the doorbell ring. Behind me, footsteps thud on hardwood. It is time. I turn and do my best to smile, but it is uneven and impossible to maintain. I move through the crowd carefully, pouring wine and taking plates away. Every minute seems like a triumph of will. As I move, I hear snippets of conversation. People are talking about Kate, sharing memories. I don't listen. It hurts too much, and I am close to losing it now, but the stories are everywhere. As I hear her bid at the Rotary auction, I realize that the people in this room are talking about a Kate I didn't know. And at that, sadness darts deep. And more. Jealousy. A woman in an ill-fitting and outdated black dress comes up to me and says, "She talked about you a lot." I smile at that, grateful. We were best friends for more than 30 years. She was so brave during her chemo, wasn't she? I can't answer that. I wasn't there for her, not then. In the 3 decades of our friendship, there was a 2-year blip when a fight escalated. I had known how depressed Kate was, and I'd tried to help, but as is usual for me, I went about it all wrong. In the end, I hurt Kate deeply, and I didn't apologize. In my absence, my best friend battled cancer and had a double mastectomy. I was not there for her when her hair fell out, or when her test results turned bad, or when she decided to stop treatment. I will regret it for as long as I breathe. That second round was brutal, says another woman, who looks like she had just come from yoga, in black leggings, ballet flats, and an oversized black cardigan. I was there when she shaved her head, another woman says. She was laughing, calling herself G.I. Kate. I never saw her cry. I swallow hard. She brought lemon bars to Marah's play, remember? someone else says. Only Katie would bring treats when she was dying, someone else says quietly. And finally, the women stop talking. I can't take any more of this. Kate had asked me to keep people smiling. No one livens up a party like you, Tull. Be there for me. Always, girlfriend. I break free of the women and go over to the CD player. This old man jazz music isn't helping. This is for you, Katie Scarlett, I say, and pop a CD into the slot. When the music starts, I crank up the volume. I see Johnny across the room. The love of her life, and, sadly, the only man in my own. The only man I've ever been able to count on. When I look at him, I see how battered he is, how broken. Maybe if you didn't know him, you wouldn't see it. The downward shoulders, the place he'd missed in his morning shave, the lines beneath his eyes that had been etched there by the string of nights when he hadn't slept. I know he has no comfort to offer me, that he has been scrubbed bare by grief. I've known this man for most of my life, first as my boss and then as my best friend's husband. For all the big events of both our lives, we've been together, and that's a comfort to me. Just seeing him eases my loneliness a little. I need that, to feel less alone on this day when I've lost my best friend. Before I can go to him, he turns away. The music, our music, pours like elixir into my veins, fills me. Without even thinking, I sway to the beat. I know I should smile, but my sadness is waking again, uncoiling. I see the way people are looking at me, staring, as if I'm inappropriate somehow. But they are people who didn't know her. I was her best friend. The music, our music, brings her back to me in a way no spoken words ever could. Katie, I murmur as if she were beside me. I see people backing away from me. I don't care what they think. I turn, and there she is. Kate. I come to a stop in front of an easel. On it is a picture of Kate and me. In it, we are young and smiling, with our arms looped around each other. I can't remember when it was taken. The 90s, judging by my completely unflattering Rachel haircut and vest and cargo pants. Grief pulls the legs out from underneath me, and I fall to my knees. The tears I've been holding back all day burst out of me in great racking sobs. The music changes to Journey's Don't Stop Believing, and I cry even harder. How long am I there? Forever. Finally, I feel a hand on my shoulder and a gentle touch. I look up and see Margie through my tears. The tenderness in her gaze makes me cry again. Come on, she says, helping me to my feet. I cling to her, let her help me into the kitchen, which is busy with women doing dishes, and then into the laundry room, where it is quiet. We hold on to each other but say nothing. What is there to say? The woman we love is gone. Gone. And suddenly I am beyond tired. I am exhausted. I feel myself drooping like a fading tulip. Mascara stings my eyes. My vision is still watery with tears. I touch Margie's shoulder, noticing how thin and fragile she has become. I follow her out of the shadowy laundry room and make my way back into the living room, but I know instantly that I can't be here anymore. To my shame, I can't do what Katie asked of me. I can't pretend to celebrate her life, me, who has spent a lifetime pretending to be fine, good, great. Can't do that now. It is too soon. The next thing I know, it's morning. Before I even open my eyes, it hits me. She's gone. I groan out loud. Is this my new life? This constant rediscovery of loss? As I get out of bed, I feel a headache start. It gathers behind my eyes, pulses. I have cried in my sleep again. It is an old childhood habit that grief has reanimated. It reminds me that I am fragile. It is a state of being that offends me, but I can't seem to find the strength to combat it. My bedroom feels foreign to me, too. I've hardly been here in the last 5 months. In June, when I found out about Kate's cancer, I changed my life in an instant. I walked away from everything, my mega-successful TV talk show and my condominium, and dedicated my life to caring for my best friend. My phone rings, and I stumble toward it, grateful for any distraction. The caller ID says Ryan, and my first thought is, Kate's calling! And I feel a spike of joy. Then I remember. I pick up, hearing the strain in my voice as I say, hello? What happened to you last night? Johnny says, without even bothering to say hi. I couldn't take it, I say, slumping onto the floor by my bed. I tried. Yeah, big surprise. What does that mean? I sit up. The music? It's what Kate wanted. Did you even talk to your goddaughter? I tried, I say, stung. She only wanted to be with her friends. And I read the boys a story before bed, but... My voice cracks. I couldn't stand it, Johnny. Being without her. You were okay for the 2 years of your fight. I draw in a sharp breath. He has never said anything like this before. In June, when Kate called and I came running to the hospital, Johnny welcomed me back into the family without a word. She forgave me. And believe me, I was not okay. Yeah. Are you saying you didn't forgive me? He sighs. None of this matters anymore, he says after a pause. She loved you. That's that. And we're all hurting. Christ. How are we gonna make it? Every time I look at the bed or at her clothes in the closet. He clears his throat. We're going to Kauai today. What? We need time together now. You said so yourself. Our flight is at 2 on Hawaiian. That's not much time to get ready, I say. An image blossoms in my mind. The 5 of us on the beach, healing together. It's perfect. Sunshine and, yeah, I gotta go. He's right. We can talk later. Now I need to hurry. I hang up and get moving. Packing for paradise takes no time at all, and in less than 20 minutes I'm packed and showered. I pull my damp hair into a stubby ponytail and dash on makeup as quickly as I can. Johnny hates it when I'm late. Tully time, he calls it, and he's not smiling when he says it. In my walk-in closet, I find a teal and white Lily Pulitzer dress and pair it with silver high-heeled sandals and a white straw hat. As I slip into the jersey dress, I imagine this vacation. It is something I need. This time away with the only family I have. We will grieve together, share memories, and keep Kate's spirit alive among us. We need each other. God knows I need them. I'm ready at 11:20, only a few minutes later than optimal, and I call for a town car. I'm not that late. No one really needs 2 hours at the airport. I grab my small rolling bag and leave the condo. Downstairs, a black town car is waiting in front of the building. SeaTac, I say, depositing my luggage at the curb by the trunk. Surprisingly, the traffic is sluggish on this warm autumn morning. I look at my watch repeatedly. "Go faster," I say to the driver, tapping my foot on the floor. At SeaTac, we pull up to the terminal, and I am out of the car before the driver can even open his door. "Hurry up," I say, waiting for him to get my luggage, checking my watch. It is 11:47. I am late. Finally, I get my bag and I run, holding my hat on my head and dragging the suitcase behind me. My big straw bag keeps slipping off my shoulders, scratching my bare arm. The terminal is crowded. It takes me a minute to find them in the crowd, but there they are, over by the Hawaiian Airlines ticket counter. "I'm here!" I yell, waving like a game show contestant trying to get noticed. I run toward them. Johnny stares at me in confusion. Have I done something wrong? I come to a breathless stop. "What? What's wrong? If it's the time, I did my best." "You're always late," Margie says with a sad smile. "It's not that." "Am I overdressed? I have shorts and flip-flops." "Tully," Marah says, grinning. "Thank God." Johnny moves in closer to me. Margie eases away at the same time. Their movements feel staged, as choreographed as something from Swan Lake, and it bothers me. Johnny takes me by the arm and pulls me aside. "You aren't invited on this trip, Tull. It's just the four of us. I can't believe you thought—" I feel as if I've been punched in the stomach. Hard. The only thing I can think of to say is, "Oh. You said we. I thought you meant me, too." "You understand," he says, phrasing it as a statement, not a question. Apparently, I am a fool for not understanding. I feel like that abandoned 10-year-old again, sitting on a dirty city stoop, forgotten by my mother, wondering why I am so easy to leave behind. The twins come up on either side of us, jubilant in their excitement, amped up on the idea of adventure. They have unruly brown hair that is too long and curling at the ends, and bright blue eyes and smiles that have returned since yesterday. "You coming to Kauai with us, Tully?" Lucas says. "We're gonna surf," Will says, and I can imagine how aggressive he will be in the water. "I have to work," I say, even though everyone knows that I walked away from my show. "Yeah," Marah says, "'cause, like, having you come would make it fun, so natch you're not coming." I untangle myself from the boys and go to Marah, who is standing by herself, doing something on her phone. "Cut your old man some slack. You're too young to know about true love, but they found it, and now she's gone. And, like, sand is gonna help? Marah, can I stay with you?" I want it so badly I feel sick. And although I am notoriously self-centered, in fights, Kate often called me narcissistic, I know a bone-crushing fall when I see it. This is not about me. And Johnny is in no mood for this. I can see it. "No, Marah, not this time. You need to be with your family." "I thought you were part of the family." "Have fun is all I can manage." "Whatever." As I watch them walk away, I feel scaldingly, achingly alone. None of them looks back at me. Margie moves closer and touches my face. Her soft-lined palm presses against my cheek. I smell the citrusy hand lotion she loves, that and the barest hint of menthol cigarettes. "They need this," she says quietly. I hear the raspy sound of her voice and know how tired she is, to her bones. "Are you okay?" Her daughter is dead, and she is worried about me. I close my eyes, wishing I could be stronger. Then I hear her crying. It is a sound as soft as a feather falling, almost lost in the airport noise. She has been strong for so long, strong for her daughter and everyone. I know there are no words, so I offer none. I just pull her into my arms and hold her close. Finally, she lets go and steps back. "You want to come home with us?" I don't want to be alone, but I can't go to the house on Firefly Lane. Not yet. "I can't," I say, and I see that she understands. After that, we go our separate ways. At home, I pace the rooms of my high-rise condominium. It has never been a home, this place. No one has ever lived here except me, and I have really only resided here. There are few personal mementos or knickknacks. My designer pretty much chose everything, and apparently she liked ivory. Everything is some shade of off-white. Marble floors, nubby winter-white furniture, and stone and glass tables. It is beautiful in its way, and looks like the home of a woman who has it all. But here I am, 46, and alone. Work. My career has been my choice over and over. As far back as I can remember, I've had dreams with a capital D. It began in the house on Firefly Lane, with Kate, when we were 14 years old. I remember the day as if it were yesterday. It is a story I've told in a dozen interviews over the years. How Katie and I were in her house, and Margie and Bud were watching the news, and Margie turned to me and said, "Jean Enerson is changing the world. She's one of the first women to anchor the nightly news." And I said, "I'm going to be a reporter." It had been as natural as breathing saying that. I wanted to become a woman the whole world admired. I did it by paring away every single dream except one. I needed success like a fish needed water. Without it, who would I be? Just a girl with no family who was easy to leave behind and put aside. It is what I have in life: fame and money and success. At that, I know. It is time for me to go back to work. That's how I will get through this grief. I will do what I've always done. I'll look strong and pretend. I'll let the adoration of strangers soothe me. I go into my walk-in closet and exchange the brightly colored jersey dress for a pair of black pants and a blouse. This is when I realize I have gained weight. The pants are so tight I can't get them zipped. I frown. How is it that I didn't notice gaining weight in the last few months? I grab a knit skirt and put it on instead, noticing the bulge of my belly and the widening of my hips. Great. Something else to worry about. Weight gain in a high-def world. I grab my purse and head out, ignoring the pile of mail the building manager has placed on my kitchen counter. It is only a handful of blocks to my studio, and usually I have a driver pick me up, but today, in honor of the widening of my ass, I decide to walk. It is a gorgeous fall day in Seattle. One of those sunshine masterpieces that turned this city into one of the prettiest in the country. The tourists have gone home, and so the sidewalks are quiet, populated by locals who rush to and fro without making eye contact. I come to the large warehouse-type building that houses my production company, Firefly Inc. The space is absurdly expensive, located as it is in Pioneer Square, less than a block from the blue shores of Elliott Bay. But what do I care about cost? The show I produce makes millions. I unlock the door and go inside. The halls are dark and empty. A stark reminder that I walked away and never looked back. Shadows collect in corners and hide in hallways. As I walk toward the studio, I feel my heartbeat speed up. Sweat breaks out along my forehead, itches. My palms turn damp. And then I am there, standing at the red curtain that separates backstage from my world. I push the curtain aside. The last time I was on this stage, I told my audience about Katie, how she'd been diagnosed with inflammatory breast cancer, and I'd talked about the warning signs, and then I signed off. Now I would have to talk about what had happened, explain how it felt to sit by my best friend's bed and hold her hand and tell her it would be okay long past the time when that was true. Or how it felt to gather up her pills and pour out the last of the water in the pitcher by her empty bed. I grab the stanchion beside me. It feels cold and unforgiving in my grip, but it keeps me standing. I can't do it. Not yet. I can't talk about Katie, and if I can't talk about her, I can't stride back into my old life, onto my stage, and be the Tully Hart of daytime TV. For the first time in forever, I don't know who I am. I need a little time to myself so that I can find my balance again. When I step back out onto the street, it is raining. The weather in Seattle is like that, quicksilver. I clutch my handbag and lumber up the slick sidewalk, surprised to find that I am out of breath when I get to my building. There, I come to a stop. What now? I go up to my penthouse, and I walk idly into the kitchen, where mail is piled in a huge number of stacks. It's funny. In all my months away, I never really thought about the nuts and bolts of my other life. I didn't check messages or open my bills or even think much about any of it. I counted on the machinery of my life, agents, managers, accountants, stockbrokers, to keep me on track. I know I need to dive back in, to take charge again and reclaim my life, but honestly, the thought of going through all this mail is daunting. Instead, I call my business manager, Frank. I will hand off the responsibility to him. It's what I pay him for, to pay my bills and invest my money and make my life easier. I need that now. The number rings repeatedly and then goes to voicemail. I don't bother to leave a message. Is it Saturday? Maybe a nap will help. Mrs. Malarkey used to say that a good night's sleep could change everything, and I need to be changed. So I go into my room, pull the curtain shut, and crawl into bed. For the next 5 days, I do almost nothing except eat too much and sleep poorly. Each morning when I wake up, I think this is it. This is the day I will be able to climb out of this grief and be me again, and each night I drink until I can't remember the sound of my best friend's voice. And then it comes to me, on the 6th day after Kate's funeral. An idea so grand and perfect that I can't believe I haven't considered it before. I need closure. That's how I will put all this dark sadness away and go on. That's how I will heal. I need to look this grief in the heart and say goodbye. I need to help Johnny and the kids, too. Suddenly, I know how to do it. It is nightfall when I pull up into the Ryans' driveway and park. Stars litter the charcoal and purple sky. A faint, autumn-scented breeze ruffles the green skirts of the cedar trees that line the property. I struggled to lift the flattened cardboard moving boxes out of my small, sleek Mercedes and carry them across the wild front yard, which is strewn with kids' toys and overrun with weeds. In the past year, yard work and maintenance have hardly been on anyone's list. Inside, the house is dark and quieter than I can ever remember it being. I come to a stop and think, I can't do it. What have I been thinking? Closure. And there is more. Something else. I remember our last night together, Katie's and mine. She had made up her mind. We all knew it. The decision had weighed us down so that we moved more slowly, talked in whispers. We had one last hour alone, just the two of us. I'd wanted to climb into bed with her, to hold her matchstick body close, but even with her pain cocktail, the time for that had passed. Every breath hurt her, and by extension, me too. Take care of them, she'd whispered, clutching my hand in hers. I've done everything for them. At this she laughed. It was a crinkly, breathy release of air. They won't know how to start without me. Help them. And I had said, who will help me? The shame of that washes over me, tightens my stomach. I'll always be with you, she'd lied. And that had been the end of it. She'd asked for Johnny and the kids then. And I'd known. I tighten my hold on the boxes and trudge up the stairs, ignoring the way the cardboard edges bang into the worn, scuffed risers. In Kate and Johnny's bedroom, I pause, feeling reluctant suddenly to intrude. Help them. What had Johnny said to me the last time we spoke? Every time I look at the clothes in her closet, I swallow hard and go into their walk-in closet, turning on the light. Johnny's clothes are on the right side, neatly organized. Kate's are on the left. At the sight of her things, I almost lose my nerve. My knees buckle. Unsteady on my feet, I unfold one of the boxes and tape the ends and set it beside me. I grab an armful of hangered clothes and sit down on the cold hardwood floor. Sweaters, cardigans and turtlenecks and V-necks. I fold each one carefully, reverently, breathing in the last lingering scent of her, lavender and citrus. I do okay until I come to a worn, stretched out of shape gray UW sweatshirt, soft from years of washing. A memory washes over me. We are in Kate's bedroom, packing to go off to college together. A couple of 18-year-old girls who have imagined this moment for years, talked about it all summer, polished our dream until it is shiny. We are going to join the same sorority and become famous journalists. They'll want you, Kate had said quietly. I'd known she was feeling afraid. The unpopular girl her classmates had called Cootie all those years ago. You know I won't join a sorority unless we're in it together, right? That was what Kate had never understood, or at least hadn't believed. Of the two of us, I needed her more than she needed me. I fold up the sweatshirt and set it aside. I will take it home with me. For the rest of that night, I sit in my best friend's closet, remembering our friendship and boxing up her life. At first, I try to be strong, and the trying gives me a terrible headache. Her clothes are like a scrapbook of our lives. At last, I come to a jacket that hasn't been in style since the late 80s. I bought it for her on her birthday, with the first big paycheck I ever earned. There are honest-to-God sparkles on the shoulder pads. You can't afford this, she'd said when she pulled the purple double-breasted suit from the box. "I'm on my way." She'd laughed. "Yeah, you. I'm knocked up and getting fat. You'll come to New York to see me after the baby is born, and you'll need something totally rad to wear." I get to my feet. Holding the jacket to my chest, I go downstairs and pour myself another glass of wine. Madonna's voice comes at me through the living room speakers. As I stop to listen, it occurs to me that I've left my lunch dishes on the counter, and the takeout boxes from my dinner should really go in the garbage. But how can I think of that when the music is in me again, taking me back? Vogue. We dance to the music in suits just like this one. I go to the CD player and crank the volume so I can hear it upstairs. For just a moment, I close my eyes and dance, holding her jacket, and I imagine her here, hip-bumping me and laughing. Then I go back to work. I wake up on the floor of her closet, wearing a pair of her black sweatpants and the old UW sweatshirt. The wine glass beside me has fallen on its side and broken into pieces. The bottle is empty. No wonder I feel terrible. I struggle to sit up, pushing the hair out of my eyes. It is my second night here, and I'm almost done packing Kate's things away. Her side of the closet is completely empty, and there are 6 boxes stacked beneath the silver rod. On the floor next to my broken wine glass is Kate's journal, the one she wrote in the last months of her life. "Marah will come looking for me one day," Kate had said, pressing the journal into my hands. "Be with her when she reads it. And my boys. Show them these words when they can't remember me." The music is still blaring downstairs. I'd drunk too much wine and forgotten to turn it off last night. Prince, Purple Rain. I get to my feet feeling weak, but at least I've done something. This will make Johnny's life easier when he gets back. It's one difficult job he needn't do. Downstairs, the music snaps off. I frown, turn, but before I leave the closet, Johnny appears in the doorway. "What the fuck?" he yells at me. I am so taken aback, I just stare at him. Was it today they were returning from Kauai? He glances past me, sees the boxes lining the wall with labels like Kate's Summer Clothes and Goodwill and Kate Miscellaneous. I see his pain. How he is struggling for composure as his children come up behind him. I push my way into his embrace, waiting for him to hold me. When he doesn't, I step back. I feel tears burn my eyes. I knew you wouldn't want, "How dare you come into this house and go through her things and box them up as if they're garbage." His voice breaks. Words vibrate. "Is that her sweatshirt you're wearing?" I was trying to help. Help? Is it a help to leave empty wine bottles and food cartons on the counter? Is it a help to blast music at the edge of pain? Do you think it will help me to look into her empty closet? "Johnny," I reach for him. He pushes me aside so hard I stumble and almost drop the journal. "Give me that," he says in a voice that is tripwire tight. I hold it to my chest and back away. She entrusted it to me. I'm supposed to be with Marah when she reads it. I promised Katie. She made a lot of mistakes when it came to you. I shake my head. This is happening so fast I can't quite process it. Did I make a mistake in cleaning out her closet? I thought you only ever think about yourself, Tully. "Dad," Marah says, pulling her brothers in close. "Mom wouldn't want—" "She's gone," he says sharply. I see how the words hit him, how grief rearranges his face, and I whisper his name, not knowing what else to say. He's wrong. I meant to help. Johnny backs away from me. He pushes a hand through his hair and looks at his children, who look scared now and uncertain. "We're moving," he says. Marah goes pale. "What?" "We're moving," Johnny says, more in control this time. "To Los Angeles. I've taken a new job. We need a new start. I can't live here without her." He indicates his bedroom. He can't even look at the bed. He looks at me instead. "If this is because I tried to help," he laughs. It is a dry, scraping sound. "Of course you think it's about you. Did you hear me? I can't live in her house." I reach for him. He sidesteps me. "Just go, Tully." "But go," he says again. And I can see that he means it. I clutched the journal and ease past him. I hugged the boys together, holding them tightly and kissing their plump cheeks, trying to imprint their images on my soul. "You'll visit us, right?" Lucas says unevenly. This little boy has lost so much, and the uncertainty in his voice kills me. Marah grabs my arm. "Let me live with you." Behind us, Johnny laughs bitterly. "You belong with your family," I say quietly. "This isn't a family anymore." Marah's eyes fill with tears. "You told her you'd be there for me." I can't listen to any more. I pull my goddaughter into a fierce, desperate hug, so tight she struggles to break free. When I pull away and leave the room, I can hardly see through my tears. Chapter 6. "Will you please stop humming?" I say to Kate. "How am I supposed to think with you making that racket? It's not like these are pleasant memories for me." "I am not humming." "Okay, quit beeping. What are you, the Roadrunner?" The sound is soft at first, like a mosquito buzzing near my ear, but it amplifies steadily, becomes ridiculously loud. "Stop making that noise!" I'm starting to get a headache. A real headache. Pain sparks to life behind my eyes, seeps out, turns into a hammer-pounding migraine. I am as quiet as the grave over here. Very funny. Wait, that's not you. It sounds like a car alarm. What the "We lost her!" someone says, yells, really. Who? Beside me, I hear Katie sigh. It is a sad sound, somehow, like the tearing of old lace. She whispers my name and then says, "Time." It scares me, both the exhaustion I hear in her voice and the word itself. Have I used up all the time allotted to me? Why didn't I say more? Ask more questions? What happened to me? I know she knows. Kate? Nothing. Suddenly I am falling, tumbling. I can hear voices, but the words make no sense, and the pain is so pummeling, so brutalizing that it takes everything I have not to scream. "All clear!" I feel my spirit ebbing away, draining out of my body. I want to open my eyes, or maybe they are open. I can't tell. I just know that this darkness is ugly, cold, thick as coal dust. I scream for help, but it's all in my head and I know it. I can't open my mouth. The sound, I imagine, echoes and fades away, and I do the same. September 3rd, 2010, 6:27 a.m. Johnny stood outside Trauma 9. It had taken him all of 5 seconds to decide to follow Dr. Bevan to this room, and it took him even less time to decide to open the door. He was a journalist, after all. He'd made a career out of going where he wasn't wanted. As he opened the door, he was bumped into hard, pushed aside by a woman in scrubs. He moved out of her way and slipped into the crowded room. It was glaringly bright and swarming with people in scrubs who had collected around a gurney. They were talking all at once, moving back and forth like piano keys in play. Because of their bodies, he couldn't see the patient, just bare toes sticking up from the end of a blue blanket. An alarm sounded. Someone yelled, "We lost her! Charge!" A high humming sound thrummed through the room, riding above the voices. He felt the vibration of the sound to his bones. "All clear." He heard a high roar, and then the body on the table arched up and thumped back down. An arm fell sideways, hung off the side of the gurney. "She's back," someone said. Johnny saw heartbeats move across the monitor. The swarm seemed to relax. A few of the nurses stepped away from the bed, and for the first time he saw the patient. Tully. It felt as if air rushed back into the room. Johnny finally took a breath of it. There was blood all over the floor. A nurse stepped in it and almost fell. Johnny moved in closer to the bed. Tully lay unconscious, her face battered and bloodied. A bone stuck up through the ripped flesh of her arm. He whispered her name, or maybe he just thought he did. He slipped in between 2 nurses, one who was starting an IV, and the other who had pulled a blue blanket up to cover Tully's bare chest. Dr. Bevan materialized beside him. "You shouldn't be here." Johnny waved the comment away but couldn't respond. He had so many questions for this man, and yet, as he stood there, shocked by the extent of her injuries, what he felt was shame. Somehow, some way, he had a part to play in this. He'd blamed Tully for something that wasn't her fault and cut her out of his life. "We need to get her to the OR, Mr. Ryan." "Will she live?" "Her chances are not good," Dr. Bevan said. "Step out of the way." "Save her," Johnny said, stumbling back as the gurney rolled past him. Feeling numb, he walked out of the room and made his way down the hall and into the 4th-floor surgical waiting area, where a woman sat in the corner, knitting needles in hand, crying. He checked in with the woman at the desk, told her he was waiting for word on Tully Hart, and then he took a seat beside the blank television. Feeling the first distant ping of a headache, he leaned back. He tried not to remember all that had gone wrong in the cakeless years, all the mistakes he'd made, and there were some doozies. Instead, he prayed to a God he'd stopped believing in on the day of his wife's death, and turned back to when his daughter disappeared. For hours he sat in the waiting room, watching people come and go. He hadn't called anyone yet. He was waiting for word on Tully's condition. There had been enough tragedy calls in their family. Bud and Margie lived in Arizona now. Johnny didn't want Margie to rush to the airport unless it was absolutely necessary. He would have called Tully's mom, even in this early hour, but he had no idea how to reach her. And then there was Marah. He didn't know if she'd even take his call. "Mr. Ryan?" Johnny looked up sharply, saw the neurosurgeon coming toward him. He wanted to stand, to meet the man halfway, but he felt weak. The surgeon touched his shoulder. "Mr. Ryan?" Johnny forced himself to stand. "How is she, Dr. Bevan?" "She survived the surgeries. Come with me." Johnny let himself be led out of the public waiting room and into a small, windowless conference room nearby. Instead of a floral arrangement in the middle of the table, there was a box of tissue. He sat down. Dr. Bevan sat across from him. Right now, the biggest concern is cerebral edema, the swelling in her brain. She sustained massive head trauma. We've put a shunt in to help with the swelling, but the efficacy of that is uncertain. We have lowered her body temperature and put her into a medically induced coma to help relieve the pressure, but her condition is critical. She's on a ventilator. May I see her? Johnny asked. The doctor nodded. Of course. Come with me. He led Johnny down one white corridor after another, into an elevator and out of it. At last they came to the ICU. Dr. Bevan walked over to a glass-walled private room, one of 12 placed in a U-shape around a busy nurses' station. Tully lay in a narrow bed surrounded by machines. Her hair had been shaved, and a hole had been drilled into her skull. A catheter and pump were working to relieve the pressure on her brain. There were several tubes going into her, a breathing tube, a feeding tube, a tube into her head. A black screen behind the bed showed the intracranial pressure. Another tracked her heartbeat. Her left arm was in a cast. Cold radiated off her pale bluish skin. Brain injuries are impossible to predict, Dr. Bevan said. We don't really know the extent of her injuries yet. We hope to know more in 24 hours. I wish I could be more definitive, but this is uncertain territory. Johnny knew about brain injuries. He'd suffered one as a reporter covering the first war in Iraq. It had taken him months of therapy to become himself again, and still he couldn't remember the explosion. Will she be herself when she wakes up? If she wakes up is really the question. Her brain is functioning, although we don't know how well because of the medications we have her on. Her pupils are responsive, and that's a good sign. The coma will give her body time, we hope. But if a bleed develops or the swelling continues... He didn't have to finish the sentence. Johnny knew. The ventilator's thunk whoosh reminded him with every sound that she wasn't breathing on her own. This was what it sounded like to play God and keep someone alive. A cacophony of beeping monitors, droning indicators, and the whooshing ventilator. What happened to her? Johnny finally asked. Car accident, from what I've heard, but I don't have any details. Dr. Bevan turned to him. Is she a spiritual woman? No. I wouldn't say so. That's too bad. Faith can be a comfort at times like this. Yes, Johnny said tightly. We believe it helps to talk to comatose patients, Dr. Bevan said. The doctor patted his shoulder again, and then headed out of the room. Johnny sat down beside the bed. How long did he sit there, staring at her, thinking, "Fight, Tully," whispering words he couldn't say out loud? Long enough for guilt and regret to turn into a knot in his throat. Why did it take a tragedy to see life clearly? He didn't know what to say to her, not now, after all that had been said and left unsaid between them. The one thing he knew for sure was this. If Kate were here, she'd kick his ass for how he'd unraveled after her death and how he'd treated her best friend. He did the only thing he could think of to reach Tully. Quietly, feeling stupid but doing it anyway, he started to sing the song that came to him, the one that had always reminded him of Tully. Just a small-town girl living in a lonely world. Where am I? Dead? Alive? Somewhere in between? Kate? I feel a whoosh of warmth come up beside me, and my relief is enormous. Katie, I say, turning, where were you? Gone, she says simply. Now I'm back. Open your eyes. My eyes are closed? That's why it's so dark? I open my eyes slowly, and it's like waking up on the face of the sun. The light and heat are so intense I gasp. It takes seconds for my eyes to adjust to the brightness, and when they do, I see that I am back in the hospital room with my body. Below me, an operation is going on. Several people in scrubs stand around an operating table. Scalpels and instruments glitter on silver trays. There are machines everywhere, beeping, droning, buzzing. Look, Tully. I don't want to. Look. I am moving in spite of my intention not to. A cold dread has taken hold of me. It is worse than the pain. I know what I am going to see on that sleek table. Me. And not me, somehow. My body is on the table, draped in blue, bloodied. The nurses and the surgeon are talking. Someone is shaving my head. I look so small and pale without hair. Childlike. Someone in scrubs paints a brown liquid on my bald head. I hear a sound like a buzzsaw starting up, and I feel sick to my stomach. I don't like it here, I say to Kate. Take me somewhere. We'll always be here. But close your eyes. Gladly. The sudden darkness scares me this time. I don't know why. It's weird, really, because I harbor a lot of dark emotions in my soul, but fear isn't one of them. I'm not afraid of anything. Ha! You are more afraid of love than any person I've ever met. It's why you keep testing people and pushing them away. Open your eyes. I open my eyes, and, for a second, it is still dark. Then color bleeds down from the impenetrable blackness above, falling like those computer codes in the Matrix, solidifying in strands. First comes the sky, a perfect cloudless blue, and then the cherry trees in blossom, tufts of pink blossoms clinging to branches and floating in the sweet air. Buildings sketch themselves into place. Pink Gothic structures with elegant wings and towers, and finally the green grass, inlaid with concrete walkways going this way and that. We are at the University of Washington. The colors are painfully vivid. There are young men and women everywhere, kids, carrying backpacks and playing hacky-sack and lying on the grass with books open in front of them. Somewhere a boombox is turned on as high as it will go, and a scratchy version of I've Never Been to Me comes through the speakers. God, I hated that song. None of this is real, I say, right? Real is relative. Not far from where we are sitting in the grass, a pair of girls are stretched out side by side. One is brunette, the other is blonde. The blonde is wearing parachute pants and a t-shirt and has a trapper-keeper notebook open in front of her. The other girl... Okay, it's me, I know it. I can remember when I wore my hair all ratted up like that and pulled back from my face in a huge metallic bow, and I remember the cropped off-the-shoulder white sweater. It had been my favorite. We look so young. I can't help smiling. I lie back, feeling the grass prickling beneath my bare arms, smelling its sweet, familiar scent. Kate does the same. We are together again, both staring up at the same blue sky. How many times in our 4 years at the UW did we do exactly this? The light around us is magical, as clear and sparkly as champagne glimpsed in sunlight. In its glow, I feel so peaceful. My pain is a distant memory here, especially with Kate beside me again. "What happened tonight?" she asks, ripping a little of that peace away. "I can't remember." It's true, strangely. I can't remember. You can remember. You don't want to. Maybe there's a good reason for that. Maybe. Why are you here, Kate? You called for me, remember? I came because you need me. And to remind you. Of what? Memories are who we are, Tull. In the end, that's all the luggage you take with you. Love and memories are what last. That's why your life flashes before your eyes when you die. You're picking the memories you want. It's like packing. Love and memories? Then I am double Oreo fucked. I don't remember anything, and love, listen. A voice is speaking. Will she be herself when she wakes up? Hey, I say, that's Johnny. The way she says her husband's name is full of love and pain. If she wakes up is really the question. A male voice. Wait, they are talking about my death, and the chance of something worse, a brain-damaged life. An image flashes through my mind, me confined to bed, held together by tubes, unable to think or speak or move. I concentrate hard, and I am in the hospital room again. Johnny is standing by my bed looking down at me. A stranger in blue scrubs is beside him. Is she a spiritual woman? This from the stranger. No, I wouldn't say so, Johnny says tiredly. He sounds so sad, I want to take his hand, even after all that has happened between us, or maybe because of it. He sits down by the bed where my body is. I'm sorry, he says to the me that can't hear. I have waited so long to hear those words from him. But why? I can see now that he loves me. I can see it in his moist eyes, in his shaking hands, in the way he bows his head to pray. He doesn't pray. I know him better than that. It is defeat, that lowering of his chin to his chest. He will miss me, even after all of it. And I will miss him. Fight, Tully. I want to answer him, to let him know that he has reached me, that I am here. But nothing works. Open your eyes, I say to my body. Open your eyes. Tell him you're sorry, too. And then he starts to sing in a cracked, croaking voice. Just a small-town girl. God, I love that man, Kate says. He is halfway through the song when someone else walks into the room. A beefy man in a cheap brown sport coat and blue slacks. I'm Detective Gates, the man says. I hear the words car accident, and images flash through my mind. A rainy night, a concrete stanchion, my hands on the steering wheel. It almost becomes a memory. I can feel it coming together, meaning something, but before I can put it together, I'm hit in the chest so hard I fall back against the wall. The pain is crushing, excruciating. Code Blue, call Dr. Bevan. Kate! I scream, but she is gone. The noises are thunderous now, echoing and banging and beeping. I can't breathe. The pain in my chest is killing me. All clear? I am thrown into the air like a kid's rag doll, and up there I burst into flames. When it's over, I'm floating again, falling alongside the starlight. Kate takes my hand in the darkness, and instead of falling, we are flying. We touch down, soft as a butterfly landing, in a pair of worn wooden chairs that face the beach. The world is dark, but somehow electrically bright. White moon, endless stars, candles flickering in mason jars from the branches of an old maple tree. Her back deck. Kate's. Here, the pain is an echo, not the beat. Thank God for that. I hear Kate breathing beside me. In each exhalation, I smell lavender and something else. Snow, maybe. Johnny fell apart, she says, reminding me of where we were before, talking about my life. I didn't think he would. We all did. That's the sad, sorry truth of it. You were the glue that held us together. Without you... There is a long silence. In it, I wonder if she is remembering her life, her loves. How does it feel to know that people couldn't handle living without you? How does it feel to know you are loved by so many people? What happened to you after he moved to Los Angeles? I sigh. Can't I just walk into the damned light and be done with all this? You yelled for me, remember? You said you needed me. I'm here. And this is why. You need to remember. This is it. So, talk. I lean back in the chair, staring up at a votive candle burning within the rounded glass sides of the mason jar. Rough twine holds the jar in place. An impossible breeze touches it every now and then, splashing light into the dark lower branches of the tree. After you died, Johnny and the kids moved to Los Angeles. It happened fast, that moving. Your husband just up and decided he was going to Los Angeles, and the next thing I knew, he and the kids were gone. I remember saying goodbye in November of 2006, standing with your mom and dad in the driveway, waving goodbye. After that, I went home and crawled into bed. I know I need to go back to work, but I can't do it. Honestly, the very idea is overwhelming. I can't summon the strength to begin the process of starting my life over without a best friend. At that, loss weighs me down and I close my eyes. It's okay to be depressed for a while. Who wouldn't be? Somehow I lose 2 weeks. I mean, I don't really lose them. I know where they are and where I am. I am like some wounded animal in a darkened lair, nursing the thorn in my paw, unable to find anyone to pull it out. I call Marah every night at 11 o'clock. I know that she can't sleep either. I lie in my bed listening to her complain about her father's decision to move, and I tell her that it will be okay, but neither of us believes it. I promise to visit soon. Finally, I can't stand it anymore. I throw the covers off me and go through my condo, turning on lights and opening containers. Light fills the rooms, and in its glare I see myself for the first time. My hair is tangled and dirty. My eyes are glazed looking, and my clothes are a wrinkled mess. I look like my mother. I am ashamed and embarrassed that I have fallen so far and so fast. It is time to recover. There it is, my goal. I can't just lie around missing my best friend and grieving for what is gone. I have to put all of this behind me and go on. I know how to do that. I've been doing it all my life. I call my agent, make an appointment to see him. He is in Los Angeles. I will see my agent, get back to work, and surprise Johnny and the kids with a visit. Yes, perfect. A plan. With an appointment made, I feel better. I take a shower and style my hair with care. I notice that I'm gray at the roots. When did that happen? Frowning, I try to hide it by pulling my hair back into a ponytail. I apply makeup with a heavy hand. I'm going out into the world, after all, and there are cameras everywhere these days. I dress in the only thing that fits comfortably over my widening hips. A black knit pencil skirt, knee-length boots, and a black silk fitted blouse with an asymmetrical collar. I do well. I call my travel agent and make reservations and get dressed, and all the while I am smiling, thinking, I can do this. Of course I can. And then I open the door of my condo, and I feel a flash of panic. My throat goes dry. My forehead prickles with sweat. My heartbeat speeds up. I am afraid to leave my house. I don't know what in the hell is wrong with me, but I won't stand for it. I take a deep breath and plunge forward, all the way to the elevator and down to my car and into the driver's seat. I can feel my heart thudding in my chest. I start the car and drive out into the busy, bustling Seattle street. A heavy rain is falling, clattering drops on my windshield, obscuring my view. Every single second I want to turn back, but I don't. I force myself to keep going until I am on the plane, seated in first class. Martini, I say to the flight attendant. The look on her face reminds me that it is not yet noon. Still, a drink is all I can think of to help me get through this embarrassing episode. Softened by 2 martinis, I finally am able to lean back in my seat and close my eyes. I will be better once I am back to work. It has always been my salvation. In Los Angeles, I see a driver, dressed in black, holding up a sign, Hart. I hand him my small calfskin overnight bag and follow him out to a waiting town car. On the drive from LAX to Century City, the traffic is bumper to bumper. People on these freeways honk constantly, as if it will make a difference, and motorcycles zip dangerously between lanes. I lean into the cushy seat and close my eyes, taking a moment to collect my thoughts and organize my ideas. Now that I am here, moving forward, taking my life back, I feel a little calmer. Or maybe it is the martinis. Either way, I'm ready for my comeback. The car pulls up to the imposing white building identified only by a discreet carved sign, Creative Artists Agency. Inside, the building is an endless stretch of white marble and glass, like a giant ice house and equally as cold. Everyone is dressed well, in expensive suits. Beautiful women and gorgeous men move through what looks like a magazine shoot. The girl at the front desk doesn't recognize me, not even when I say my name. "Oh," she says, her gaze disinterested. "Is Mr. Davidson expecting you?" "Yes," I say, trying to maintain a smile. "Take a seat, please." Honestly, I feel like putting this girl in her place, but I know I need to be careful in the hallowed halls of CAA, so I bite my tongue and take a seat in the modernly decorated waiting room, where I wait and wait. At least 20 minutes after my scheduled appointment time, a young man in an Italian suit comes for me. Wordlessly, like a drone, he leads me up to the 3rd floor and into a corner office. My agent, George Davison, is seated behind a huge desk. He stands at my entrance. We hug, a little awkwardly, and I step back. "Well," "Well," he says, indicating a chair for me. I sit down. "You look good," I say. He glances at me. I see the way he notices my weight gain, and my ponytail doesn't fool him. He sees the gray in my hair. I shift uncomfortably in my seat. "Your call surprised me," he says. "It hasn't been that long." 6 months. I left at least a dozen messages for you, none of which were returned. You know what happened, George. I found out that my best friend had cancer. I wanted to be with her. And now? She died. It's the first time I've said it out loud. I'm sorry. I wipe my eyes. Yes. Well, I'm ready to go back to work now. I'd like to start taping on Monday. Tell me you're joking. You think Monday is too soon? I don't like the way George is looking at me. Come on, Tully. You're smarter than this. I don't know what you mean, George. He shifts in his chair. The expensive leather makes a whispering sound. Your show, The Girlfriend Hour, was #1 in its time slot last year. Advertisers were clamoring to buy time. Manufacturers love to give away products to your audience, many of whom drove hundreds of miles and stood in line for hours to see you. I am aware of all this, George. That's why I'm here. You walked off set, Tully, took off your mic, said goodbye to your audience, and left. I lean forward. My friend, who gives a shit? I sit back, stunned. How do you think the network felt about your exit? Or your employees, all of whom were suddenly unemployed? That's right. You didn't think about them, did you? The network wanted to sue you. I had no idea. Unreturned phone calls, he snaps. I fought like a tiger to protect you. They decided not to sue, thought it would be a public relations nightmare because of the cancer card, but they pulled the show, no reruns, and replaced you. How do I not know this? They replaced me? With whom? The Rachel Ray Show. It's kicking ass in the ratings, growing fast. And Ellen and Judge Judy are still pulling huge numbers. And Oprah, of course. Wait. What are you saying exactly? I own my show, George. I produce it. Too bad you don't own a network. And they have the right to air reruns exclusively for now. They aren't running them either. That's how pissed they are. I can't even process this information. I have been successful forever. You're saying the Girlfriend Hour is done. No, Tully. I'm saying you're done. Who is going to hire someone who walks away without a conversation? Okay, so this is bad. I'll produce another show. On spec. We'll sell it ourselves. Have you spoken to your business manager recently? No. Why? Do you remember donating a substantial sum to Stand Up to Cancer 4 months ago? It was a gift for Kate, and it was great publicity. They reported it on Entertainment Tonight. A lovely, beautiful gesture, yes. Except you have no money coming in, Tully. Not since you walked. You had to pay off a lot of employee contracts when you stopped taping the show. It cost you a small fortune, and let's face it, saving money was never your strong point. Are you saying I'm broke? Broke? No, you're still more than comfortable. But I've spoken to Frank. You don't have enough to bankroll production, and no one is going to want to invest in you right now. I feel an edgy panic. My foot taps on the floor, my fingers curl tightly around the armrests. So I need a job. The look George gives me is sad. In his eyes, I see the whole arc of our relationship. He became my agent almost 2 decades ago when I was low man on the totem pole at the network morning show. We'd been drawn together by our mutual ambition. He'd brokered every major contract of my career and helped me make millions, most of which I'd pissed away on extravagant travel and gifts. It won't be easy. You're kryptonite, Tull. You're saying I can only work at the local level? I'm saying you'll be lucky to work at the local level. No top 10. I don't think so. The pity and compassion in his gaze is more than I can bear. I've worked since I was 14, George. I got a job at the Queen Anne B newspaper in high school, and I was on air before my 22nd birthday. I have built this career from scratch. No one gave me anything. My voice breaks. I put everything into my work. Everything. I don't have kids or a husband or a family. I have work. I guess you should have thought about that before, he says. And the gentleness of his voice takes none of the sting out of his observation. He's right. I know the journalism business, and worse, TV. I know, out of sight, out of mind. I know you can't do what I did and come back from it. So why didn't I know it in June? I did. I must have. I chose Kate instead. Find me a job, George. I'm begging you. I turn away before he can see what this last bit has cost me. I don't beg. I've never begged, not for anything. Except my mother's love. And that was a useless waste of time. I walk quickly through the hallowed white halls, making eye contact with no one, my heels clicking on the marble floor. Outside, the sun is shining so brightly it hurts my eyes. The sweat on my forehead prickles along my scalp. I will solve this. I will. It is a setback, to be sure, but I am a survivor and always have been. I flag down my driver and get into the back of the town car, grateful for the dark, quiet interior. I have a pounding headache. Beverly Hills, ma'am? Johnny and the kids. I want to go to them now. I want to spill these troubles to Johnny and have him tell me I will be all right. But I can't do it. My shame is overwhelming, and pride stops me. I put on my sunglasses. LAX. But LAX. Yes, ma'am. I hold myself together 1 second at a time. I squeeze my eyes shut and say silently, "You will be okay," over and over again. But for the first time in my life, I can't make myself believe it. Panic and fear and anger and loss are running headlong inside of me, filling me up, spilling over. Twice on the flight home, I burst into tears and have to clamp a hand over my mouth to silence my sobs. When the flight is over, I walk off the plane like a zombie, my red eyes hidden behind sunglasses. I have always prided myself on my professionalism, and my work ethic is legendary. This is what I tell myself, pretending I don't feel as fragile and thin as a strand of hair. On my show, I used to tell my viewers that you could have it all in life. I told them to ask for help, to take time for yourself, know what you want, be selfish, be selfless. The truth is, I have no idea how to have it all. I've never had anything except my career. With Kate and the Ryans, it was enough. But now I see the void in my life. I am shaking as I pull up in front of my building. Control feels far, far away. I open the door and go into the lobby. My heart is pounding hard. My breathing is shallow. People are looking at me. They know what a failure I am. Someone touches me. It startles me so much that I almost fall. Ms. Hart? It is my doorman, Stanley. Are you okay? I shake my head slightly to clear it. I need to ask him to park my car, but I feel buzzed somehow, electrified. My laugh sounds high-pitched and nervous, even to my own ears. Stanley frowns. Ms. Hart? Do you need help home? Home. You're crying, Ms. Hart, my doorman says tenderly. I look up at him. My heart is racing so fast I feel sick and out of breath. What is wrong with me? It feels suddenly as if a semi has driven into my chest. I gasp at the pain of it. I reach for Stanley, chirp, "Help!" as I trip over something and crash to the cold concrete floor. Ms. Hart? I open my eyes and discover that I'm in a hospital bed. There's a man in a white coat standing beside me. He is tall and a little disreputable looking, with black hair that is too long in this button-down era. His face is sharply planed, his nose a little hawk-like. His skin is the color of creamed coffee. He's part Hawaiian, maybe, or Asian and African American. It's hard to tell. I see tattoos along his wrists, tribal ones. I'm Dr. Grant, he says. You're in the ER. Do you remember what happened? I remember all of it. Amnesia would be a gift. But I don't want to talk about it, especially not with this man, who looks at me as if I'm damaged goods. I remember, I answer. That's good. He glances down at my chart. Tallulah. He has no idea who I am. That depresses me. So when can I get out of here? My heart is doing its job now. I want to go home and pretend I didn't have a heart attack. Which reminds me, I'm 46 years old. How could I have had a heart attack? He puts on a pair of ridiculously out-of-date reading glasses. Well, Tallulah, Tully, please. Only my brain-damaged mother calls me Tallulah. He looks at me over the rim of his reading glasses. Your mother is brain-damaged? It was a joke. He is not impressed by my humor. He probably lives in a world where people grow their own food and read philosophy before bed. He is as much an alien to my world as I am to his. I see. Well, the point is that you didn't have what's commonly referred to as a heart attack. Stroke? A panic attack often mirrors the symptoms. I sit up. Oh, no. I did not have a panic attack. Did you take any drugs prior to the panic attack? I did not have a panic attack. And of course I didn't take drugs. Do I look like a drug addict? He seems not to know what to make of me. I've taken the liberty of contacting a colleague for a consult. Before he can finish, the curtains part, and Dr. Harriet Bloom walks toward my bed. She is tall and thin. Severe is the word that comes to mind, until you see the softness in her eyes. I have known Harriet for years. She is a prominent psychiatrist and has been a guest on my show many times. It's good to see a friendly face. Harriet, thank God! Hello, Tully. I'm glad I was on call. Harriet smiles at me and then looks at the doctor. "So, Desmond, how is our patient?" "Not pleased to have had a panic attack. Apparently, she'd prefer a heart attack." "Call me a car service, Harriet," I say. "I'm getting the hell out of here." "She's a board-certified psychiatrist," Desmond says to me. "She doesn't call car services." Harriet gives me an apologetic smile. "Des doesn't watch TV. He probably wouldn't recognize Oprah either." I'm not surprised my doctor considers himself above TV. He has that too-cool-for-school look about him. I'll bet he was a hellraiser at some point, but middle-aged men with tattoos are not exactly my demographic. I imagine there's a Harley-Davidson in his garage, along with an electric guitar. But really, you'd have to live under a rock not to know Oprah. Harriet takes my chart from Desmond. "I've ordered an MRI. The paramedics say she hit the ground pretty hard." He looks down at me, and again I see that he is judging me, finding me lacking maybe. A white middle-aged woman in expensive clothes who face plants for no good reason. "Be well, Miss Hart." The smile he gives me is irritatingly kind, and then he leaves. "Thank God," I say with a sigh. "You had a panic attack," Harriet says when we are alone. Says Dr. Granola. "You had a panic attack," Harriet says, more gently this time. She puts down the chart and moves closer to the bed. Her angular face, too sharp to be quite beautiful, has a regal, detached coolness, but her eyes reveal a woman who, in spite of her austere face and buttoned-down demeanor, cares deeply about people. "You've been depressed, I take it?" Harriet asks. I want to lie, to smile, to laugh. Instead, I nod, humiliated by this weakness. In a way, I would rather have had a heart attack. "I'm tired," I say softly, "and I never sleep." "I'm going to prescribe Xanax for your anxiety," Harriet says. "We'll start with 0.5 milligrams 3 times a day, and I think a few therapy sessions could really help. If you're ready to do some work, maybe we can help you feel in more control of your life." The Tully Hart Life Tour? Thanks, but no thanks. Why think about what hurts has always been my motto. "I know about depression," she says, and in her voice I hear a poignant sadness. I think suddenly that Harriet Bloom knows about sorrow and despair and loneliness. Depression is nothing to be ashamed of, Tully, and it's nothing to ignore. It can get worse. Worse than today? How is that possible? Oh, it's possible, believe me. I am too exhausted to question her, and honestly, I don't want to know what she has to say. The pain in my neck is increasing. Harriet writes 2 prescriptions and tears off the pages, handing them to me. I look down at them. Xanax for panic attacks and Ambien for sleeping. All of my life I have avoided narcotics. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to know why. When you grow up watching your mother get high and stumble around and puke, you see the unglamorous side of drugs. I look up at Harriet. "My mom, I know," Harriet says. "It is one of the truths that come with life in the fishbowl of fame. Everyone knows my sad story. Poor Tully, abandoned and unloved by her hippie addict mom. Your mom has an issue with substance abuse. You're right to be careful, but just follow the prescription." It would be nice to sleep. May I ask you something? Sure. How long have you been pretending not to be in pain? The question hits me hard. Why do you ask me that? Because, Tully, sometimes the well just fills up with our tears, and water starts to spill over. My best friend died last month. Ah, Harriet says. Just that. Then she nods and says, Come see me, Tully. Make an appointment. I can help. After she leaves, I sink back into the pillows and sigh. The truth of my circumstance climbs into the bed with me and takes up too much room. A nice older woman takes me down for an MRI, and then a gorgeous young doctor calls me ma'am and tells me that at my age falls like mine often cause neck trauma and that the pain will diminish. He writes me a prescription for pain pills and tells me that physical therapy will help. By the time I'm wheeled back into my room, I am beyond tired. I let the nurse tell me about how my show on autistic children saved her cousin's best friend's life, and even managed to smile and thank her when the long story finally ends. The nurse gives me Ambien. Afterward, I lie back in bed, closing my eyes. For the first time in months, I sleep through the night. Chapter 7. The Xanax helps. On it, I feel less edgy and anxious. By the time Dr. Granola discharges me, I have come up with a plan. No more whining, no more waiting. At home, I immediately start making phone calls. I have been in the business for decades. Surely someone needs a primetime anchor. An old friend, Jane Rice, is my first call. Of course, she says. Come in and see me. I almost laugh. That's how relieved I feel. George was wrong. I am not Arsenio Hall, I am Tully Hart. I prepare for my interview with care. I know how important first impressions are. I get my hair cut and colored. Oh my, Charles, my longtime hairdresser, says when I climb into his chair. Someone has been going native. He wraps the turquoise cape around my neck and gets to work. On the day of my meeting with Jane, I dress carefully in conservative clothes, a black suit and pale lavender blouse. I have not been in the King TV building in years, but I immediately feel comfortable. This is my world. At the reception desk, I am greeted like a heroine, and I don't have to give my name, and relief eases the tightness of my shoulders. Behind the receptionists are large photographs of Jean Enerson and Dennis Bounds, the nightly news anchors. An assistant leads me up the stairs, past several closed doors, to a small office on the second floor where Jane Rice is standing by the window, obviously waiting for me. Tully, she says, striding forward, her hand outstretched. We shake hands. Hello, Jane. Thanks for seeing me. Of course, sit down. I take the seat she has indicated. She sits behind her desk and scoots in close, looking at me. And I know. Just like that. You can't hire me. It isn't even a question, not the way I say it. I may have been a talk show host for the last few years, but I am still a journalist. I read people well. That's one of my skills. She sighs heavily. I tried. I guess you really burned some bridges. Nothing, I say quietly, hoping my voice doesn't betray my desperation. How about a reporting job, not on camera? I'm no stranger to hard work. I'm sorry, Tully. Why did you agree to see me? "You were a hero to me," she says. "I used to dream of being like you." Were a hero. Suddenly I feel old. I get to my feet. "Thank you, Jane," I say quietly as I leave her office. A Xanax calms me down. I know I shouldn't take it, not an extra one, but I need it. At home, I ignore my mounting panic and get to work. I sit down at my desk and start making calls to everyone I know in the business, especially anyone for whom I have ever done a favor. By 6 o'clock, I am exhausted and defeated. I have called all my contacts in the top 10 markets and on the major cable channels and my agent. No one has an offer for me. I don't get it. 6 months ago, I was on top of the world. How can I have fallen so far so fast? My condo suddenly feels smaller than a shoebox, and I'm starting to hyperventilate again. I dress in whatever I can find, jeans that are too tight, and a tunic-length sweater that hides my strained waistband. It is past 6:30 when I leave my building. The streets and sidewalks are full of commuters coming home from work. I blend into the Gore-Tex garbed crowd, ignoring the rain that spits down on us. I don't even know where I'm going until I see the outdoor seating area in front of the Virginia Inn restaurant and bar. I sidle through the outdoor tables and go inside. The dark interior is exactly what I need right now. I can disappear in here. I go to the bar and order a dirty martini. "Tallulah, right?" I glance sideways. Dr. Granola is beside me. Just my luck to run into a man who has seen me at my worst. In the gloom, his face looks sharp, maybe a little angry. His long hair is unbound and falls forward. Cuff-like tattoos cover his forearm. "Tully," I say. "What are you doing in a place like this?" "Collecting for the Widows and Orphans Fund." It figures. He laughs. "I'm having a drink, Tully, same as you. How are you doing?" I know what he is asking, and I don't like it. I certainly don't want to talk about how vulnerable I feel. "Fine, thanks." The bartender hands me my drink. It is all I can do not to pounce on it. "Later, Doc," I say, carrying my drink to a small table in the back corner of the bar. I slump onto the hard seat. "May I join you?" I look up. Would it make an impact if I said no? An impact? Of course. He sits down in the chair opposite me. "I thought about calling you," he says after a long, awkward silence. "And?" "I hadn't decided." "Be still, my heart." Through speakers hidden somewhere in the walls, Norah Jones's husky, jazzy voice urges people to come away with me. "Do you date much?" It surprises me enough that I laugh. Apparently, he's a man who says what is on his mind. "No. Do you?" "I'm a single doctor. I get set up more often than a set of bowling pins. You want me to tell you how it works these days? Blood tests and background checks? Condoms by Rubbermaid?" He stares at me as if I belong in a display case for Ripley's Believe It or Not. "Fine," I say. "How does the dating game work these days?" "At our age, we all have stories. They matter more than you'd think. Sharing them and hearing them is the start of it. The way I see it, there are 2 ways to go. Tell your story up front and let the chips fall where they may, or stretch them out over a bunch of dinners. Wine helps in this second tack, especially if one's story is long and boring and self-aggrandizing. Why do I think you put me in the last category? Should I? I smile, surprising myself. Maybe. So, here's my plan. Why don't you tell me your story, and I'll tell you mine, and we'll see if this is a date or if we're ships passing in the night. It's not a date. I bought my own drink, and I didn't shave my legs. He smiles and leans back in his chair. There is something about him that intrigues me, a charm I didn't see the first time. And really, what better thing do I have to do? You first. My story is simple. I was born in Maine, in a farmhouse, on land that had been in my family for generations. Janie Traynor was my neighbor down the road. We fell in love somewhere around 8th grade, right after she stopped throwing spitballs at me. For 20-some years, we did everything together. We went to NYU, got married in the church in town, and had a beautiful daughter. His smile starts to fall, but he hikes it back up and squares his shoulders. Drunk driver, he says. Crossed the median and hit the car. Janie and Emily died at the scene. That's when my story veers west, you might say. Since then, it's just me. I moved to Seattle, thinking a new view would help. I'm 43, in case you were wondering. You seem like a woman who wants details. He leans forward. Your turn. I'm 46. I'll lead with that, although I don't like to. Unfortunately, you can get my entire life story off of Wikipedia, so there's no point in my lying. I have a degree in journalism from the UW. I worked my way up the network news ranks and became famous. I started a successful talk show, The Girlfriend Hour. Work has been my life, but a few months ago, I learned that my best friend had been diagnosed with breast cancer. I walked away from my career to be with her. Apparently, this is an unforgivable breach, and I am now a cautionary tale instead of a shining star. I have never been married and have no children, and my only living relative, my mother, calls herself Cloud. That pretty much sums her up. You didn't say anything about love, he says quietly. No, I didn't. Never? Once, I say. Then more softly. Maybe. It was a lifetime ago. And? I picked my career. What? This is just a first for me, that's all. A first? How? Your story is sadder than mine. I don't like the way he's looking at me, as if I'm somehow vulnerable. I toss back the rest of my martini and get to my feet. Whatever he is going to say next, I don't want to hear. Thanks for the dating matrix, I say. Bye, Dr. Granola. Desmond, I hear him say. But I am already moving away from him, heading for the door. At home, I take 2 Ambien and crawl into bed. I don't like what I'm hearing. Xanax? Ambien? Kate says, interrupting my story. That's the thing about your best friend. She knows you. Inside and out, down to the studs, as they say. Even worse, you see your own life through her eyes. It has always been true. Kate's is the voice in my head, my Jiminy Cricket. Yeah, I say. I made a few mistakes. The worst wasn't the meds, though. What was the worst? I whisper her daughter's name. September 3rd, 2010, 8:10 a.m. Time slowed to a crawl in hospitals. Johnny sat in the uncomfortable chair, tucked in close to Tully's bed. He pulled the cell phone out of his pocket and stared down at it. Finally, he pulled up his contact list and called Margie and Bud. They lived in Arizona now, near Margie's widowed sister, Georgia. Margie answered on the third ring, sounding a little out of breath. "Johnny," she said, and he could hear the smile in her voice. "How good to hear from you." "Hey, Margie." There was a pause, then, "What's wrong?" "It's Tully. She's been in a car accident. I don't have all the details, but she's here in Sacred Heart." He paused. "It's bad, Margie. She's in a coma. We'll be on the next flight out. I'll send Bud straight to Bainbridge to be with the boys when they get home from school." "Thanks, Margie. Do you know how to reach your mother?" "No worries. I'll get a hold of Dorothy." "Does Marah know yet?" He sighed at the very thought of calling his daughter. "Not yet. Honestly, I have no idea if I'll be able to get a hold of her, or if she'll care." "Call her," Margie said gently. Johnny said goodbye and disconnected the call. He closed his eyes for a moment, readying himself. The edge his daughter lived in these days was narrow. A whisper could push her off. Beside him, a machine beeped steadily, reminding him with every chirp that it was keeping Tully alive, breathing for her, giving her a chance. A chance that Dr. Bevan reported was not good. He didn't need the doctor's report to know that. He could see how gray she was, how broken and fragile. Reluctantly, he pulled up his contact list again and made another call. Marah. Chapter 8. September 3rd, 2010, 10:17 a.m. The Dark Magic bookstore in Portland, Oregon, prided itself on an ambiance created by dim lighting, burning incense, and black curtains. Used books were crowded together on dusty shelves. There were sections devoted to subjects like spiritual healing, Wiccan practices, pagan rituals, and meditation. There was no doubt to even the most casual observer that this was a store that wanted to be spooky and spiritual at the same time. The only problem was shoplifters. In the muddy lighting and smoke-filled air, it was tough to keep track of the merchandise. Too much of it left in pockets and backpacks. Marah Ryan had told her boss this on several occasions, but the woman refused to be bothered with worldly concerns. So Marah let it go. It wasn't as if she really cared anyway. This was just another stupid job in a long line of stupid jobs she'd had in the 2 years since she graduated from high school. The only good thing about it was that no one hassled her for the way she looked. Oh, and usually the hours were good. But this week was inventory, so Marah had to come in super early, which blew as far as she was concerned, especially because she just counted items that never sold anyway. Most stores took inventory after work. Not the Dark Magic. Here they did inventory in the pre-dawn hours. Why? Marah had no fricking clue. Now, as she stood in the voodoo section, counting and recording black skull candles, she toyed with the idea of quitting this dead-end job. But the idea of looking for work again, of moving on, depressed her. Then again, everything depressed her. She wasn't supposed to look to the future. She was supposed to accept the present. That was what the shrink had told her years ago. The shark-eyed woman in a plaid suit who'd lied to Marah about almost everything. Dr. Harriet Bloom. Time heals all wounds. It will get better. Give yourself permission to grieve. Whatever you feel is okay. Horseshit piled upon horseshit. It did no good to look away from the pain in your soul. Quite the opposite was true. Examination was the only solace. Instead of looking away from heartache, you needed to crawl inside of it, wear it like a warm coat on a cold day. There was peace in loss, beauty in death, freedom in regret. She had learned that the hard way. She finished counting the skull candles and left her tally sheet in the bookcase. She was pretty sure she'd forget where it was, but who cared? It was time for her break. Well, she was early, but rules like that didn't matter around here. "I'm going to lunch, Star," she called out. From somewhere she heard, "All right, tell the coven I said hello." Marah rolled her eyes. No matter how often she told her boss that she wasn't a witch and that her friends weren't a coven, Starla never believed her. "Whatever," she said, and walked through the shadowy bookstore to the cash register, where she retrieved her phone from the drawer full of junk. One of the few enforced store rules was no cell phones at work. Starla said that nothing broke a buying spell like a chirping phone. Marah grabbed her phone and walked out of the store. As the door opened, a cat's screech sounded, the store's version of a welcome bell. Ignoring it, she stepped out into the light. Literally. A text notice blipped on her phone. She looked down at it. Her dad had called 4 times in the last 2 hours. Marah shoved her phone in her back pocket and started walking. It was a gorgeous September day in downtown Portland. Sunlight bathed this historic section of the city, made the squatty brick buildings look well kept. She tucked her chin in close. She'd learned a long time ago not to make eye contact with normal people when she walked. They dismissed kids like her in a sour glance. There weren't really normal people anyway. Most were like her on the inside. Fruit slowly going bad. As she walked toward her apartment, the view degenerated around her. Only a few blocks in, the city became uglier, darker. Garbage collected in gutters and posters for lost kids were hammered onto wooden poles and taped in dirty windows. In the park across the street, homeless teens slept beneath trees, in faded sleeping bags, their dogs beside them. In this part of town, you couldn't go 5 feet without a homeless kid begging you for money. Not that they asked her. "Hey, Marah," some kid in all black said. He was sitting in a doorway smoking a cigarette, feeding M&Ms to a scrawny Doberman. "Hey, Adam." She went a few more blocks and paused, glancing left to right. No one was watching her. She stepped up the concrete riser and went into the Light of God mission. The quiet was unnerving, given the number of people in the place. Marah kept her gaze down, moved through the maze of check-in, and went into the main space. Homeless people sat together on long benches, their arms coiled protectively around the yellow plastic food trays in front of them. There were rows and rows of people seated at formica tables, dressed in layers, even on this nice day. Knit caps, most sporting holes, covered dirty hair. There were more young people in here than usual. Must be the economy. Marah felt sorry for them. At 20, she already knew about carrying everything you owned into a gas station bathroom because, even as little as it was all you had. She got into the slow-moving line, listening idly to the shuffle of feet around her. The breakfast they served her was a watery oatmeal with a piece of dry toast. As tasteless as it was, it filled her up, and she was grateful for it. Her roommates hated it when she came here. Paxton called it taken from the man. But she was hungry. Sometimes you had to choose between food and rent, especially lately. She took her empty bowl and spoon to the window, where she set it in the gray rubber bin that was already overflowing with dirty bowls and spoons, no knives, and cups. She hurried out of the mission and turned onto the street. Climbing the hill slowly, she went to the sagging old brick building with the cracked windows and lopsided stoop. Dirty sheets hung as drapes in several of the windows. Home. Marah picked her way around an overflowing garbage can and past a motley-looking cat. Inside, it took her eyes a moment to adjust to the gloom. The bulb in the hallway's light fixture had gone out 2 months ago, and no one had the money to replace it. The so-called super couldn't care less. She climbed 4 flights of stairs. On the front door of the apartment, half of an eviction notice hung from a rusty nail. She ripped the rest of it away and tossed it to the floor, and then opened the door. The small studio apartment, with its sloping, water-damaged floors and putty-colored walls, was thick with smoke and smelled of marijuana and clove cigarettes. Her roommates sat in mismatched chairs and on the floor, most of them sprawled comfortably. Leaf was strumming his guitar in a half-assed high kind of way, and dreadlocked Sabrina was smoking dope from a bong. The boy who called himself Mouse was asleep on a mound of sleeping bags. Paxton sat in the lazy boy chair she'd rescued from the trash near her work. As usual, he was dressed all in black. Skinny jeans, unlaced antique-looking boots, and a ripped 9-inch nails t-shirt. The pallor of his skin was emphasized by shoulder-length blue-streaked black hair and whiskey-colored eyes. She stepped over clothes and pizza boxes and leaf-soled shoes. Paxton looked up at her, gave her a stone smile. He showed her a piece of paper with scribbles written across it. She could tell by the handwriting how high he was. "My latest," he said. She read the poem aloud, in a voice too quiet for anyone else to hear. "It is us, we two, alone in the dark, waiting, knowing. Love is our salvation and our demise. No one sees us save each other." "Get it?" he said, smiling languidly. "It's a double meaning." His romanticism spoke to her damaged soul. She took the piece of paper from him, studying the words as she had once studied Shakespeare in high school lit class, a lifetime ago. As he reached up, she saw the beautiful white scars on his wrist. He was the only person she'd ever met who understood her pain. He'd shown her how to transform it, to cherish it, to become one with it. Each of the people in this room knew about the fine lines a knife could leave behind. On the floor, Sabrina lolled sideways, holding out the still-smoking bong. "Hey, Mar, you want a hit?" "Yeah, sure." She needed to draw the sweet smoke into her lungs and let it do its magic, but before she could cross the room, her cell phone bleated. She reached into her pocket and pulled out the small purple Motorola razor she'd had for years. "My dad's calling," she said. "Again. It drives him crazy that you're your own person. Of course he's going to check up on you," Leaf said. "It's why it keeps paying your phone bill." Paxton stared up at her. "Hey, Sabrina, pass me the bong. The princess is getting a call." Marah immediately felt ashamed of the way she'd grown up, the luxuries that she'd been given. Pax was right. She had been like a princess until the queen's death. Then the whole fairy tale had collapsed. The bleeding stopped. Immediately, a text came in. It read, "Emergency. Call me." She frowned. She hadn't spoken to her father in, what, a year? No, that wasn't right. She knew precisely when she'd spoken to him last. How could she forget? December 2009, 9 months ago. She knew he missed her, and that he regretted their last conversation. The trail of his messages and texts attested to his regret. How many times had he left messages begging for her to come home? But he'd never claimed that there was an emergency. He'd never tried to trick her into calling. She picked her way over Sabrina and around Leaf, who had passed out with his guitar on his chest, and went into a kitchen that smelled of slowly rotting wood and mildew. There, she called her dad's cell. He answered so quickly, she knew he'd been waiting. "Marah, it's Dad," he said. "Yeah, I got that." She went into the corner of the kitchen, where a broken stove and rusted sink bookended a 1960s green fridge. "How are you, Munchkin?" "Don't call me that." She leaned against the fridge, blaming it for her sudden cold. He sighed. "Are you ready to tell me where you are yet? I didn't know even what time zone to count on. Dr. Bloom says this phase—" "It's not a phase, Dad. It's my life." She pulled away from the fridge. Behind her, in the main room, she could hear the bong bubbling and Pax and Sabrina laughing. The sweet smoke drifted her way. "I'm aging, Dad. What's the emergency?" "Tully has been in a car accident," he said. "It's bad. We don't know if she's going to make it." Marah drew in a small, desperate breath. Not Tully, too. "Oh, my God!" "Where are you? I could come get you." "Portland," she said quietly. "Oregon?" "I'll get you a plane ticket." There was a pause. "There are flights every hour. I can have an open ticket waiting for you at the Alaska counter." "2 tickets," she said. He paused again. "Fine. 2. What flight?" She snapped the phone shut without saying goodbye. Paxton strolled into the kitchen. "What's up? You look freaked." "My godmother might be dying," she said. "We're all dying, Marah." "I need to see her." "After what she did?" "Come with me, please." "I can't go alone," she said. "Please." His gaze narrowed. She felt sliced by the sharpness of it, exposed. He tucked his long hair behind one silver-beaded ear. "It's a bad idea." "We won't stay long. Please, Pax. I'll get some money from my dad." "Sure," he said finally. "I'll go." Marah felt people staring at her and Pax as they walked through the small Portland airport. She liked that so-called normal people were offended by Pax's goth look and the safety pins in his ears and the tattoo on his neck and collarbone. They didn't see the beauty of the scroll work around the tattooed words or the ironic humor. Marah boarded the plane, took her seat in the back, and connected her seatbelt. She stared into the window, seeing a shadowy reflection of her pale face. Heavily lined brown eyes, purplish lips, and spiked pink hair. A ping sounded through the aircraft, and they were off, rocketing down the runway, rising into the cloudless sky. She closed her eyes. Memories tapped on her consciousness like the raven from Pax's favorite poem. Tap, tap, tap. She didn't want to remember the past. Not ever. For years she had buried all of it. The diagnosis, the cancer, the goodbyes, the funeral, and the long gray months that followed. But it was all coming up again, clawing its way to the surface. She closed her eyes and saw herself as she'd been on the last ordinary day. A 15-year-old girl on her way to school. "Surely you don't think you're wearing that to school," Mom said, coming into the kitchen. Across the breakfast table, the twins went suddenly silent and stared at Marah like a pair of bobbleheads. "Uh-oh," Will said. Lucas nodded so fast his mop of hair shimmied. "There's nothing wrong with my clothes." Marah got up from the table. "This is fashion, Mom." She let her gaze sweep her mom's outfit. Cheap, pilly flannel pajamas, tired hair, out-of-date slippers, and frowned. "You should trust me on this. Your outfit is perfect for Pioneer Square at midnight with your pimp. Unfortunately, it's a Tuesday morning in November, and you're a sophomore in high school, not a guest on Jerry Springer. Let me be more specific. That jean skirt is so short I can see your underwear, pink with flowers, and the t-shirt clearly came from the toddler department. You are not showing your stomach at school." Marah stomped her foot in frustration. This was exactly what she wanted Tyler to see her in today. He would look at her and think cool instead of young. Mom reached for the chair in front of her and clutched it as if she were an old lady. With a sigh, she sat down. Then she picked up her coffee cup, the one that said "World's Best Mom," and held it in both of her hands, as if she needed to be warmed. "I don't feel good enough to fight with you today, Marah. Please." "So don't." "Exactly. I'm not fighting. You are not going to high school looking like Britney Spears on crack, or showing your crack, period. The cool thing is that I'm your mother. That makes me the CEO of this house. Or the warden. Point is, my house, my rules. Change your clothes or face the consequences. Consequences, I might add, which begin with being late for school and losing your precious new phone and go downhill from there." Mom put down her coffee cup. "You're trying to ruin my life." "Ah, you have uncovered my master plan. Rats." Mom leaned over and ruffled Wills's mop of hair. "You guys are still little. I won't ruin your lives for years. No need to worry." "We know that, Mommy," Will said earnestly. "Marah's face is all red," Lucas observed, then went back to building a Cheerios tower. "The Ryan family school bus leaves in 10 minutes, Mom said. She placed her palms on the table and pushed slowly to her feet. "I don't feel good enough to fight with you today." That had been state's evidence number 1. Not that Marah had collected it or even cared. She'd gone on doing what she did, working at its school, being popular, making sure that everyone who was anyone wanted to be her friend. Until that first family meeting. "I had a doctor's appointment today," Mom said. "There's nothing for you to worry about, but I'm sick." Marah could hear the boys talking, asking stupid questions, not getting it. Lucas, the mama's boy, ran up and hugged Mom. Dad herded the boys out of the room. As he passed Marah, He looked down at her, and there were tears in his eyes, and she felt her knees give out. There was only one reason he would cry. She looked at her mother and saw her in detail. The pale, pale skin, the dark circles under her eyes, the chapped, colorless lips. It was as if her mom had been dunked in bleach and come out as this colorless version of herself. Sick. It's cancer, isn't it? Yes. Marah was shaking so hard, she clasped her hands together to try to still them. How was it she hadn't known this was possible? That your whole life could tilt sideways in a split second? You'll be fine, right? The doctors say I'm young and healthy, so I should be fine. Should be. I'm going to the very best doctors, Mom said. I'll beat this thing. Marah released her breath. Okay then, she said at last, feeling that terrible tightness in her chest ease up. Her mom never lied. But she had. She'd lied, and she'd died. And without her, Marah's life had lost its shape. In the years afterward, she'd tried to get to know a woman who'd disappeared, but all she could remember was Cancerville Mom, the pale, frail, bird-like woman with no hair and no eyebrows and thin white arms. The horrible celebration of Mom's life had been unbearable. Marah had known what was expected of her that night. Everyone had told her. Dad had said tiredly, "It blows, I know, but this is what she wanted." Grandma had said, "You can help me in the kitchen. It will be easier that way." Only Tully had been honest and real. All she'd said was, "Good God, I'd rather poke my eye out than do this. Marah, can you hand me a serving fork?" October of 2006. Marah closed her eyes and remembered. It was when everything had started to go so wrong. The night of the funeral. She'd been sitting at the top of the stairs at home, staring down at a room full of people, dressed in black. Every few minutes the doorbell rang and another woman carrying a foil-covered casserole dish came inside, because really, nothing made you hungrier than burying someone you loved. The music was a version of death, too. Jazzy stuff that made 16-year-old Marah think of old men with skinny ties and women with beehive hairdos. She knew she should go down there, mingle, offer drinks and take plates. But she couldn't stand all those pictures of her mom. Besides, when she did accidentally glance at someone, a soccer mom, a dance mom, Mrs. Baki from the grocery store, all she got was that poor Marah look that ripped out a piece of her heart and reminded her that this loss was forever. It had been 2 days. 2 days. And already the vibrant, laughing woman in the photos was fading from memory. All Marah could picture in her mind was the colorless, dying version of her mother. The doorbell rang again. Her friends came through the front door like warriors ready to save the princess, shoulder to shoulder, their makeup smeared by tears, their eyes wide with sorrow. Marah had never needed them more. She stood up, feeling unsteady on her feet. Ashley and Coral and Lindsay rushed up the stairs and hugged her, all of them at once. They held her so tightly, her feet practically came up off the floor, and the tears she'd been holding back burst out. "We don't know what to say," Coral said, when Marah finally stepped back. "Your mom was way cool," Ashley said earnestly, and Lindsay nodded. Marah wiped her eyes. I wish I'd told her that. She totally, knows, Ash said. My mom says to tell you that. Remember when she brought cupcakes to Ms. Robbins's classroom? She decorated them just like that book we were reading. What was it? Lindsay frowned, trying to remember. Miss Frisbee and the Rats of Nim. She put whiskers on the cupcakes, Coral said. It was, so amazing. They nodded together. Tears filled their eyes. Marah remembered too. You came into my class! Oh my God! And what are you wearing? The pavilion is showing a midnighter of Nightmare Before Christmas. I think we should go, Lindsay said. We could chill at Jason's until it starts. Marah almost said, my mom would never let me. At the thought, her eyes glazed with tears. She could feel her emotions spinning out of control. She felt as unsteady as a collapsing building. Thank God her friends were here. Let's go, she said, leading them down the stairs and through the living room. As she reached for the front door, she would have sworn she heard her mother's voice. Come back here, young lady. You four are not going to a midnight show. Nothing good happens on this island after 11. Marah stopped. Her friends gathered around her. Don't you have to, tell your dad we're going? Lindsay asked. Marah turned, looked back at the crowd of black-clad mourners in the living room. It looked a little like one of her parents' Halloween parties. No, she said softly. Her dad hadn't come looking for her once tonight, and Tully cried every time she looked at her. No one will even notice I'm gone. That was a mom's job, keeping track of her children. And Mom was gone. The next morning, her dad decided they needed a vacation. Why her father thought sand and surf would help, Marah had no idea. She tried to talk him out of it, but she had no vote in the things that mattered, so she went on stupid vacation number 1 a.m. After Mom, the way life was calculated now, before and after, and didn't even try to make the best of it. She wanted her dad to know how pissed off she was. All she had was her friends, and they were 3,000 miles away when she needed them most. She hated paradise. The sunshine pissed her off, and so did the smell of burgers on the grill, and seeing her dad's sad face made her want to cry. They didn't talk about anything that mattered that week. He tried, now and then, to make contact, but the pain in his eyes just sucked her in and made it worse, so she stopped looking at him. She called her friends at least 10 times a day until the vacation from hell was finally over. When they landed back in Seattle, Marah felt herself relaxing for the first time, breathing easily. She'd thought the worst was over. How wrong she'd been. They'd come home to find music blaring through the house, empty food containers on the kitchen counter, and Tully in the closet with Mom's clothes all boxed up. Dad had blown a gasket and said terrible things to Tully and made her cry. But nothing, he said, was as bad as, "We're moving." Chapter 9. In November of 2006, less than a month after Mom's funeral, they moved to California. The 2 weeks before their departure were terrible, horrible. Marah spent every waking hour either pissed at her dad or inconsolable. She stopped eating, stopped sleeping. All she cared about was talking to her friends, and when the 4 best friends got together, it was just one endless goodbye, broken down into parts. Every sentence began with, "Remember when?" Marah's anger could hardly be contained. It was a thing inside of her, pushing against her ribs, making her blood boil. Even her grief had been consumed by it. She stomped around the house and slammed doors and burst into tears at every memento that had to be packed. She couldn't stomach the idea of just locking up the house, their home, and driving away. The only slightly good news was that they weren't selling it. Someday, Dad promised, they'd return. The big things, furniture, art, rugs, they left behind. They were renting a furnished house, as if different furniture would make them all forget losing Mom. When the day finally came to move, she'd clung to her friends and sobbed in their arms and told her dad she hated him. None of it mattered. She didn't matter. That was the dark truth. Mom had been a reed. She would have bent to Marah's will. Dad was a wall of steel, cold and implacable. She knew because she'd hurled herself against him and fallen in a heap at his feet. On the 2-day drive to Los Angeles, Marah said nothing, not one word. She put her earbuds in and listened to music, texting one message after another to her friends. They left green and blue Washington and drove south. By Central California, everything was brown. Stubby brown hills huddled beneath a bright autumnal sun. There wasn't a decent tree for miles. Los Angeles was even worse, flat and endless. One freeway after another, every lane jam-packed with cars. By the time they pulled up to the house Dad had rented in Beverly Hills, Marah had a splitting headache. "Wow," Lucas said, drawing at least 3 syllables out of the word. "What do you think, Marah?" Dad said, turning in his seat to look at her. "Yeah," she said. "You care about what I think." She opened the car door and got out. Ignoring everything, she texted Ashley, "Home sweet home," as she walked from the driveway to the house's front door. It was a house that had obviously been remodeled sometime recently. An old 70s Rambler had been punched up to look modern and boxy. The yard out front was flawlessly clipped and carefully manicured. Flowers grew where they were supposed to. Their blossoms were supersized because of the sun and the sprinklers. This wasn't a home. Not for the Ryans, anyway. Inside, everything was sleek and cold, with floor-to-ceiling windows and a stainless steel kitchen and gray stone floors. The furniture was defiantly modern, with sharp edges and chrome accents. She looked at her dad. Mom would have hated this. She saw how her words hurt him, and she thought, good, and went upstairs to claim her room. On her first day at Beverly Hills High School, Marah knew that she would never fit in here. The kids were like beings from another planet. The student parking lot was filled with Mercedes-Benzes and Porsches and BMWs. The carpool lane actually had a few limousines in between the luxury cars and Range Rovers. Not every kid was dropped off by a driver, of course, but the point was that some were. Marah couldn't believe it. The girls were gorgeous, with expertly colored hair and purses that cost more than some cars. They clung together in well-dressed pods. No one even said hi to Marah. On her first day, she moved through her classes on autopilot. None of her teachers called on her or asked her questions. She sat alone at lunch, barely listening to the commotion going on around her, not caring about anything. In 5th period, she took a seat in the back and put her head down while the other students took a test. The loneliness she felt was epic, overwhelming. She kept thinking how much she needed her friends and her mom to talk to. It hurt so much she felt herself start to shake. "Marah?" She looked up through the curtain of her hair. The teacher, Ms. Appleby, had stopped at her desk. "Come see me if you need help getting up to speed. I'm always available." She set a syllabus on the desk. "We all know how hard it is, with your mom dead," Marah said flatly. If adults were going to talk to her, they might as well say the word. She hated all those pauses and sighs. Ms. Appleby couldn't move away fast enough. Marah smiled grimly. It wasn't much of a defense, having to say the word, but it was effective. The bell rang. The other kids jumped up and immediately started talking. Marah didn't make eye contact with any of them, and no one made eye contact with her. She was dressed all wrong. She'd known that when she stepped onto the bus. This wasn't a school where Macy's jeans and a fitted blouse were going to cut it. She loaded up her backpack, making sure that her books were in order and facing the right way. It was a new obsession, one she couldn't shake. She needed her things to be orderly. Alone, she walked out into the hallway. A few kids were still out here, roughhousing and laughing. Overhead, a big yellow banner hung limply, pulled loose from one of its moorings. It read, "Go Normans." Someone had scratched out Normans, written Trojans, and drawn a penis beneath the words. It was the sort of thing she would have told her mom about. They would have laughed together, and when they were done, Mom would have launched into one of her serious talks about sex and teenage girls and appropriateness. "You do realize you're standing in the middle of the hallway staring at a penis and crying, right?" Marah turned and saw a girl beside her. She had on enough makeup for a photo shoot and boobs that looked like footballs. "Leave me the hell alone," Marah said, pushing past the girl. She knew she should have made a smart-ass comment, loudly enough to be overheard. That was how to get some cool cred, but she didn't care. She didn't want new friends. She skipped last period and left campus early. Maybe that would get her dad's attention. She walked all the way home, but it didn't help to be in this cold house that sounded echoey when she walked through it. The boys were with Irina, the older woman her dad had hired to be a part-time nanny, and Dad was still at work. She walked through the big, impersonal house, but it wasn't until she got to her room that her resolve started to crack. This wasn't her room. Her room had pale striped wallpaper and wooden floors and lamps instead of an interrogation-bright overhead light fixture. She walked over to the sleek black dresser, imagining the one that should be there, her dresser, the one her mom had hand-painted all those years ago. "More colors, Mommy, more stars!" It would look absurdly out of place in this austere room, as peculiar as Marah at Beverly Hills High. She reached for the small Shrek jewelry box she'd packed so carefully and brought down here. She'd gotten it from Tully on her 12th birthday. It seemed smaller than she remembered, and greener. She turned the key to wind it and lifted the hinged lid. A plastic Fiona snapped erect, spinning in time to the music. "Hey now, you're an all-star." Inside was a tangled collection of her favorite things. An agate from Kalaloch Beach, an arrowhead she'd found in her own backyard, an old plastic dinosaur, a Frodo action figure, the garnet earrings Tully had bought her for her 13th birthday, and at the bottom, the pink Space Needle pocket knife she'd gotten at the Seattle Center. She opened the knife, stared down at the small blade. "Johnny, I don't think she's old enough." "She's old enough, Kate. My girl is smart enough not to cut herself, right, Marah?" Be careful, baby girl. Don't stab yourself." She pressed the squat silver blade against the flesh of her left palm. A tingle moved through her. A feeling. She moved the blade just a little and accidentally cut her hand. Blood bubbled up. The color of it mesmerized her. It was unexpectedly bright and beautiful. She couldn't remember ever seeing such a perfect color, like Snow White's red lips. She couldn't look away. There was pain, of course. It was sharp and sweet and bitter all at the same time. Better somehow than the vague sense of losing what mattered, of being left behind. This hurt, and she welcomed the honesty of that, the clarity. She watched blood slide down the side of her hand and plop onto her black shoe, where it almost disappeared, but not quite. For the first time in months, she felt better. In the weeks that followed, Marah lost weight and marked her grief in small red slices on the inside of her upper arm and at the tops of her thighs. Every time she felt overwhelmed or lost or mad at God, she cut herself. She knew she was doing something bad and sick, but she couldn't stop. When she opened her pink pocket knife with its now reddish-black crusted blade, she felt a rush of empowerment. As impossible as it sounded, when she was most depressed, the only thing that helped was hurting herself. She didn't know why that was. She didn't care. Bleeding was better than crying or screaming. Cutting allowed her to carry on. On Christmas morning, Marah woke early. Her first dreamy thought was, "It's Christmas, Mom." And then she remembered. Mom was gone. She closed her eyes again, wishing for sleep, wishing for a lot of things. Downstairs, she heard the sounds of her family coming together. Footsteps thudded on the stairs, doors banged shut. Her brothers screamed for her. They were probably already running around like crazy, grabbing for Grandma's hand, pulling presents out from under the tree, shaking them so hard they rattled. And Mom wasn't here to calm them down. How would they all make it through today? It helps. You know it does. And it only hurts for a second. No one will know. She got out of bed and went to her dresser, to the pretty Shrek box. Her hands were shaking as she opened it. There it was, her knife. She eased it open. The tip was so sharp, so pretty. She stuck the tip into the pad of her fingertip and felt her skin slice. Blood oozed up, a perfect red droplet, and the sight of it sent that thrill moving through her again. The pressure that had been building in her chest disappeared like steam released with the turn of a wheel. A few drops slid down the back of her hand and plopped onto the hardwood floor. She watched the red stream form and fall in awe. Her cell phone rang. She backed away, looked around, found her phone by her bed. Picking it up, she answered, "Hello?" "Hey, Marah! It's me, Tully. I wanted to call you before your big present opening day started. I know how much time that takes your household, with all that opening one at a time." Marah grabbed a sock from her top drawer and wrapped it around her finger. "What's the matter?" Tully said. Marah squeezed her bleeding finger. The cut throbbed. It should have comforted her, that pain, but with Tully listening to her every breath, all Marah felt was shame. "Nothing. You know. Christmas without her." "Yeah." Marah sat down on the edge of her bed. She wondered idly what would happen if she told someone about her cutting. She wanted to stop doing it. She really did. "Have you made any friends yet?" Tully asked. Marah hated this question. "Lots." "They're mean girls, aren't they?" Tully said. "The Beverly Hills crowd." Marah didn't know how to answer. She hadn't made any friends at BHHS, but she hadn't really tried to either. "You don't need tons of friends, Marah. You just need one." "Tully and Kate," she said dully. "The mythic friendship story." "I'm here for you. You know that, right?" "So help me. Tell me how to be happy." Tully sighed. "Your mom would be better at a time like this. She believed in happy endings and life getting better. Me, I pretty much go in for the life blows and then you die school of thought. Believe me, life does blow. And then you die. Talk to me, Marah." "I don't like it here," she said quietly. "I miss her every day." "Me too." After that, there was nothing to say. Gone was gone. They had both learned that lesson. "I love you, Marah." "What are you doing for Christmas?" There was a pause. In it, Marah thought she heard her godmother draw in a breath. "Oh, you know." "It's all changed," Marah said. "Yeah," Tully said. "It's all changed, and I hate it, especially on days like today." That was what Marah loved about her godmother. Tully was the only one who never lied and told her it would get better. The first few months at Beverly Hills High were a nightmare. Marah stumbled in all of her classes. Her grades dropped. The curriculum was difficult and competitive, but that wasn't the problem. She couldn't concentrate in class and didn't care. In early 2007, she and her dad had a meeting with the principal and a counselor. There were sad looks all around, and an excess of clucking noises, and the words grief and therapy were offered repeatedly. By the close of the meeting, Marah understood what was expected of her in this new, motherless, irrigated world of hers. She almost said she didn't care. Until she looked in her father's eyes and saw how deeply she disappointed him. "How can I help you?" he'd ask quietly. Before, she'd thought that's what she was waiting for, that offer. But when he said it, she felt even worse. She'd known then what she hadn't known before. She didn't want help. She wanted to disappear. And she knew how to do it now. Make no waves. After that, Marah pretended to be fine. At least fine enough to pass muster for her dad, which was depressingly easy to do. As long as she brought her grades up and smiled at dinner, he looked right through her. He was too busy working. She had learned her lesson. She needed to act normal. The boy's nanny, Irina, a sad-eyed woman who never missed an opportunity to say that her own kids had grown up and moved away, leaving her with too many empty hours on her hands, barely spent any time with Marah either. All she had to do was pretend she was on some sports team, and she could be gone as much as she wanted, and no one ever asked to come to one of her games, or asked her if she was okay. By senior year, she had it down to a science. She woke on time every morning, bleary-eyed from bad dreams, and stumbled into her bathroom. Rarely did she bother showering or washing her hair, even on school days. It was too exhausting. And it wasn't like it mattered if she was clean or dirty. She'd given up all hope of making friends at BHHS. And good riddance to the shallow, hair-tossing set who thought the right car proved your worth. Finally, it was June of 2008, her graduation from Beverly Hills High. Everyone was downstairs, waiting for her. Grandma and Grandpa and Tully had flown in for the big event. They were buzzing with enthusiasm, playing ping-pong with words like exciting and accomplishment and pride. Marah didn't feel any of it. As she reached for her graduation robe, she felt a cold dread descend. The cheap polyester fabric rustled in her grasp. She put on the robe and zipped it up, and then went to the mirror. She was pale and thin, and had puffy, lavender-colored shadows beneath her eyes. How was it that none of the people who supposedly loved her had noticed how bad she looked? As long as she did what was expected of her, did her homework, applied to colleges, and pretended to have friends, no one really looked at her. That was what she'd wanted, what she'd chosen. And yet it hurt. Mom would have seen how unhappy she was. That was one of the truths Marah had learned. No one knew you as well as your mom. She would give anything for one of the "oh no you don't, young lady" looks she used to hate. Her dad yelled up from downstairs, "Time to go, Marah!" She walked to her dresser and stared longingly at the Shrek music box. Anticipation quickened her heartbeat. She opened the lid. Inside, she found the knife and dozens of tiny pieces of gauze stained brown with old blood. Relics she couldn't release. Slowly, she opened the knife and pulled up her sleeve and made a quick, pretty slice on the inside of her forearm where it wouldn't be seen. She cut too deep. She knew it instantly. Blood rushed down her arm, splattered on the floor. She needed help, and not just to stop the bleeding. She was out of control somehow. She went downstairs. In the living room, blood splattered the stone floor at her feet. "I need help," Marah said quietly. Tully was the first to respond. "Jesus, Marah," her godmother said, tossing her camera onto the sofa. She swooped forward and grabbed Marah's other wrist and dragged her into the nearest bathroom, forcing her to sit on the closed toilet. Dad rushed into the bathroom behind them as Tully burrowed through drawers, throwing out bars of hand soap and hairbrushes and tubes of hand cream. "What the hell happened?" her dad yelled. "Bandages," Tully snapped, kneeling beside Marah. "Now!" Dad left them. He was back in no time with gauze and adhesive tape. He stood back, looking confused and angry, while Tully applied pressure to stop the bleeding and then bandaged the wound. "There," Tully said, "but I think she'll need stitches." Tully stepped back, allowed Dad to move in. "Jesus," he said, shaking his head. He bent down to be eye level with Marah. He tried to smile, and she thought, "This isn't my dad. Not this man who can't straighten his shoulders and rarely laughs anymore. He wasn't himself any more than she was the daughter he remembered. He was even going gray. When had that started?" "Marah," he said, "what happened?" She was too ashamed to answer. She'd already disappointed him so much. "Don't be afraid," Tully said. "You asked for help. You mean therapy, don't you?" Marah stared up into her godmother's warm brown gaze. "Yes," she said softly. "I don't understand," Dad said, looking from Tully to Marah. "She did it on purpose," Tully said. Marah could see how confused her father was. It made no sense to him that cutting herself helped. How could I not know that you were hurting yourself? I know someone who can help her, Tully said. Here in L.A.? Dad asked, turning to look up at Tully. In Seattle. Remember Dr. Harriet Bloom from my show? I bet I could get Marah in to see her on Monday. Seattle, Marah said. It was a lifeline being thrown to her. How often had she dreamed of going back to see her friends? But now that the opportunity was here, she found that she didn't care. It was more proof that she was sick, disturbed, depressed. Dad shook his head. I don't know. She did it down here, Johnny, in Los Angeles, Tully said. Today of all days. I may not be Freud, but I can tell you this is a cry for help. Let me help her. You? He said sharply. You're still angry with me? What the hell for? No, don't answer that. I don't care. I'm not going to back down this time, Johnny Ryan. I'm not giving you space or cutting you slack. If I didn't fight you right now, Katie would kick my ass. I promised her I would take care of Marah. You obviously haven't done a great job. Tully. The warning in his voice was unmistakable. Let me take her home and get her in to see Harriet on Monday, or Tuesday at the latest. Then we can decide what comes next. Dad looked at Marah. Do you want to see Dr. Bloom in Seattle? The truth was, Marah didn't care about Dr. Bloom. She didn't want anything except to be left alone and to leave Los Angeles. Yeah, she said tiredly. Dad turned to Tully. I'll come up as soon as I can. Tully nodded. Dad didn't look convinced. He stood up and faced Tully. I can trust you to take care of her for a few days? I'll be like a mama hen sitting on precious eggs. I want a full report. Tully nodded. You'll have one. Chapter 10. Marah didn't go to her high school graduation after all, and it was a relief. Instead, she boarded a plane with Tully and flew back to Seattle. True to her word, Tully got Marah a 2:00 appointment with Dr. Harriet Bloom on the following Monday. Today. Marah didn't want to get out of bed. She hadn't slept well last night, and now she was exhausted. Still, she did what was expected of her. She took a shower and washed her hair and even bothered to dry it. Although it took a lot of effort, she picked her clothes from her suitcase instead of from the pile she'd left on the floor last night. When she put on her 7 for All Mankind jeans, once one of her favorite possessions in that other life, she was horrified at how much weight she'd lost. The jeans hung on her, exposed the sharp knobs of her hip bones. She chose a heavy Abercrombie sweatshirt to give her slight frame a little bulk, and to hide the scars on her upper arms. Zipping the hoodie up to her throat, she started to leave the bedroom. She meant to just walk out, slam the door shut behind her, and get started. But as she passed her open suitcase, her gaze landed on the pocket sewn into the side where her pocket knife was hidden. For a second, the world seemed to blur and slow down. She heard her heartbeat thudding and felt the blood flowing through her veins. She imagined it, bright, red, beautiful. The thought of hurting herself for a second, just once so that this terrible pressure in her chest would ease, was so tempting she actually took a step forward, reached out. Marah! She yanked her hand back and glanced quickly around. She was alone. Marah! It was Tully. She'd yelled twice. That meant she could be on her way down the hall. Marah fisted her hands, felt the pinch of fingernails in the fleshy middle of her palms. Coming, she said, although her voice was dry and small, barely audible even to her. She left the bedroom and shut the door with a little click. In no time, Tully was beside her, holding her by the arm, guiding Marah out of the condominium as if she were blind. As they walked uptown, Tully talked. Marah tried to listen, but her heart was beating so fast it deafened her to anything else. Her hands were sweating. She didn't want to sit down with some stranger and talk about cutting herself. "Here we are," Tully said at last. And Marah came out of the gray fog and found herself standing in front of a tall glass building. When had they passed the park where the homeless people gathered beneath the totem pole? She didn't remember. That scared her. She followed Tully into the elevator and up to the doctor's office, where a serious young woman with a lot of freckles offered them seats in the waiting room. Marah perched uncomfortably on an overstuffed blue chair by an aquarium. "I guess fish are supposed to be calming," Tully said. She sat down beside Marah and took hold of her hand. "Marah?" "What?" "Look at me." She didn't want to, but one thing she knew, it was a waste of time to ignore Tully. Slowly she turned. "Uh-huh." "There's nothing wrong with how you feel," she said gently. "Sometimes missing her hurts more than I can stand, too." No one ever said stuff like this anymore. Oh, they'd talked about Mom all the time 18 months ago, but apparently there was an expiration date on grief. It was like an exterior door closing. Once it shut and you were in the dark, you were supposed to forget how much you missed the light. What do you do when it, hurts to remember? If I told you, your mom would come down from heaven and kick my ass. I'm supposed to be the responsible adult here. "Fine," Marah said. "Don't fricking tell me how you handle it. No one ever does." She glanced sideways to see if the receptionist was eavesdropping, but the woman wasn't paying attention to them. Tully didn't respond for a minute, which seemed to go on too long. Finally, she nodded and said, "I started having panic attacks after her death, so I take Xanax, and I can't sleep for shit anymore, and sometimes I drink too much. What do you do?" "I cut myself," Marah said quietly. It felt surprisingly good to admit. "We are quite a pair," Tully said with a wan smile. Behind them, a door opened, and a slim woman emerged from the office. She was beautiful, in a gritted teeth, angry kind of way that Marah recognized as pain. The woman wore a heavy plaid scarf wrapped around her upper body and held it closed with a gloved hand, as if she were heading out into a snowstorm instead of a Seattle day in June. "See you next week, Jude," said the receptionist. The woman nodded and put on sunglasses. She didn't glance at either Marah or Tully as she left the office. "You must be Marah Ryan." Marah hadn't even noticed the other woman who'd come into the waiting room. "I'm Dr. Harriet Bloom," the woman said, extending a hand. Marah stood up reluctantly. Now she really wanted to bolt. "Hi." Tully got to her feet. "Hi, Harriet. Thanks for agreeing to help us on such short notice. I know you had to change your schedule. You'll need some background information, of course. I'll come in for—" "No," the doctor said. Tully looked nonplussed. "But I'll take good care of her, Tully. But this is between Marah and me. She's in good hands, I promise." Marah didn't think so. In fact, she thought she was in weird hands, bony hands with age-spotted skin, the opposite of good hands. Still, she played her good girl role and followed the doctor into her sleek, grown-up office. A wall of windows looked out over the Pike Place Market and the sparkling blue Sound. A polished wooden desk cut the room in half. Behind it was a big black leather chair. 2 comfortable-looking chairs sat facing the desk, and a black sofa was pushed against the back wall. Above it was a soothing picture of a beach in the summer. Hawaii, maybe, or Florida. There were palm trees, anyway. "I suppose you want me to lie down," Marah said, hugging herself. She was cold in here, too. Maybe that was why the other lady was so layered up. The weird thing was that there was a gas fireplace in the wall, and bright orange and blue flames sent heat splashing toward her. She could feel it, and she couldn't. Dr. Bloom sat down behind her desk and uncapped a pen. "You may sit wherever you like." Marah flopped into a chair and stared at the plant in the corner, counting its leaves. 1, 2, 3. She really didn't want to be here. 4, 5. She heard a clock ticking through the minutes, and the even in and out of the doctor's breathing, and the rough hiss of her black nylons as she crossed and uncrossed her legs. "Do you think there's something you'd like to talk about?" the doctor asked, after at least 10 minutes had passed. Marah shrugged. "Not really." 52, 53, 54. The room was getting hot now. That little fireplace was a real dynamo. She felt sweat crawling across her forehead. A drop slid down the side of her face. She tapped her foot nervously on the floor. 66, 67. "How do you know Tully?" "She's a friend of—" "Your mother's?" The way she said it was all wrong. Clinical. The way you'd ask about a car or a vacuum, but still Marah felt her stomach tightening. She did not want to talk about her mom with a stranger. She shrugged and kept counting. "She's gone, right?" Marah paused. "She's in my dad's closet, actually." "Excuse me?" Marah smiled. Score 1 for the home team. "We rented a casket for the funeral, which was way weird if you ask me. Anyway, we cremated her and put her in this rosewood box. When Tully wanted to scatter her ashes, Dad wasn't ready. And when Dad was ready, Tully wasn't. So Mom's in the closet behind my dad's sweaters." "What about when you were ready?" Marah blinked. "What do you mean?" "When would you like to scatter your mother's ashes?" "No one's asked me that." "Why do you think that is?" Marah shrugged and looked away again. She didn't like where this was going. "Why do you think you're here, Marah?" the doctor said. "You know why." "I know what you did to yourself. The cutting." Marah looked at the plant again. The leaves were really waxy looking. 75, 76, 77. "I know it makes you feel better when you do it." Marah glanced at Dr. Bloom, who sat perfectly still, her sharp nose hooked out over her thin lips. "But when you're done, and your razor blade or knife is full of dried blood, I bet you feel worse. Ashamed, maybe. Or afraid. 78, 79. I can help you with those feelings, if you'll talk to me about how you feel. It's not uncommon, how you're feeling." Marah rolled her eyes. That was one of those tarry lies adults told kids to make the world prettier. Well, Dr. Bloom said later, closing her notebook. Marah wondered what she'd written in it. Probably, whack job, loves plants. That's all the time we have for today. Marah shot to her feet and turned for the door. As she reached for the knob, Dr. Bloom said, I have a teen grief group meeting that might help you, Marah. Would you like to join us? It's Wednesday night. Whatever. Marah opened the office door. Tully lurched to her feet. How was it? Marah didn't know what to say. She glanced away from Tully and saw that there was someone else in the waiting room. A young man dressed in skin-tight, torn black jeans that disappeared into scuffed black boots with the laces falling slack. He was thin, almost femininely so, and wearing a black t-shirt that read "Bite Me" beneath a smoke-colored jacket. At his throat, a collection of pewter skulls hung like keys on a chain, and his shoulder-length hair was unnaturally black, tinged here and there in peacock streaks of magenta and green. When he looked up, Marah saw that his eyes were strange, almost golden, and heavy black guyliner accentuated the color. His skin was pale, like maybe he was sick. Dr. Bloom came up beside Marah. Paxton, perhaps you'd tell Marah that our therapy group isn't such a bad little gathering. The young man, Paxton, stood up and moved toward Marah with the kind of grace that seemed staged. Tully, Dr. Bloom said, may I speak to you for a moment? Marah was aware of the two older women moving away from her, whispering to each other. Marah knew she should care what they were saying, but she couldn't think of anything except the boy coming toward her. You're afraid of me, he said when he was close to her. She could smell spearmint gum on his breath. Most people are. You think I'm scared of a little black clothing? He lifted a pale hand and tucked his hair behind one ear. Nice girls like you should stay in suburbia where it's safe. The group isn't for you. You don't know anything about me. But maybe you should stop playing in your mom's makeup. His laugh surprised her. Fire. I like that. Hey, Marah, Tully said. It's time to go. She strode across the waiting room and took Marah by the arm and led her out of the office. All the way home, Tully kept up a stream of conversation. She kept asking Marah if she wanted to go to Bainbridge Island to see her friends, and Marah wanted to say yes, but she didn't belong there anymore. In the year and a half of her absence, the old friendships had degraded like moth wings. Now they were tattered bits of white that couldn't possibly fly again. She had nothing in common with those girls. Tully led Marah into the bright, elegant condo and turned on the fireplace in the living room. Flames flowered up, zipped along a fake log. So, how was it? Marah shrugged. Tully sat down on the sofa. Don't shut me out, Marah. I want to help. God, she was tired of disappointing people. She wished there were a handbook for children of the deceased, like in Beetlejuice, so that she would know what to do and say so that people would leave her alone. I know. She sat down on the stone hearth, facing Tully. The fire warmed her back, made her shiver. She hadn't even realized that she was cold. I should have made your dad put you in counseling when Kate died. But we fell apart, your dad and me. I asked about you, though, and talked to you every week. You never said a thing. I never heard you cry. Your grandma said you were handling it. Why should you have known? I know about abandonment and grief. I know about shutting down. When my gran died, I barely let myself grieve. When my mom left me, every time, I told myself it didn't hurt and went on. And with Mom's death, it's been harder. I'm not bouncing back well. Yeah, me either. Dr. Bloom thinks you should attend that teen grief therapy session Wednesday night. Yeah, like that will help. She saw how her answer wounded Tully. Marah sighed. She had too much of her own pain. She couldn't bear Tully's, too. Fine, Marah said. I'll go. Tully got up and pulled Marah into a hug. She drew back as quickly as she could, smiling shakily. If her godmother knew how alone and desperate she felt, it would break her heart, and God knew none of them could handle more heartbreak. She just needed to do what she'd done for months, get through this. She could handle a few therapy sessions if it would get everyone off her back. In September, she'd be a college freshman at the UW. And she could live however she wanted, and she wouldn't be constantly hurting or disappointing people. Thanks, she said tightly. Now I'm going to lie down. I'm tired. I'll call your dad and tell him how it went. He'll be here on Thursday to meet Dr. Bloom after your next appointment. Great. Marah nodded and headed down the hall toward the guest bedroom, which looked like a suite in some elegant hotel. She couldn't believe she'd agreed to go to a teen grief therapy meeting. What in the hell would she say to strangers? Would they make her talk about her mom? Anxiety seeped through her, turning into a physical presence, like bugs crawling on her skin. Skin. She didn't mean to go to the closet, didn't want to, but this buzzing in her blood was making her crazy. It was like listening to some staticky overseas line where a dozen conversations tumbled over each other, and no matter how hard you listened, you couldn't hear anything that made sense. Her hands were shaking as she opened her suitcase and reached inside the interior pocket. Opening it, she found the small Space Needle knife and several squares of blood-stained gauze. She pushed her sleeve up until her bicep was revealed. So thin, it was just a knot of muscle, pale in the darkness, as soft and white as the inside of a pear. Dozens of scar lines crisscrossed her skin like spiderwebs. She touched the sharp tip of the blade to her skin and poked hard, then cut. Blood bubbled up. It was beautiful, rich, red. She watched her blood well and fall like tears into her waiting palm. Every bad emotion filled those drops of blood and fell away, left her body. I'm fine, she whispered. I am the only one who can hurt me. Only me. Unable to sleep that night, as Marah lay in the bed that wasn't hers, in a city that used to feel like home, listening to the nothingness that came from being perched in a jewel box high above the city, she replayed tonight's conversation with her dad. Fine, she'd said when he asked how the meeting with Dr. Bloom had gone. But even as she said it, she thought, how come no one asks me how I can be so fine all the time? You can talk to me, he'd said. Really? She'd snapped. Now you want to talk? But when she heard him sigh, she wanted to take it back. Marah, how the hell did we get here? She'd hated the disappointment in his voice. It made her feel both guilty and ashamed. I'm going to a teen grief support meeting Wednesday night. Doesn't that sound fun? I'll be there on Thursday. I promise. Sure. I'm proud of you, Marah. It's hard to face pain. She'd fought for composure, felt the sting of tears. Memories had besieged her. Times she'd fallen or been hurt and run to her daddy for a hug. His arms had been so strong and protective. When had he held her last? She couldn't remember. In the past year, she'd pulled back from the people who loved her and grown fragile in their absence, but she didn't know how to change. She was always afraid of bursting into tears and revealing her pain. The next morning, she woke feeling sluggish and headachy. Needing coffee, she put on a robe that belonged to Tully and wandered out of her room. She found Tully asleep on the sofa, one arm flung onto the coffee table. An empty wine glass lay on its side on the table, a pile of papers beside it. There was a small orange prescription pill container near it. "Tully?" Tully sat up slowly, looking a little pale. "Oh, Marah." She rubbed her eyes and shook her head as if to clear it. "What time is it?" Her speech was slow. "Almost 10. 10? Shit! Get dressed." Marah frowned. "Are we going somewhere?" "I have a surprise planned for you." "I don't want to be surprised." "Of course you do. Go, take a shower." Tully shooed her down the hall. "Meet me in 20. Marah took a shower and put on a pair of baggy jeans and an oversized t-shirt. Without bothering to dry her hair, she pulled it back in a ponytail and went out into the kitchen. Tully was already there, dressed in a blue suit that was at least a size too small. She was taking a pill and washing it down with coffee when Marah came up beside her. Tully yelped when Marah touched her as if surprised. Then she laughed. "Sorry, didn't hear you come up." "You're acting weird," Marah said. "I'm excited about my surprise." "I told you, no surprises." Marah eyed her. "What are you taking?" "The pill? It's a vitamin. At my age, you can't forget vitamins." She studied Marah, frowned. "Is that what you're wearing?" "Yeah. Why?" "No makeup even?" Marah rolled her eyes. "What am I doing, trying out for America's Next Top Model?" The doorbell rang. Marah was instantly suspicious. "Who's that?" "Come on," Tully said, smiling now, herding her toward the door. "Open it," she said. Marah opened the door cautiously. Ashley, Lindsay, and Coral stood there, clustered together. When they saw Marah, they screamed. Really, it was this ear-piercing shriek, and surged toward her, pulling her into a group hug. Marah felt as if she were experiencing it all from some great distance. She heard their voices, but couldn't quite make out what they were saying. Before she knew it, she was being swept out of the condo on the tide of her three best friends' enthusiasm. They were all talking to her at once as they climbed into Coral's Honda and drove down to the ferry terminal where a boat was waiting. They drove right on and parked. "It's so cool that you're back," Lindsay said, bouncing in the back seat, leaning forward. "Yeah, we couldn't believe when Tully called. Were you going to surprise us?" Ashley asked. "Of course she was," Coral said from the driver's seat. "Now, we have to tell you everything." "Start with Tyler Britt," Lindsay said. "Right, totally." Coral turned to Marah and launched into a long, laughing story about Tyler Britt dating some skanky girl from North Kitsap and getting caught by the cops in his underwear and getting a minor in possession ticket and being banned from the homecoming football game. Marah kept a smile on her face the whole time, but what she was thinking was, I can hardly remember my crush on Tyler Britt. It felt like a lifetime ago. She forced herself to nod and smile. Sometimes she remembered to laugh when they told her funny stories about the grad party. Later, When they were at Lytle Beach, stretched out on brightly colored towels, drinking Cokes and noshing on Doritos, Marah didn't know what to say. She felt oddly separate, even though they lay close enough together that their shoulders touched. Coral was talking about college and how glad she was that she and Ashley were going to be roommates at Western Washington University. And Lindsay was whining that she didn't want to go off to Santa Clara alone. "Where are you going?" Coral asked Marah. Honestly, she was so out of it, barely listening in fact, that Marah didn't hear the question the first time it was asked. "Mar, where are you going to college?" "UW," Marah said, trying to concentrate. It felt as if a warm gray fog had fallen around her. Just her. She didn't belong with these girls, who giggled all the time and dreamed of falling in love and starting college and thought their moms were too strict. She wasn't like them anymore. And by the time their day was over and they drove her back to Seattle, the awkward silences in the car attested to their understanding of this truth. They walked her up to the condo and gathered around her at the door, but now they all knew there was nothing to say. Marah hadn't known it before, but friendships could die too. Just wither away. She didn't have the strength to pretend to be the girl they used to know. "We missed you," Coral said quietly. And this time it sounded like goodbye. "I missed you too," Marah said. And it was true. She would give anything to make it still true. When they left, Marah walked back into Tully's condo. She found Tully in the kitchen putting dishes away. "How was it?" Marah heard something in Tully's voice, a slurring of words that didn't quite make sense. If she didn't know better, she'd think Tully had had a few drinks, but it was way early for that. And really, Marah didn't care. She just wanted to climb into bed and pull the covers up over her head and go to sleep. "It was great," she said dully. "Better than great. I'm tired, though, so I'm going to take a nap." "Not too long," Tully said. "I rented Young Frankenstein." One of Mom's favorite movies. How many times had Mom said, "Walk this way," and pretended to hunch over like Marty Feldman? And how many times had Marah rolled her eyes in impatience at the old joke? "Great. Yeah," she said, and headed for her room. Chapter 11. "Tell me that's not what you're wearing," Tully said, when Marah walked into the living room on Wednesday night, wearing torn, low-rise flared jeans and an oversized gray sweatshirt. "Huh? It's teen grief therapy," Marah said. "Let's face it, if you're invited, fashion isn't your biggest problem. You have pretty much dressed like a bag lady since you got here. Don't you want to make a good impression? On depressed teens? Not really." Tully got to her feet and crossed the room to stand in front of Marah. She reached up slowly, placed her palm against Marah's cheek. "I have a lot of really great personality traits. I have a few flaws, I'll admit, gaping holes in the fabric. But mostly I'm an amazing person. I don't judge people on anything except their actions, even when they do bad things. I know how hard it is to be human. The point is, I love you, and I'm not your mom or dad. It's not my job to see that you grow up to be a smart, successful, well-adjusted adult. My job is to tell you stories about your mom when you're ready, and to love you no matter what. I'm supposed to say what your mother would say, when I can figure out what that would be. Usually, I'm in the mud on that. But this time, it's easy." She smiled tenderly. "You're hiding, baby girl, behind dirty hair and baggy clothes. But I see you, and it's time for you to come back to us." Tully didn't give Marah time to answer. Instead, she took Marah by the hand and led her down the hallway and through the master bedroom and into Tully's huge walk-in closet. It used to be a bedroom. That was how big it was. There, Tully chose a white, crinkly fitted blouse with a deep V-neck and lace around the collar. "You're wearing this." "Who cares?" Tully ignored the comment and took the blouse off the hanger. "The sad thing is that I thought I was fat when I wore this blouse. Now I couldn't button it. Here." Marah yanked the blouse from Tully and went into the bathroom. She didn't want Tully to see her scars. It was one thing to hear that Marah was a cutter. It was something else to see the web of white scars on her skin. The patterned white fabric was deceptive. It seemed to show skin, but there was a flesh-colored liner beneath. When she walked over to the mirror, Marah barely recognized herself. Her thinness was accentuated by the fitted blouse. It made her look fragile and feminine. The jeans hugged her slim hips. She felt strangely nervous as she walked back into the bedroom. Tully was right. Marah had been hiding, although she hadn't known it. Now she felt exposed. Tully pulled the elastic band from Marah's long black hair, let it fall free. "You are gorgeous. Every boy in the meeting will be driven crazy by you. Trust me." "Thanks. Not that we care what therapy boys think, I'm just saying." "I'm a therapy girl," she said quietly. "Crazy? You're sad, not crazy. Sad makes sense. Come on, it's time to go." Marah followed Tully out of the condo and down to the lobby. Together they walked down First Street to the oldest part of the city, Pioneer Square. Tully came to a stop in front of a squat, blank-faced brick building that dated from before the Great Seattle Fire. "Do you want me to walk you inside?" "Oh my God, no! That guy with the eyeliner already thinks I'm Miss Suburbia. All I need is a chaperone. The guy from the waiting room? Edward Scissorhands? And I care what he thinks, why? I'm just saying it would be embarrassing. I'm 18 years old." "I get it. Okay, maybe he's Johnny Depp under all that makeup." Tully turned to her. "So you know how to get back to my place? It's 8 blocks up first. The doorman's name is Stanley." Marah nodded. Her mother would never have let her be alone in this part of town after dark. Slinging her fringed leather purse strap over her shoulder, Marah walked away. The building in front of her was like many of the early brick structures in Pioneer Square. The interior was dark, and the hallway was narrow and windowless. A single light bulb hung overhead, casting a meager light below. In the foyer, a huge board was cluttered with scraps of paper and notices for AA meetings, lost dogs, cars for sale, and the like. Marah followed the stairs down into a vaguely musty-smelling basement. At the closed door, upon which had been tacked a notice for Teen Grief Group, she paused and almost turned around. Who the hell wanted to be a part of this group? She opened the door and went inside. It was a big room, fluorescently well lit, with a long table at one end that held a coffee maker, cups, and what looked like a high school bake sale array of treats. Several metal chairs formed a large circle in the center of the room. A box of Kleenex was positioned on the floor by each chair. Great. There were already 4 kids here, seated in the chairs. Marah looked at the other patients, participants, nutcases, through the black hair falling in front of her eyes. There was a very large girl with pimply skin and greasy hair who was chewing so hard on her thumbnail she looked like an otter trying to open an oyster. Beside her was a girl so thin that if she turned sideways, she'd vanish. She had a bald spot on the side of her head. Next to her sat a girl dressed all in black, with magenta-colored hair and enough facial piercings to play tic-tac-toe. She slouched away from a plump boy in horn-rimmed glasses beside her who was playing with his phone. Dr. Bloom sat in the circle, too, wearing fitted navy pants and a gray turtleneck, as neutral as Switzerland. Marah wasn't fooled. There was nothing casual about the eagle-eyed way Dr. Bloom looked at her. "We're glad you could join us, Marah. Aren't we, group?" Dr. Bloom said. A few of the kids shrugged. Most didn't bother to even look up. Marah took a seat by the heavy girl. She had barely taken her place when the door creaked open and Paxton walked in. As before, he was dressed like a goth, in black jeans and unlaced boots and a poorly fitted black t-shirt. A tattoo of words snaked over the ridge of his collarbone and curled up his throat. Marah looked away quickly. He sat down across from Marah, next to the girl with the magenta hair. Marah waited to the count of 50 to look at him again. He was staring at her, smiling like he thought she was hot for him. She rolled her eyes and looked away. "Well, it's 7 o'clock, so we can get started," Dr. Bloom said. "As you can see, we have a new member, Marah. Who would like to make the introductions?" There was a lot of looking away and chewing on nails and shrugging. Finally, Magenta Hair said, "Oh, hell, I'm Ricky. Dead mom. The fat chick's Denise. Her grandma has Parkinson's. Todd hasn't spoken in 4 months, so we don't know what his problem is. Eliza stopped eating when her dad killed himself, and Pax is here by court order. Dead sister." She looked at Marah. "What's your story?" Marah felt everyone looking at her. I... Mr. Football didn't ask her to the prom," the heavy girl said, giggling nervously at her own joke. A few of the other kids snickered. "We're not here to judge each other," Dr. Bloom said. "You all know how much that hurts, don't you?" That shut them up. "Cut her," Pax said quietly. He sat slouched in his chair, one arm draped across Magenta Hair's chair and one leg crossed over the other. "But why?" Marah looked up sharply. "Paxton," Dr. Bloom said, "this is a support group. Life is hard. You've all learned that at an early age. Each of you has experienced a profound loss, and you know how hard it can be to keep going when a loved one has died, or someone charged with caring for you has betrayed that sacred trust." "My mother died," Marah said evenly. "Would you like to talk about her?" Dr. Bloom asked gently. Marah couldn't look away from Paxton. His golden gaze mesmerized her. "No." "Who would?" he said quietly. "How about you, Paxton?" Dr. Bloom said. "Do you have something you'd like to share with the group?" "Never to suffer would mean never to have been blessed," he said with a negligent shrug. "Now, Paxton," Dr. Bloom said, "we've talked about hiding behind other people's words. You're almost 22 years old. It's time to find your own voice." 22. "You don't want to hear what I have to say," Paxton said. Although he was slumped down and appeared uninterested in everyone around him, his eyes held an intensity that was unnerving, almost scary. Court order. Why would the court order someone to grief therapy? On the contrary, Paxton, Dr. Bloom said evenly. You've been coming here for months, and you haven't talked about your sister once. And I won't, he said, looking now at his black fingernails. The court can order me to come, but it can't make me talk. Dr. Bloom pursed her lips in disapproval. She stared at Paxton for a long moment and then smiled again, turning slightly so that her attention was on Stick Girl. Eliza, perhaps you'd like to tell us more about how eating went this week. An hour later, as if by some secret alarm, the kids lurched out of their seats and rushed from the room. Marah hadn't been prepared. By the time she bent down to retrieve her purse from the floor and stood up, only Dr. Bloom was still there. I hope that wasn't too painful, the doctor said, walking over to her. Beginnings can be difficult. Marah looked past her to the open door. No, fine. Yes. Thanks. It was great. Marah couldn't wait to get out of this room that smelled of stale cookies and burnt coffee. She ran outside and came to a sudden stop. The streets were crowded. On this Wednesday night in June, Pioneer Square was full of tourists and locals. Music spilled out of the taverns and bars. Paxton appeared out of the darkness beside her. She heard him breathing a split second before she saw him. You're waiting for me, he said. She laughed. Yeah, because guys in makeup really rev my engines. She turned to face him. You were waiting for me. What if I was? Why? You'll have to come with me to find out. He held out his hand. In the yellowy light from the street lamp, she saw his pale hand and long fingers, and the scars that ran like an equal sign across his wrist. Cut marks. Now you're scared, he said quietly. She shook her head. But you're a good girl from the suburbs. I used to be. As she said the words, she felt the tightness in her chest ease up a little. Maybe she could change herself somehow, become a different version of herself, and maybe if she did, it wouldn't hurt so much to look in the mirror and see her mother's smile. Marah? Paxton? Dr. Bloom walked up the sidewalk behind them. Marah felt a strange sadness, as if a beautiful opportunity had just been lost. Marah smiled at the doctor. When she turned back, Paxton was gone. Be careful, Dr. Bloom said, following Marah's gaze across the street to where Paxton stood in the shadows between two buildings, smoking a cigarette. Is he dangerous? It was a moment before Dr. Bloom said, I can't answer that, Marah. Just as I wouldn't answer a similar question about you. But I would ask you this. Are you looking at him because you think he's dangerous? That kind of behavior can be risky for a girl in a vulnerable situation. I'm not looking at him at all, Marah said. No, Dr. Bloom said. Of course you're not. At that, Marah resettled her bag over her shoulder and headed up the dark street for home. All the way back to Tully's, she thought she heard footsteps behind her, but every time she turned around, the sidewalk was empty. On the way up to the penthouse, Marah stared at her reflection in the elevator's mirrored walls. All her life she'd been told that she was beautiful, and for most of her teen years that had been what she wanted to hear. In the years BC, before cancer, she'd spent hours studying her face, making it up, fixing her hair so that boys like Tyler Britt would notice her. But AC, it had changed. Now all she saw was her mother's smile and her father's eyes, and it turned every glance in a mirror into something painful. Now, though, she saw how thin she'd become, how pale in the 20 months since her mother's death. The bleak look in her eyes depressed her. Then again, everything depressed her these days. On the top floor, she exited the elevator and went to Tully's condo. Unlocking the door, she stepped into the bright apartment and went into the living room. Tully was there, pacing in front of the wall of windows that overlooked the city at night. She had a glass of wine in her hand, and she was talking on the phone. Yelling, actually, saying, "Celebrity Apprentice? Are you kidding me? I can't be that far gone." She turned, saw Marah, and flashed a brittle smile. "Oh, Marah." She laughed and said, "I have to go, George," and hung up the phone. Tossing it onto the couch, she met Marah with open arms and hugged her tightly. "Well, how was it?" she said at last, stepping back. Marah knew what was expected of her. She was supposed to say, "It was great, wonderful, perfect. I feel better now." But she couldn't do it. She opened her mouth, and nothing came out. Tully's gaze narrowed, became that journalist on a story look Marah had seen before. "Hot cocoa," she said, and led Marah into the kitchen. Tully made 2 cups of hot cocoa with whipped cream and carried them into the guest bedroom. Just like when she was little, Marah climbed up onto the bed. Tully did the same. They leaned side by side against the tufted gray silk headboard. A large window framed the Seattle skyline, which glittered in vibrant neon against a starlit sky. "So, tell me everything," Tully said. Marah shrugged. "The kids in the group are pretty messed up." "You think it's going to help you?" "No. And I don't want to see Dr. Bloom again either. Can we cancel tomorrow's appointment? I mean, what's the point?" Tully took a sip of her hot cocoa and then leaned over and set her cup on the nightstand. "I'm not going to lie to you, Marah," she said at last. "Real-world relationship advice has never been my strong suit. But maybe if I had learned how to deal with things at your age, I wouldn't be as screwed up as I am now." "You really think talking to a stranger and sitting around with a bunch of crazies in a moldy basement will help me?" The minute she said crazies, she thought about the guy Paxton and the way he looked at her. "Maybe." Marah looked at Tully. "But it's therapy, Tully. Therapy. And I can't talk about her." "Yeah," Tully said quietly. "But here's the thing, kiddo. Your mom asked me to watch out for you, and that's what I'm going to do. I was her best friend from the David Cassidy years to the second George Bush years. She's the voice in my head, and I know what she would say now." "What's that?" "Don't give up, baby girl." Marah heard her mother's voice in those few words. She knew Tully was right. That was what her mom would say now, but she wasn't strong enough to try. What if she tried and failed? What then? The next day, her dad was set to arrive. Marah couldn't stop pacing. She chewed her fingernails until they bled, and then, finally, he was there, walking into Tully's beautiful condominium, giving Marah an uncertain smile. "Hey, Dad." She should have been happy, but seeing him made her think of her mom and all that had been lost. No wonder she'd been unhappy for so long. "How are you?" he said, approaching her warily, pulling her into an awkward hug. What should she say? He wanted a lie. "I'm fine." She glanced at Tully, who was uncharacteristically quiet. "Better," she said at last. "I found someone in Los Angeles. A doctor who specializes in teens who are in trouble," Dad said. "He can see you on Monday." "But I have my second appointment with Dr. Bloom today," Marah said. "I know, and I'm glad she could step in. But you need to see someone regularly," he said. "At home." Marah smiled shakily. If he guessed how vulnerable she felt right now, it would only hurt him more. But one thing she knew now for sure, she couldn't go back to Los Angeles with him. "I like Dr. Bloom," she said. "And the group is kind of lame, but I don't mind." Dad frowned. "But she's in Seattle. This doctor in L.A., I want to stay here for the summer, Dad. Live with Tully. I like Dr. Bloom." She turned to Tully, who looked thunderstruck. "Can I live here for the summer? I'll keep seeing Dr. Bloom twice a week. Maybe it will help." "Are you kidding me?" Dad said. "Tully is no chaperone." Marah dug in her heels. Suddenly, she was certain this was what she wanted. "I'm not 11 anymore, Dad. I'm 18, and I'll be starting the UW in September anyway. This way, I'll be able to make new friends and see my old ones." She went to him. "Please?" Tully said, "I think I know what you think," Dad snapped. "You're the one who thought it was perfectly okay for her to go to a 9 Inch Nails concert when she was 14. You also encouraged modeling in New York when she was in 8th grade. Marah looked up at him. "I need some distance, Dad." She saw the war going on within him. He wasn't ready to let her go. But he saw that she wanted this. Maybe even that she needed it. "This is a bad idea," he said to Tully. "You can't even keep plants alive, and you know jack shit about kids." "She's an adult," Tully said. "Please, Dad, please." He sighed. "Shit." She knew then. It was done. He looked down at her. "I've given my notice in L.A. We'll be moving back into the house on Bainbridge Island in September. It was going to be a surprise. We want to be living here when you're at the UW." "That's great," she said, not really caring. He looked past Marah to Tully. "You better take good care of my girl, Tully." "Like she was my own daughter, Johnny," Tully said solemnly. It was done. An hour later, Marah sat slouched in a chair in Dr. Bloom's office. She'd been staring at the ficus plant in the corner for at least 10 minutes, while Dr. Bloom scribbled something on paper. "What are you writing? A grocery list?" Marah asked, staring at her hands. "It's not a grocery list." "What do you think I'm writing?" "I don't know. But if you aren't going to say anything, why am I here?" "Yours is the voice that matters in here, Marah. And you know you're welcome to leave. Tully and my dad are out there. And you don't want them to know you aren't committed to therapy?" "Why is that? Do you only ask questions?" "I ask a lot of them. It can help guide your thoughts." "You're depressed, Marah. You're smart enough to know that, and you're cutting yourself. I don't think it's a bad idea for you to consider why you do it." Marah looked up. Dr. Bloom's gaze was steady. "I'd really like to help you, if you'll let me." She paused. "Do you want to be happy again?" Marah wanted it so badly she felt sick. She wanted to be the girl she used to be. "Let me help you." Marah thought about the network of scars on her thighs and arms, and the way pain fascinated her, and the beautiful red of her blood. "Don't give up, baby girl." "Yeah," she said. As soon as the word fell from her mouth, she felt a tightening of anxiety in her stomach. "That's a start," Dr. Bloom said. "And now our time is up." Marah got to her feet and followed Dr. Bloom out of the office. In the waiting room, she saw her dad first. He was sitting on the sofa by Tully, flipping through a magazine without looking at the printed pages. At her entrance, he got to his feet. Before he could say anything, Dr. Bloom said, "Can we talk, Mr. Ryan? In my office?" Tully said, "I'm coming in too." And in a blink they were gone, and Marah was alone in the waiting room. She looked back at the closed door. What was the doctor telling them? Dr. Bloom had promised Marah that their sessions were private. "You're 18, she'd said, "an adult. Our sessions are ours alone." Well, well, well. She turned slowly. Paxton leaned against the wall with his arms crossed. He was dressed all in black again, and the sleeveless vintage vest hung on his pale chest, its V-neck revealing a tattoo that curled up from his collarbone and around his throat. It read, "Won't you join me in my slow descent into madness?" She stared at the scripty black words as he moved toward her. "I've been thinking about you." He touched the back of her hand, barely, a sweeping little caress. "Do you know how to have fun, suburban girl?" "Like what? Animal sacrifice?" The smile he gave her was slow and seductive. No one had ever stared at her so intently, as if she were edible. "Meet me tomorrow night at midnight." Midnight? The witching hour. I bet you've only met nice boys for movie dates and pool parties. "You don't know anything about me." He smiled slowly, gazing directly at her. She could feel how sure he was of himself, of her. "Meet me." "No." "Curfew, huh? Poor little rich girl. Okay then. But I'll wait for you at the pergola in Pioneer Square." The pergola in Pioneer Square, where the homeless people slept at night and bummed cigarettes from tourists? She heard the door opening behind her. Her dad was saying, "Thank you, Dr. Bloom." Marah pulled away from Paxton. He laughed quietly, a little cruelly at her movement, so she stilled. "Marah," Dad said sharply. She knew what he was seeing. His once perfect, once beautiful daughter talking to a young man wearing makeup and chains. The streaks in Paxton's hair were almost neon in the office's strong light. "This is Paxton," Marah said to her dad. "He's in my therapy group." Dad barely made eye contact with Paxton. "Let's go," Dad said, taking her hand, leading her out of the office. Chapter 12. That night, after a long and trying day in which her father had tried in a dozen subtle ways to change Marah's mind about staying in Seattle, she lay in bed, staring up at the ceiling. She had finally convinced him to let her stay with Tully for the summer, but he had laid down a matrix of behavioral rules. Just thinking about it gave Marah a headache. She couldn't help being relieved when he left. The next day, she and Tully acted like tourists, enjoying the beautiful summer afternoon along the waterfront. But when night fell and Marah went to bed alone, she found herself thinking about Paxton. "Meet me. Midnight." Beside her, the digital alarm clock flipped through the minutes with a hushed thwick, thwick, thwick. She glanced sideways. 11:39. 11:40. 11:41. I'll be waiting for you by the pergola. She couldn't seem to banish that promise from her mind. She was intrigued by Paxton. Why not admit it? He was unlike any guy she'd ever known. In his presence, she felt challenged somehow, seen, alive. It was crazy. He was crazy, and probably dangerous. And God knew she was screwed up enough. She didn't need to take a walk on the wild side. Mom would hate him. 11:42. Who asked you to meet them at midnight? Goths and druggies and maybe rock stars. He was no rock star, although he looked like he could be one. 11:43. Marah sat up. She was going to meet him. When the decision settled in place, she knew it had been there all along, maybe from the moment he'd asked her to meet him. She eased out of bed and changed back into her clothes. She brushed her teeth and put on makeup for the first time in forever. Then she crept out of her room, turning off the lights and closing the door quietly behind her. Shadows crouched along the furniture in the dark. Beyond them, Seattle at night was a kaleidoscope of colored lights and black night sky. Tully's bedroom door was closed. There was a light on underneath. 11:49. Grabbing her purse and sticking her phone in her back pocket, she started to leave. At the last minute, she stopped and dashed off a quick note, meeting Paxton in Pioneer Square, and ran back to place it under her pillow, just in case the police needed somewhere to start looking. She tiptoed out of the apartment and slipped into the elevator. In the lobby, she tucked her chin into her chest and strode quickly across the marble floor. In no time, she was outside, standing alone on the busy sidewalk. She started walking. Pioneer Square was full of action even this late. Taverns and bars pulled people in and spit them out. Every now and then, music drifted on the night air. This was the original Skid Row, named back in the days when giant logs slid down Yesler Street toward the water. Now it was a haven for both the homeless and those drawn to nightclubs and jazz bars. Life in the dark. The pergola was a local landmark, a black, ornate ironwork fixture on the corner of First and James. Beneath it, homeless people lay on benches covered in newspapers and gathered in pods to smoke and talk. She saw Paxton before he saw her. He was leaning against one of the stanchions with a pad of paper in his hand. He was writing something down when she said, "Hey." He looked up. "You came," he said. And something about his voice, or the look in his eyes, made her realize how much he'd wanted her here. He hadn't been as certain of her as she'd thought. "I'm not afraid of you," she said firmly. "I'm afraid of you," he answered matter-of-factly. Marah had no idea what that meant, but she remembered her mom telling her about the first time she'd kissed Dad. "He said he was afraid of me," Mom had said. "He didn't know it, but he was already in love with me." Paxton reached out his hand. "You ready, suburb girl?" She took his hand. "I am, guyliner boy." He led her down the street and onto a dirty, wheezing city bus. The truth, which she'd never tell him, was that she'd never been on a city bus before. In the crowded, brightly lit interior, they stood close together, staring at each other. He mesmerized her, electrified her in a way that had never happened before. She tried to think of something flip to say, but she couldn't think straight. When they got off the bus, he led her deep into the glittering world of Broadway at night. She'd been born in Seattle and raised on an island you could see from the city, and yet here was a world she knew nothing about. A shiny, neon-glazed funhouse version that crouched in the shadows and cracks of Seattle after dark. In Paxton's universe, there were black hallways and clubs without windows and drinks that puffed steam when you held them in your hands, and kids who lived on the street. From there, they took another bus, and this time, when they got off, Seattle was in the distance. A glittering diadem set against the night sky across a body of black water. There were only a few street lamps to illuminate the landscape. The land in front of her rolled downhill. At its end, a rusted behemoth lurked by dark shores. Gasworks Park. She recognized it now. The centerpiece of this waterfront park was the old rusted gasification plant from the turn of the century. They'd come here once on a grade school field trip. Paxton held her hand and led her down the grassy lawn to a secret cave-like part of the structure. "Are we committing a crime?" Marah asked. "Do you care?" he asked. "No." A tiny thrill went through her. She had never done anything wrong. It was time, maybe, to change that. He led her deep into a hidden place within the rusted metal structure, then pulled a cardboard box out from a hiding place and made them a place to sit. "Is that always there?" she asked. "No. I put it here for us." "How did—" "I knew," he said, staring at her in a way that made her blood turn hot. "Have you ever had absinthe?" He pulled out enough supplies for a science experiment. She shivered. Fear danced around her, poked and prodded, and she thought, he's dangerous. And she knew she should leave now, before it was too late. But she couldn't. "No." "What is it?" "Magic in a bottle." He set out glasses and several bottles. Then he performed a ritual of sorts, with spoons and sugar cubes in water. As the sugar cube melted into the liquid, the absinthe changed color, becoming a foamy, milky green. He handed her the glass. She stared at him. "Trust me." She shouldn't. Still, she brought the glass slowly to her lips, took a small sip. "Oh," she said in surprise. "It tastes like black licorice. Sweet." As she drank, the night seemed to waken. Breezes blew the hair across her eyes. Waves slapped against the shore. The rusted metal of the abandoned plant creaked and moaned. She was well into her second glass of absinthe when Paxton took hold of her hand, turned her palm up. Tracing the lines in her palm, he let his fingers move up along the sensitive flesh of her inner arm to the first silvery scar. Blood can be so beautiful, so cleansing. And the pain only lasts for a second, a beautiful second. Then it's gone. Marah drew in a breath. The absinthe was relaxing her, making her lightheaded, and she wasn't quite sure what was real until she looked at Paxton and stared into his golden eyes and thought, he knows. At last, here was someone who understood her. "When did you start?" "After my sister died." "What happened?" she asked quietly. "How doesn't matter," he said. And it struck a chord with her, deep and clear. People always asked what had happened to her mother, as if it mattered whether she died of cancer or a car accident or a heart attack. I held her as she died. That's what matters. And I watched them put her in the ground. Marah reached over and held his hand. He looked at her in surprise, as if he'd forgotten she was there. Her last words on this earth were, "Don't let go of me, Pax." But I had to. He took a breath and let it go. Then he downed his absinthe in one drink. It was drugs that killed her. My drugs. That's why the court ordered therapy. It was that or jail. Your parents? They divorced because of it. Neither can forgive me, and why should they? Do you miss them? He shrugged. What difference would it make? So you didn't used to be like... She nodded at his look, embarrassed by her question, but intrigued. It had never occurred to her that he had been different once. A normal high school kid. I needed a change, he said. Did it help? No one asks how I'm doing except Dr. Bloom, and she doesn't really care. You're lucky. Everyone asks me how I'm doing, but they don't really want to know. Sometimes you just want to be left alone with it. Exactly, she said, feeling a heady sense of connection. He knew her, saw her. He understood. I've never told anyone that before, he said, gazing at her with a beautiful vulnerability. Was she the only one who could see how broken he was? Are you here to piss off your dad? Because, no. She wanted to add, I want to be someone else too, but it sounded stupid and too young. He touched her face, and his touch was the softest she'd ever known. Do you believe in love at first sight? I do now, she said. It felt desperately solemn, this moment. He leaned forward slowly, so slowly she knew he expected her to push him away. But she couldn't. Right now, nothing mattered except the way he looked at her. She'd been cold and dead until this second. He'd brought her back to life. She didn't care if he was dangerous or did drugs or couldn't be trusted. This feeling, this coming alive, was worth any risk. His kiss was everything she dreamed a kiss could be. Let's get high, he murmured softly, his lips against hers. It'll make you forget it all. She wanted that, needed it. All it took was the smallest of nods. September 3rd, 2010, 1:16 p.m. Ping! Flight attendants, please take your seats. Marah let go of the memory and opened her eyes. Real life came back with a vengeance. It was 2010. She was 20 years old and sitting in an airplane flying to Seattle to see Tully, who had been in a car accident and might not make it. Are you all right? Pax. They don't love you, Marah. Not like I do. If they did, they would respect your choices. She stared out the small window as the plane touched down and taxied to the terminal. A man in an orange vest guided the plane to its parking place. She spaced out watching him, her vision blurred, until what she saw was a ghostly image of her own face in the window. Pale skin, pink hair, cut with a razor and gelled in place along her ears, and black-rimmed eyes. a pierced eyebrow. "Thank God," Paxton said when the seatbelt sign clicked off. He unhooked his seatbelt and grabbed his brown paper bag out from under the seat in front of him. Marah did the same. As she walked through the terminal, Marah clutched the wrinkled, stained bag that held all of her possessions. People glanced at them and quickly looked away, as if whatever had turned two kids into goths might be contagious. Outside the terminal, smokers clustered beneath the overhang, puffing away while the loudspeaker reminded them that it was a non-smoking zone. Marah wished now she'd told her dad what flight they'd been on. "Let's get a cab," Paxton said. "You just got paid, right?" Marah hesitated. Paxton never seemed to quite grasp the truth of their finances. Her minimum wage job didn't exactly afford them the money for luxuries like a cab ride to Seattle from SeaTac. Hell, she'd had to sell her soul for the money to stop an eviction this month. Don't think about that, not now. And she was the only one of the roommates who even had a real job. Leaf sold pot for a living, and Mouse panhandled. No one wanted to know what Sabrina did, but she was the only other one who seemed to ever have money. Paxton was too creative to hold down a steady job. It cut into his poetry writing time, and that was their future. But when he sold his poetry, they'd be rich. She could have said no to the cab, but lately it was too easy to make him angry. It wasn't as easy to sell his poetry as he'd thought, and the truth of that bothered him. She had to constantly reassure him about his talent. "Yeah," she said. "Besides, Daddy will give you money," he said, and he didn't sound unhappy about the prospect. It confused her. He wanted them to have nothing to do with her family. So why was it okay to take money from them? They climbed into a cab and settled into the brown back seat. Marah named the hospital and then leaned back against Pax, who put an arm around her. He immediately opened his worn, dog-eared copy of Lovecraft's At the Mountains of Madness and began to read. 25 minutes later, the car came to an abrupt stop in front of the hospital. It was raining now, one of those nibbling, inconsistent September rains that came and went. In front of her, the hospital was a sprawling structure crouched beneath the battleship gray sky. They walked into the brightly lit lobby, and Marah came to an abrupt stop. How many trips through this lobby had she made in her life? Too many, and none had been happy. "Sit with me during chemo, baby girl. Tell me about Tyler." "You don't have to do this," Pax said, sounding a little irritated. "It's your life, not theirs." She reached for his hand, but he pulled away. She understood. He wanted her to know that he didn't want to be here. When it came to her family, he might be beside her, but she was alone. On the 4th floor, they exited the elevator and walked down a beige, brightly lit lobby toward the ICU, a place she knew all too well. She saw her father and grandmother in the waiting room. Dad looked up, saw her. She slowed, feeling both fragile and defiant in his presence. He stood slowly. His movement must have alerted Grandma Margie, because she got to her feet too. Grandma frowned, no doubt at Marah's heavy makeup and pink hair. Marah had to force herself to keep walking. She hadn't seen her dad in so long. She was surprised by how much older he looked. Grandma Margie limped forward and pulled Marah into a fierce hug. "It can be hard to come home. Good for you." Grandma drew back, looked at Marah through teary eyes. She looked thinner since the last time Marah had seen her, skinny enough to blow away. Grandpa's at home, waiting for your brothers. He sends his love." Her brothers. Marah's throat tightened at the thought of them. She hadn't realized how much she'd missed them until right now. Dad's hair was grayer than she remembered. A day's growth of beard shadowed his jawline. He was dressed like an old rock star in a faded Van Halen t-shirt and worn Levi's. He came closer, moving a little awkwardly, and pulled her into a hug. When he let go and stepped back, she knew they were both thinking about the last time they'd been together. She and Dad and Tully and Paxton. "I can't stay long," Marah said. "Do you have something more important to do?" "Still judging us, I see," Pax said lazily. "Big surprise." Dad seemed determined not to look at Pax, as if ignoring her boyfriend could change the fact of his existence. "I don't want to jump into this again. You're here to see your godmother. Do you want to see her?" "Yes," Marah said. Behind her, Paxton made a sound she knew well, that little snort of derision. How many times had he reminded her that her family didn't really accept her unless she was good girl Marah, who did what they wanted and looked a certain way, and hadn't Dad proved the truth of it last December? "That's not love," Pax had said. "They don't love the real you, and what's the use of anything else? I'm the one who loves you for you." "Come on," Dad said. "I'll take you to her." Marah turned to Paxton. "Will you?" He shook his head. Of course he didn't want to go. He hated pretense of any kind. He couldn't pretend to care about Tully's health. That would be dishonest. It was too bad. She could have used a hand to hold right now. She and Dad walked down the hallway. There were people all around them, coming and going. Nurses and doctors and orderlies and visitors, all speaking in hushed tones. The muted conversations underscored the silence between her and her father. Outside a glass-walled room in the ICU, he stopped and turned to her. "She's in bad shape. You need to prepare yourself. You can't prepare for the shit life throws at you. Words of wisdom from Paxton Conrath, I'll bet. Dad," he held up his hand, "sorry. But you can prepare yourself. She doesn't look good. The doctors have lowered her body temperature and put her into a medically induced coma in hopes that her brain swelling will go down. A shunt is supposed to help with that. They've shaved her head, and she's bandaged up, so be ready. The doctors think she can hear us, though. Your grandma spent 2 hours today talking about when Tully and your mom were kids." Marah nodded and reached for the door. "Baby?" She paused, turned. "I'm sorry about what happened in December." She stared up at him, seeing remorse in his eyes, and love. And it affected her so profoundly that it was all she could do to mutter, "Shit happens." She couldn't think about him and them now. Turning away, she went into the ICU room and closed the door behind her. The click of the door sent her back in time. Suddenly she was 16 again, coming into her mom's hospital room. "Come here, baby girl. I won't break. You can hold my hand." Marah shook the memory free and approached the bed. The room was sleek and boxy and filled with machines that plunked and whooshed and beeped, but all she saw was Tully. Her godmother looked ruined, crushed almost, pierced by needles and hooked up to machines. Her face was bruised and cut and bandaged in places. Her nose looked broken. Without hair, she looked small and vulnerable, and the tube going into her head was terrifying. It's my job to love you. Marah drew in a sharp, ragged breath. She was responsible for this. She knew it. Her betrayal of Tully had to be part of why her godmother was here, fighting for life. What's wrong with me? She'd never voiced this query before. Not when she'd started smoking pot or sleeping with Pax, not when she'd cut her hair with a razor or pierced her eyebrow with a safety pin, or when she'd gotten a small Celtic cross tattooed on the back of her wrist, not when she'd run away with Pax and lived on food they found in dumpsters, not even when she sold the story to Star magazine. But she asked it now. She'd betrayed her godmother and run away from her family and ruined everything, broken the only hearts that mattered. Something must be wrong with her. But what? Why had she turned her back so completely on everyone who loved her? And worse, why had she chosen to do that terrible, unforgivable thing to Tully? "I know you'll never forgive me," she said, wishing now, for the first time, that she knew how to forgive herself. I waken in a darkness so complete, I wonder if I have been buried alive. Or maybe I am dead. I wonder if a lot of people came to my funeral. Oh, for God's sake. Katie? This time, I think I make a sound. It is her name, but it's enough. Close your eyes. They are closed. It's dark. Where am I? Can you... Shh. Relax. I need you to listen. I'm listening. Can you get us out of here? Focus. Listen. You can hear her. There is a break in her voice when she says her. Up. Sorry. Please. Marah. When I say her name, lights come on. I see that I am in the hospital room again. Have I always been here? Is this the only here for me? Around me are walls of glass, through which I see other similar rooms beyond. Inside here, there is a bed surrounded by machines that are hooked up to my broken body. Tubes and electrodes and casts and bandages. Marah is sitting beside that other me. My goddaughter is in soft focus. Her face is blurred a little. Her hair is cotton candy pink, razor cut, and unattractive as hell. A little rooster-like the way she's gelled it, and she has on more makeup than Alice Cooper in his heyday. A big black coat makes her look like a kid playing dress-up for Halloween. She is saying my name and trying not to cry. I love this girl, and her sadness scalds my soul. She needs me to wake up. I can tell. I will open my eyes and smile at her and tell her it is okay. I concentrate hard, say, Marah, don't cry. Nothing. My body just lies there, inert, breathing through a tube, eyes swollen and shut. How can I help her? I ask Kate. You'd have to wake up. I tried. Tully, I am so sorry for what I did. The light in this room flickers. Kate pulls away from me and floats around the bed to stand by her daughter. Marah looks small and dark next to the glowing image of her mother. Kate whispers, "Feel me, baby girl. Marah gasps and looks up. Mom? All of the air seems to go out of the room. There is an exquisite second in which I can see that Marah believes. Then she slumps forward in defeat. When will I learn? You're gone. Can it be undone? I ask Kate quietly. It scares me to ask, and the silence between my question and her answer feels like an eternity. At last, Kate looks away from her daughter and at me. Can what be undone? I indicate the woman in the bed, the other me. Can I wake up? You tell me. What happened? I tried to help Marah, but really, when have I ever been the person you want beside you in a foxhole? Always, Tull. You were the only one who didn't know that. She looks down at Marah again and sighs quietly, sadly. Had I even thought about Marah last night? I can't remember. I can't remember anything about what happened to me, and when I try, some dark truth presses in and I push it away. I'm afraid to remember what happened. I know, but it's time. Talk to me. Remember. I take a deep breath and scroll through memories. Where to pick up the story? I think about the months after her death and all the changes that happened. The Ryans moved to Los Angeles, and we lost touch in the way that happens with distance and grief. By early 2007, everything had changed. Oh, I still saw Margie. I had lunch with her once a month. She always said she looked forward to her days in the city, but I saw the sadness in her eyes, and the way her hands had begun to tremble, and so I wasn't surprised when she told me that she and Bud were moving to Arizona. When they were gone, I tried like hell to get my life back on track. I applied for every broadcasting job I could find. I started with the top 10 markets and worked my way down. But every single road came to a dead end. I was either overqualified or underqualified. Some stations didn't want to piss off the networks by hiring me. Some had heard I was a diva. The reasons didn't really matter. The result was the same. I was unemployable. That's how I came to be back where I started. I close my eyes and remember it in detail. June of 2008, less than a week before Marah's high school graduation, and 20 months after the funeral, I am in the waiting room of KCPO, the small local TV station in Seattle where I first worked for Johnny all those years ago. The offices have moved. The station has grown, but it is still a little shabby and second-rate. 2 years ago, I would have considered local news beneath me. I am not the woman I was before. I am like a leaf in the deep midwinter, curling up, turning black, becoming transparent and dry, afraid of a strong wind. I am literally back where I began. I have begged for an interview with Fred Rohrbach, whom I've known for years. He is the station manager here now. Miss Hart, Mr. Rohrbach will see you now. I get to my feet, smiling with more confidence than I feel. Today, I am starting over. This is what I tell myself as I walk into Fred's office. It is small and ugly, paneled in fake wood with a gunmetal gray desk and 2 computers on the desk. Fred looks smaller than I remember, and, surprisingly, younger. When I first interviewed with him, in the summer before my senior year of high school, I thought he was older than dirt. I see now that he's probably only 20 years older than I am. He is bald now, and smiling at me in a way I don't like. There is sympathy in his eyes as he stands to greet me. "Hi, Fred," I say, shaking his hand. "It's good of you to see me." "Of course," he says, sitting back down. On his desk is a stack of paper. He points to it. "Do you know what those are?" "No." "The letters you wrote me in 1977. 112 letters from a 17-year-old girl asking for a job at the ABC affiliate station. I knew you'd be someone." "Maybe I wouldn't have been if you hadn't given me that break in '85. You didn't need me. You were destined for greatness. Everyone saw it. Whenever I saw you on the networks, I was proud." I feel a strange sadness at this. I never really thought about Fred after I left KLUE for New York. How hard would it have been to look back just once instead of forward? "I was sorry to hear about your show," he says. And there we are, facing why I am here. "I guess I screwed up," I say quietly. He stares at me, waiting. "I need a job, Fred," I say. "I'll do anything." "I don't have any anchor spots open, Tully. And even if I did, you wouldn't be happy anything," I say again, fisting my hands. Shame burns my cheeks. "I can't pay. Money isn't my priority. I need a chance, Fred. I need to prove that I'm a team player." He smiles sadly. "You've never been a team player, Tully. That's why you are a superstar. Do you remember how much notice you gave me when you got the network job in New York? None, that's how much. You came to my office, thanked me for the opportunity, and said goodbye. This is the first time I've seen you since." I feel hopelessness well up. I refuse to let him see how deeply his words affect me, though. Pride is all I have left. He leans forward, rests his elbows on his desk, and steeples his fingers. Through the V, he stares at me. "I have a show." I straighten. "It's called Teen Beat with Kendra. It's 30 minutes of nothing much, really, but Kendra's a mover and shaker like you were. She's a senior at Blanchette, and her father owns the station, which is how she got a show for teens. Because of her school schedule, it tapes in the early morning." He pauses. "Kendra needs a co-host, kind of a straight man to keep her from over-emoting. Can you play second banana to a nobody on a fourth-rate show?" Can I? I want to be grateful for this offer, and I am grateful, honestly. But I am also hurt and offended. I should say no. In the great reformation of my image quest, this will do almost nothing for me. I should say no, and wait for something more worthy of me. But it has been so long. Being out of work, being nothing, is killing me. I can't live this unlife anymore, and it can't hurt to do a favor for this station's owner. And maybe I can mentor Kendra the way Edna Goober mentored me all those years ago. "I'll take it," I say. And as I agree, I feel this huge weight sliding off my shoulders. A genuine smile tugs at my mouth. "Thank you, Fred." "You're better than this, Tully." I sigh. I used to think so too, Fred. I guess that's part of my problem. I'll succeed here. You'll see. Thank you. Chapter 13. That night, I stay up late, surfing the internet, finding out all that I can about my new co-host, Kendra Ladd. there's precious little. She is 18 years old, a reasonably good athlete with stellar grades and a full-ride scholarship to the UW in the fall. She apparently came up with her show idea because kids are disenfranchised and confused these days. Her goal is to bring teens together. At least this was her answer in the Miss Seafair competition last year, in which she was first runner-up. A disappointing finish, apparently, which she wouldn't let derail her. At that, I roll my eyes and think, listen to this, Katie. Hours later, when I go to bed, I am exhausted, but I can't sleep. The night sweats are so unbearable I get up at 2 and take a sleeping pill, which knocks me out. The next thing I know, my alarm is bleeding. I am so wrung out and medicated, it takes me a second to figure out why my alarm is ringing. Then I remember. I throw the covers back and stumble out of bed, bleary-eyed. It is 5 o'clock, and I look like something a gill netter has dragged in with the day's catch. I don't suppose a show like Teen Beat has a makeup person, so I ready myself as best I can. I put on a black suit that is too tight with a white blouse and leave my condo. In no time, I'm pulling up to the studio. It is a nice Seattle pre-dawn morning. I check in at the desk. Security since 9/11 has changed everything about my profession, even on a nothing show like this, and go to the studio. A producer who is young enough to be my son greets me, mumbles something that might be recognition, and leads me to the set. "Kendra's pretty green," he says as we stand behind the camera, "and challenging. Maybe you can help her." He sounds doubtful. The moment I see the set, I know I am in trouble. It looks like a stuck-up teenage girl's bedroom, complete with enough sports trophies to sink a small yacht. And then there is Kendra herself. She is tall and Q-tip thin, wearing tiny denim shorts, a plaid shirt with ruffles around the collar, a fedora with a gold lame hatband, and what we used to call come fuck me pumps in the old days. Her hair is long and curly, and makeup enhances her spectacular natural beauty. She is leaning back against her dresser, talking to the camera as if it is her closest confidant. "Time to talk about texting rules. Some of the kids I know are making Herculean mistakes. In the old days, there were books to tell you what to say and how to act, but we don't have time for old school now, do we? Teens today are on the go, go, go. So Kendra is going to step into the rescue." She smiles and moves away from the dresser, walking casually toward the bed. There is a blue X on the floor, her mark, which she misses. "I've come up with a list of 5 things that should never be texted." She moves across the room, misses her mark again. Tully hears the cameraman curse under his breath. "Let's start with sexting. Face it, girls. Boob shots to your guy are a no-no." "Cut!" the director says, and the cameraman breathes a sigh of relief. "Kendra," the director says, "can you stay on script?" Kendra rolls her eyes and starts playing with her phone. "Go on," the producer says, giving me a shoulder pat that might have been meant to be reassuring but feels more like a shove. I square my shoulders and walk onto the set, smiling. Kendra frowns at me. "Who are you?" she says to me. Into her mic, she says, "I have a stalker." "I am hardly a stalker," I say, fighting the urge to roll my eyes. She pops her gum. "You look like a waiter in that suit." She frowns. "No, wait. You look kind of like someone." "Tully Hart," I say. "Yeah, you look like her, only fatter." I clench my jaw. Unfortunately, my body picks this exact moment to overheat. A hot flash tingles uncomfortably across my flesh. Pins and needles. My face turns beet red, I'm sure. I can feel myself sweating. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," I snap. "I'm Tully Hart, your new co-host. There's nothing for me to do on today's script, but we can talk about tomorrow. In the meantime, you need to hit your mark. It's the sign of a professional." Kendra stares at me as if I have just sprouted a beard and begun braying. "I don't have a co-host. Carl!" The young producer is beside me in an instant, pulling me back into the shadows. "And Carl is?" I ask. "The director," the producer sighs, "but it really means she's going to call Daddy. Did they tell you she's already had 4 co-hosts fired?" "No," I say quietly. "We call her Veruca Salt." I look at him blankly. "The spoiled brat in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory?" "You're fired!" Kendra yells at me. Beside me, the cameraman takes his place. The red light comes on and Kendra smiles brightly. "We were talking about sexting before the break. If you don't know what that is, I don't think you need to worry about it. But if you do..." I back out of the studio. My hot flash is abating somewhat. I can feel the drizzle of sweat on my forehead drying up, and my cheeks are cooling down, but my shame is not so easily retracted. Neither is my anger. As I leave the studio and step back out onto the Seattle sidewalk, I am consumed by a sense of failure. This is what I have fallen to? Getting called fat and being fired by a talentless teen? More than anything, I want to call my best friend and have her tell me it will get better. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Calm down, I tell myself, but I feel sick to my stomach and feverishly hot, and I can't catch my breath. Pain squeezes my chest. My legs give out from underneath me, and I fall to the sidewalk hard. I get up, stumble forward, flag down a cab, and get in. "Sacred Heart," I gasp, fumbling through my purse for a baby aspirin, which I chew and swallow just in case. At the hospital, I throw a $20 bill at the cabbie and stagger into the emergency room. "Heart attack!" I scream at the woman at the front desk. It gets her attention. Dr. Grant peers down at me. He is wearing the kind of cheater glasses Costco sells in a multi-pack. Behind him, a lackluster blue and white curtain gives us what little privacy exists in a big city ER. "You know, Tully, you don't have to go to such lengths to see me. I gave you my number. You could have just called." I am in no mood for humor. I flop back into the pillows behind me. "Are you the only doctor in this hospital?" He moves toward the bed. "All kidding aside, Tully, panic attacks are a common experience during perimenopause and menopause. It's the hormonal imbalance." And just like that, it gets worse. I'm unemployed, apparently unemployable. I am fat. I have no real family, and my best friend is gone, and Dr. Granola here can take one look at me and know I'm drying up from the inside. "I'd like to test your thyroid." "I'd like to host the Today Show." "What?" I throw the flimsy sheet back and climb out of bed, not realizing that my hospital gown has flashed the doctor a shot of my middle-aged ass. I turn quickly, but it's too late. He has seen. "There's no proof I'm in menopause," I say. "There are tests." "Exactly. I don't want them." I smile grimly. Some people see a glass as half empty. Some see it as half full. I put the glass in a cupboard and forget it's there. You get my point? He puts down my chart. Ignoring bad news. I get it. He comes toward me. "And how's that working for you?" God, I hate feeling stupid or pathetic, and something about this man and the way he looks at me makes me feel both. I need Xanax and Ambien. They helped before. I look up at him. My prescription ran out a long time ago. This is a lie. I should tell him that in the past year, I've gotten these prescriptions from several doctors and that I'm taking higher dosages. But I don't. I'm not sure that's a good idea. With your personality, you don't know me. Let's be clear on that. No, he says. I don't. He moves closer. I fight the urge to step back. But I know how depressed sounds and how broken looks. That's when I remember about his wife and daughter who were killed. He is thinking about them as well, I think. I see a deep sadness in him suddenly. He writes a prescription and tears it off for me. This won't last long. Get some help, Tully. See someone about your menopausal symptoms and your depression. I haven't confirmed either one of your diagnoses, you know. I know. So where are my clothes? As an exit line, it pretty much blows, but it's all I can think of. I stand there, staring at him until he leaves. Then I get dressed and walk out of the hospital. In the pharmacy downstairs, I fill the prescription, take 2 Xanax, and start the long walk home. The prescription does what it's supposed to. It calms me down, makes me feel bubble-wrapped and protected. My heart is beating normally. I take my phone out of my handbag and call Fred Rohrback. Tully, he says. And I can tell by the tone of his voice that word of my departure has reached him. I should have warned you. I'm sorry, Fred, I say. Don't be. Thanks, Fred, I say. I'm about to do more, maybe even grovel a little, when I pass a Barnes & Noble bookstore. The book in the window catches my eye. I stop dead. Of course! I should have thought of this before. I have to go, Fred. Thanks again. Before he has even answered, I hang up. The Xanax is making me lightheaded. So much so that it takes several tries to call my agent. George, I snap when he finally answers. Guess where I am? Well, you're not co-hosting a low-rent TV show on an also-ran local station. You heard about that? He sighs. I heard. You should vet these choices with me, Tully. Forget Kooky Kendra, who's an idiot. Guess where I am? Where? Outside a bookstore. And I care why? Because I'm looking at Barbara Walters' new memoir, Audition. It's in stores now. If I remember correctly, she got $5 million for it, and DeGeneres scored a huge deal. Hell, didn't she get $1 million for her book of essays? This may be the best idea I've ever had. I want a book deal. Have you written any pages of a memoir? No, but how hard can it be? I'll start tonight. What do you say? George says nothing for so long, I prompt him again. Well? He sighs. Let me throw out a line and see if anyone bites. But let me ask you this, Tully. Are you sure about this? You've got some dark things in your past. I'm sure, George. Find me a deal. How hard can it be? I am a journalist. I'll write the story of my life. It will be a bestseller, inspirational and heartfelt. By the time I get home, I am excited for the first time in forever. I change out of my black suit and put on sweats and pull out my laptop. Then I curl up on my sofa with a cup of tea and begin. I type, second act. Then I scroll down, indent for the paragraph, and stare at the blank screen. Maybe the title is a problem. I stare at the blank screen for a while longer. A long while, long enough to decide that tea is the problem. Maybe wine will help. I pour myself a glass and return to the sofa. The blank screen again. I push the laptop aside and check my watch. I have been writing for hours and have nothing to show for it. That depresses me, but I push it aside. Research. Any writer has to begin with research. I know that from my days in journalism. Once I was a cub reporter. I know about digging for a story. And my life story is no exception. I have been the subject of several magazine articles and TV news shows, but I have carefully managed all of it. I have spoon-fed people my past. Through the magic of TV, I have turned a bad childhood into a Cinderella fairy tale. Poor Tully, abandoned by her evil mother, becomes an American success story. My audience wanted the fairy tale, so I gave it to them. And ours is an age of Disney tales, not Grimm's. Evil has become animated lions and singing octopi. These new fairy tales are perfect for me. How many times did I say that it had been a blessing of sorts? How often I'd been abandoned. The lack of a mother's love made me try harder. This was the truth as I packaged it. Ambition, I say, saved me. In a memoir, for once, I will have to tell the truth. That is what George asked me. I blithely said yes, but can I? Really? I have to. Maybe I even need to. A best-selling memoir could give me my life back. I don't have much from my early years, but what I do have is in my storage unit downstairs in the parking garage. I haven't been in the unit for years, let alone looked into the boxes within. It has not been an oversight either. I have made a point of not looking through the boxes. I'm going to do it. But the decision is a weak one, like all made-in-desperation decisions are, and I can't make myself begin. Instead, I go to my window and stand there, drinking one glass of wine after another until the sky begins to cloud over and darken. Do it, I say to my reflection. I force myself to turn away from the window. On my way out of the condo, I grab a pen, a pad of paper, and, of course, a glass of wine. In the parking garage, it takes longer than expected to find my unit. I unlock the metal door, flick on the interior lights, and step inside. It is about 12 feet square. I have never been in any of the other tenants' storage units, but I am pretty sure that most of them would be full from floor to ceiling with stacked plastic bins and cardboard boxes marked with words like Christmas, holiday, winter, summer, baby clothes, etc. In those boxes would be evidence of lives. The box trail that leads one back to the beginning. My unit is practically empty. There are my skis and tennis rackets and golf clubs, equipment for sports I have tried and given up but hope I might someday try again, and my extra luggage and an antique mirror I'd bought in France and forgotten all about. And 2 boxes. 2. The evidence of my life doesn't take up much room. I reach for the first box. Across it is written Firefly Lane. The second box says Queen Anne. I feel a shiver of dread. These 2 boxes represent the 2 halves of my former life. My grandmother and my mother. Whatever is hidden within, I haven't seen for decades. At 17, I'd become the executrix of my grandmother's estate. She'd left me everything: the house on Queen Anne and the rental property on Firefly Lane. Alone, abandoned again by my mother and headed into foster care, I packed up the house on Queen Anne and kept only these few things, whatever could fit in this single box. The Firefly Lane box contains the few things that my mother and I collected in our brief time together. In my entire life, I lived with my mother only once, in 1974, in the house on Firefly Lane, until one day when she simply disappeared. I have always told people it was a blessing, that short time with my mother, because I met the girl who would become my best friend, and that's true. It was a blessing. It was also another abandonment. I grab an old coverlet and kneel on it. Then I pull the box marked Queen Anne toward me. My hands are shaking as I peel back the flaps. My pulse is washer on spin cycle fast. Heartbeats tumble over one another. I have trouble breathing. The last time I opened this box, I was in my grandmother's house, kneeling in my bedroom. The social services lady had told me to be ready when she arrived to take me away from the house. I had packed carefully, but even after all the terrible years with my mother, I expected her to save me. I was 17, I think, all alone and waiting for a mother who wouldn't save me. Again. I reach inside the box. The first thing I find in the shadowy interior is my old scrapbook. I had forgotten all about this. It is oversized and slim, with Holly Hobbie on the cover, her profile hidden by a huge Pioneer Girl bonnet. I run my fingertip over the white cover. Gran had given me this album on my 11th birthday. Not long after, my mom had shown up, drunk and unannounced, and taken me to downtown Seattle. I never knew what my mother intended to do that day. All I know is that she abandoned me on a doorstep in Pioneer Square in the middle of an anti-war protest. "Your mom has problems," Gran had said later, while I sat on the floor crying. "Is that why she doesn't love me?" "Stop it," I say to myself. "This is old news, old pain." I open the scrapbook and see a picture of myself at 11, posing for the camera already, leaning over a cake to blow out the candles. Pasted on the other side is the first of hundreds of letters I'd written to my mother and never mailed. "Dear Mommy, today is my 11th birthday." I close the scrapbook. I have barely looked through it, hardly glimpsed what is here, and already I am feeling worse than when I began. These words bring her alive. The me I have spent a lifetime outrunning. The girl with the broken heart. If Katie were here, I could go through this box, pull up my pain and examine it. She would be there to say, "Your mom, what a loser. And look how pretty you are in that picture," and all the other things I need to hear. Without her, I don't have the strength. I climb slowly to my feet, realizing that I have drunk too much wine. Good! Without bothering to close the box, I leave the storage unit, forgetting to even lock it. If I'm lucky, maybe someone will steal these boxes before I have to go through them. I am halfway to the elevator when my cell phone rings. It is Margie. "Hey, Margie," I answer quickly, grateful for the distraction. "Hey, Tully. I'm making reservations for Saturday night in Los Angeles. What was the name of that restaurant you love? I smile. How had I forgotten, even for a moment? This weekend is Marah's high school graduation. I will be with the Malarkeys and the Ryans for 2 days. It is a gift I won't take for granted. Maybe I will even ask Johnny for help in getting a job. Don't worry, Margie. I already made reservations for all of us. 7 o'clock at Madeo. Chapter 14. This weekend, I am going to be my old self. I will pretend that my life is ordinary and that not everything has changed. I will laugh with Johnny and hold on to my goddaughter and play Xbox games with the boys. I will not walk into their new house and see only empty chairs and missing people. I will focus on who is left. Like the Wordsworth poem, I will find strength in what remains. But when the town car pulls up in front of a contemporary house on an uber-landscaped lot in Beverly Hills, I feel panic tug at my resolution. Kate would hate this house. A Xanax calms my runaway nerves. I get out of the car and haul my single suitcase up the stone walkway. I go to the front door and ring the bell. When no one answers, I open the door and step inside, calling out. The twins come bursting down a wide stone staircase like a pair of Great Dane puppies, bumping into each other, laughing loudly. At 9.5, both have long, unruly brown hair and wide, toothy grins. They shriek at the sight of me. I have barely a moment to prepare before I am knocked back by the exuberance of their hug. I knew she'd come, Lucas says. You liar, Will says with a laugh. I said it. To me, he says, what did you get Marah? Probably a Ferrari, Johnny says, coming into the room. In one look, our history rushes past like a river, tumbling images. I know we are both thinking of the woman who isn't here, and of the distance that has grown between us. He comes toward me. I hip bump him because I don't know what to say. Before he can respond, I hear Margie call out for me. In minutes, I'm surrounded by them. The boys, Johnny, Bud, and Margie. Everyone is talking at once, smiling and laughing. When the twins drag their grandparents back up the stairs for some sick Xbox game, Johnny and I are left alone again. How is Marah? I ask. Fine. Doing well, I think, is what he says. But I hear more truth in his sigh. How are you? I keep watching for the girlfriend hour to start back up. This is my moment. I could tell him the truth, maybe even ask for help. I could tell him about my collapsed career and ask for advice. I can't do it. Maybe it is his sorrow or my pride or a mixture of the two. All I know for sure is I can't tell Johnny how ruined my life is, not after what he has been through. I don't want his pity. I'm fine, I say. I'm writing a memoir. George tells me it's sure to be a bestseller. So you're fine, he says. Totally fine. He nods and looks away. Later, even when I'm swept away by the sheer joy of being with these people again, I can't help thinking about my lie to Johnny. I wonder if I am the kind of fine that Marah is. Marah is not fine. We learned that lesson the hard way. On Saturday, the day of her graduation, when we are gathered in the living room, Marah comes down the stairs. She looks ghastly, is all I can think of, or ghostly, pale and thin, with slumped shoulders and dull black hair that falls like a curtain in front of her face. I need help, she says at the bottom of the stairs and lifts her arm. She is bleeding profusely. I rush to help her, and so does Johnny. Once again, we bang up against each other, say things we shouldn't. What I know is this. Marah needs help, and I have promised to be there for her. I swear to Johnny that I will take care of her in Seattle, get her in to see Dr. Bloom. Johnny doesn't like letting her go with me. But what choice does he have? I say I know how to help her, and he has no idea what to do. In the end, he decides to let her live with me for the summer. But he doesn't like it, not at all. And he makes sure I know it. In June of 2008, Marah moves into my condo on one of those scaldingly beautiful early summer days that makes Seattleites come out of their darkened homes in last year's shorts, blinking like moles in the brightness, looking for sunglasses that have been lost and unused for months. I feel proud. Never have I fulfilled my promise to Katie more completely. It's true that I am not my best self these days, that panic often crouches in my peripheral vision, pouncing into the foreground when I least expect it. And yes, I am drinking more than I should, and taking a few too many Xanax. I can no longer sleep without sleeping pills. But all of that will fade now that I have this obligation. I help her unpack her small suitcase, and then, in our first evening together, we sit in the living room together, talking about her mother as if Kate is at the store and will return any moment. I know it is wrong, this pretense, but we need it, both of us. Are you ready for Monday? I ask at last. For my appointment with Dr. Bloom? She says. No, not really. I'll be with you every step of the way, I promise. I don't know what else there is to say. The next day, while Marah is in the meeting with Dr. Bloom, I move impatiently, pacing back and forth in the waiting room. You're wearing a groove in the carpet. Take a Xanax. I stop dead in my tracks and turn. A boy stands in the door. He is dressed all in black, with painted fingernails and enough macabre jewelry to fill a store on Bourbon Street. But he is strangely handsome beneath all the gothwear. He moves forward in a gliding Richard Gere in American Gigolo way and slouches on the couch. He is holding a book of poetry. I could use something to occupy my mind, so I go to him, sit down in the chair beside him. This close, I smell both marijuana and incense on him. How long have you been seeing Dr. Bloom? He shrugs. A while. She helping you? He gives me a sly smile. Who says I need help? All that we see or seem is but a dream within a dream. Poe, I say. Kinda cliché. I would have been really surprised if you'd quoted Rod McEwen. Who? I can't help smiling. It is a name I haven't thought of in years. As girls, Kate and I had read a lot of lovey-dovey feel-good poetry from people like Rod McEwen and Kahlil Gibran. We had memorized Desiderata. Rod McEwen. Look him up. Before he can answer, the door opens and I lurch to my feet. Marah comes out of the office looking pale and shaken. How can Johnny not have noticed how thin she is? I rush toward her. How was it? Before she answers, Dr. Bloom appears beside her and asks me to step aside with her. I'll be right back, I say to Marah, and go to the doctor. I'll want to see her twice a week, Dr. Bloom says quietly, at least until she starts school in the fall. And I have a teen grief support group that might help her. It meets on Wednesdays, 7 p.m. She'll do whatever you suggest, I promise. Will she? Of course. So how did it go? I ask. Did she... Marah's an adult, Tully. Our sessions are private. I know. I just wanted to know if she said private. Oh. Well, what should I tell her father? He's expecting a report. Dr. Bloom thinks carefully and then says, Marah is fragile, Tully. My advice to you and to her father would be to treat her as such. What does that mean, fragile? Webster's would say damaged, delicate, brittle, easily broken, vulnerable. I would watch her carefully, very carefully. Be there for her. She could all too easily make a bad decision in her current state. Worse than cutting herself? As you can imagine, girls who cut themselves sometimes cut too deeply. As I said, watch her carefully. Be there for her. She's fragile. On the way home, I ask Marah how it went with Dr. Bloom. What she says is, fine. That night, I called Johnny and tell him everything. He is worried. I can hear it in his voice, but I promise that I am taking care of her. I am watching her closely. When Marah goes to her first teen grief therapy meeting, I decide to work on my book. At least I try to. The blue screen bothers me so much, I walk away for a minute. I pour myself a glass of wine and stand at my window, staring out at the glittering nighttime cityscape. The phone rings and I jump on it. George, my agent, is calling to tell me that he has had some interest in my book idea. No offers yet, but he thinks there's hope. Also, Celebrity Apprentice wants me to be on the show. As if. I'm telling George how offended I am by this offer when Marah comes home from her meeting. I make us 2 cups of hot cocoa and we sit together in bed, just as we used to when she was little. It takes a while for the truth to come out, but finally Marah says, I can't talk about my mom to her. I have no answer to that, and I can't insult her with a lie. I have been urged to go to therapy several times in my life, and I'm smart enough to know that my recent panic attacks are the result of more than a hormonal imbalance. There's a river of sadness in me. It's always been there, but now it is rising, spilling over its banks. I know there's a possibility that if I'm not careful, it will become the biggest part of me and I will drown in it. But I don't believe that words will make it back down. I don't believe that swimming in my memories will save me. I believe in sucking up, in going on. And look where it has gotten me. I put an arm around Marah and pull her close. We talk quietly about what scares her. I tell her that her mother would want her to stay in therapy. In the end, I pray I have done some good, but what do I know about what a teenager needs to hear? We sit there a long time, both of us thinking of the ghost in the room, the woman who brought us together and left us alone. The next day, Johnny arrives and tries to get Marah to change her mind about Seattle, to come home to Los Angeles, but she is firm in her resolve to stay with me. Are you looking forward to the UW? I say on the Friday afternoon, after Marah's second appointment with Dr. Bloom. I am leaning against Marah. We are on my sofa, tucked together under a cream-colored cashmere throw. Johnny has gone back to Los Angeles, and she and I are alone again. Scared, I'd say. Yeah, Your mom was too. But we loved it, and so will you. I am looking forward to my creative writing class. Like mother, like daughter. What do you mean? Your mom was a talented writer. If you'd read her journal— No! Marah says sharply. It is what she says to me each time I broach this tender subject. She is not ready to read the words her dying mother wrote. I can hardly blame her. It is like choosing to stab your own heart. But there's comfort there, too. Someday she will be ready. Beside me, the cell phone rings. I lean over, check the caller ID. Hi, George, I say. I hope this isn't about some shitty reality show. And hello to you, too. I'm calling about your book deal. We have an offer. My relief is staggering. I hadn't even known how much I was counting on this. I pull away from Marah and straighten. Thank God. It's the only offer we got, and it's a good one. I get up and begin to pace. When your agent starts to sell you, it's trouble. How much, George? Remember, Tully, how much? $50,000. I stop. Did you say 50,000? I did, in advance, against royalties. I sit down so quickly it is almost like collapsing. Fortunately, there's a chair beneath me. Oh. I know it is a lot of money in the ordinary world. I was hardly born with a silver spoon in my mouth, but I have spent so many years in an extraordinary world that it hits me hard. This proof that I have lost so much of my fame. You work like a dog for 30 years, and you think what you've built will last. It is what it is, Tully. But it can be your comeback. Yours is a Cinderella story. Make the world yours again. I am feeling unsteady. My breathing is bottoming out. I want to scream or cry or snap or yell at the unfairness of everything, but I have only one choice, and I know it. I'll take it, I say. That night, I am too wired to sleep. At 11 o'clock, I give up on the pretense of it. For at least 10 minutes, I roam through my darkened condo. Once, I almost go to Marah's room and waken her, but I know that would be selfish of me. So I resist the urge to open her door. Finally, at about 11:20, I decide to work. Maybe writing will help. I crawl back into bed and pull my computer into my lap, opening my most recent document. There it is. Second act. And a blue screen. I stare at it, concentrating so intently I begin to imagine things. I think I hear footsteps in the hallway, a door opening and closing, but then it's quiet again. Research. That's what I need. I have to go through the boxes in my storage unit. I can't put it off anymore. After pouring myself a glass of wine, I go downstairs. Kneeling in front of the box, I tell myself to be strong. I remind myself that Random House has bought this memoir and paid for it. All I need to do is write down my life story. Certainly I can find the words. I go to the Queen Anne box and open it. I pull the scrapbook out and place it on the floor beside me. I'm not ready for it yet. I will work up to that collection of my dreams and heartaches. I lean over and peer into the dark interior. The first thing I see is a ratty-looking stuffed rabbit. Matilda. She is missing one shiny black eye, and her whiskers look as if they've been cut off. This gift from my grandmother had been my best friend growing up. I put Matilda aside and reach in again. This time, I feel something soft and pull out a small gray Magilla Gorilla t-shirt. My hand trembles just a little. Why did I keep this? But even as I ask the question, I know the answer. My mom bought it for me. It is the only thing I remember her giving to me. A memory sears away everything else. I am young, maybe 4 or 5. I am in my chair at the kitchen table, playing with my spoon instead of eating my breakfast, when she comes in. A stranger. "My Tallulah," she says, lurching unsteadily toward me. She smells funny, like sweet smoke. "Did you miss your mommy?" Upstairs, a bell rings. "That's Grandpa," I say. The next thing I know, I am in the stranger's arms and she is running out of the house. Gran is behind us yelling, "Stop! Dorothy!" The woman says something about him and adds a bunch of words I don't understand. Then she stumbles. I fall out of her arms and crack my head on the floor. My grandmother screams. I cry. The woman scoops me back into her arms. After that, the memory darkens, turns murky. I remember her asking me to call her Mom. And I remember how hard the seat was in her car, and how I was supposed to pee by the side of the road. I remember the smell of smoke in the car, and her friends. They scared me. I remember the brownies. She gave them to me, and I ate them, and she thought it was funny when I lost my balance and started throwing up. I remember waking up in a hospital bed with my name, Tallulah Rose, pinned to my chest. "Who was that lady?" I asked Gran later when she came to pick me up. "Your mama," Gran said. I remember those 2 words as if I heard them yesterday. "I don't like living in a car, Gran." "Of course you don't." I sigh and put the t-shirt back in the box. Maybe this memoir thing is a bad idea. I back away from the box and leave the storage unit, remembering to lock it this time. Chapter 15. "You don't need to walk me to all of my therapy appointments, you know," Marah says to me on a bright and sunny Monday in late June as we walk up First Street toward the public market. "I know. I want to," I say, linking my arm through hers. Here's what I've learned in the 2 weeks she has lived with me. Being responsible for a teenager is exhausting and terrifying. Every time she goes into the bathroom, I worry that she's cutting herself. I look through the trash and count the Band-Aids in every box. I'm afraid to let her out of my sight. I'm constantly trying to do the right thing, but let's face it, what I know about motherhood wouldn't fill a Jell-O shot. Now, in Dr. Bloom's waiting room, I open up my laptop and stare at the blank blue screen. I have to get started on this thing. Make some real progress. I have to. I know how these things go. I've read 100 memoirs in my life. They always begin in the same way, with the backstory. I need to set the stage, so to speak, to paint a picture of my life before I came into it. Introduce the players and the place. And there it is. The thing that stops me this time, just as it has each time before. I can't write my story without knowing my own history, and my mother's. I know almost nothing about her, and I know even less about my father. My history is this blank, yawning void. No wonder I can't write anything. I have to talk to my mother. At the thought, I open my purse and find the small orange container. I'm down to my last Xanax. I swallow it without water, and then, slowly, I pick up my cell phone and call my business manager. "Frank," I say when he answers, "this is Tully." Is my mother still cashing her monthly checks? I'm glad you called. I've left some messages. We need to talk about your finances. Yeah, sure. But now I need to know about my mom. Is she still cashing her check? He tells me to hold and then comes back onto the line. Yes, every month. And where is she living these days? There is another pause. She's living in your house in Snohomish. Has been for a few years. We sent you notice. I think she moved in when your friend was sick. My mom's living in the house on Firefly Lane? Did I know that? Really? Yes, and now can we talk about... I hang up. Before I can really process this information, work through it, Marah is coming out of Dr. Bloom's office. That's when I notice the goth kid is beside me again. His black hair is streaked in magenta and green, and safety pins hang from his earlobes. I see a glimpse of the script tattoo on his throat. I think it says madness, but there's more I can't see. At Marah's entrance, he stands. Smiles. I don't like the way he looks at my goddaughter. I get to my feet and edge around the coffee table, sweeping in protectively beside Marah. I take her arm in mine and lead her out of the office. When I look back from the door, Gothy is watching us. Dr. Bloom thinks I should get a job, Marah says as the door closes behind us. Yeah, sure, I say, frowning. Really, all I can think about is my mother. That's a great idea. All afternoon, I pace in my apartment, trying to think clearly. My mother is living in one of the 2 houses I inherited from my grandmother. The house I've never been able to sell because it is across the street from the Malarkeys. This means that if I go to talk to her, I have to go back to the place where Kate and I met, where my whole life changed on a starry night when I was 14 years old. And I have to either take Marah with me or leave her alone. Neither choice seems particularly appealing. I am charged with watching her like a hawk, but I don't want her to see this meeting with my mother. Too often our reunions have been either humiliating or heartbreaking. Tully? I hear my name and turn. I think vaguely that Marah has called me before, but I can't be sure. Yes, honey? Do I look as distracted as I feel? I just heard from Ashley. A bunch of my high school friends are going to Luther Burbank Beach Park today for a picnic and water skiing and stuff. Can I go? Relief comes in a sweet rush. It is the first time she is asked to spend time with her old friends. It is the sign I've been waiting for. She's returning to her old self, softening. I move toward her, smiling brightly. Maybe I can stop worrying so obsessively about her. I think that's a great idea. When will you be home? She pauses. There's this movie afterward. A 9:00 show. Wally. So you'll be home by 11? That seems more than reasonable, and it gives me plenty of time. So why do I have a nagging sense that something is wrong? And someone will walk you home? Marah laughs. Of course. I'm overreacting. There's nothing to worry about. Okay, then. I have a business thing to do anyway, so I'll be gone most of the day. Be safe. Marah surprises me by hugging me tightly. It is the best thank you I have had in years, and it gives me the strength I need to do what I know needs to be done. I'm going to see my mother. For the first time in years, decades, I'm going to ask her real questions, and I won't leave until I have some answers. Snohomish is one of those small western Washington communities that has changed with the times. Once a dairy farming community tucked in a verdant valley between the jagged peaks of the Cascade Mountain Range and the rushing silver water of the Snohomish and Pilchuck rivers, it has blossomed into yet another of Seattle's bedroom communities. Old, comfortable farmhouses have been torn down and replaced with big stone and wood homes that boast magnificent mountain views. Farms have been sliced and diced and trimmed down to lots that fan along new roads that lead to new schools. I imagine you rarely see girls on horseback in the summer anymore, riding in cut-off shorts on the sides of the road, their bare feet swinging, their hair glinting in the sunlight. Now there are new cars and new houses and young trees, planted sometimes in the very place where older ones had been uprooted. Weedless lawns stretch up to painted porches, and well-maintained hedges make for good neighbors. But even with the new views, the old town still shines through in places. Every now and then an old farmhouse stands defiantly between subdivisions, its fenced acres thick with tall grass and grazing cattle. And then there is Firefly Lane. On this small ribbon of asphalt outside of town, not far from the banks of the Pilchuck River, change has come slowly, if at all. Now, coming back to this place that has always meant home, I ease my foot off of the accelerator. My car responds immediately and slows down. It is a beautiful summer day. The unreliable sun is playing hide-and-seek among the wafting clouds. On either side of the road, green pastures roll lazily down toward the river. Giant trees stand guard, their arms outstretched to provide shade for the cattle gathered beneath. How long has it been since I was here? 4 years? 5? It is a sad, serrated reminder that time can move too fast sometimes, gathering regrets along the way. Without thinking, I turn into the Malarkey driveway, seeing the for sale sign planted by the mailbox. In this economy, it is no surprise that they haven't been able to sell the place. They are renting in Arizona now. When this house sells, they'll buy something. The house looks exactly as it always did. A pretty, well-tended white farmhouse with a wraparound porch overlooking 2 sloped green acres that are outlined by mossy split-rail cedar fences. My tires crunch on gravel as I drive up to the yard and park. I see Kate's upstairs window, and in a blink I am 14 again, standing here with my bike, throwing stones at her window. I smile at the memory. The rebel and the rule follower. That's what we'd seemed like in the beginning. Kate had followed me anywhere, or so it had seemed to me then, through my girl's eyes. That night, we'd ridden our bikes down Summer Hill in the darkness, sailing, flying, arms outflung. What I hadn't known until too late was that I was following her all those years ago. I am the one who can't let go. The drive from her childhood home to mine takes less than a minute, but to me it feels like a shift from one world to another. My grandparents' old rental house looks different than I remember. The side yard is torn up. There are mounds of landscape debris piled in the middle of dirt fields. Before, giant juniper bushes had shielded the rambler from view. Now someone has ripped out the shrubs but not replaced them with anything, leaving piles of dirt and roots mounded in front of the house. I can only imagine what I will find inside. In the 30-some years of my adulthood, I have seen my mother a handful of times, always only when I have gone in search of her. In the late 80s, when Johnny, Katie, and I were the three musketeers at KCPO, I stumbled across my mom living in a campground in Yelm, a follower of J.Z. Knight, the housewife who claimed to channel a 30,000-year-old spirit named Ramtha. In 2003, I'd taken a camera crew and gone in search of her again, thinking, naively, that enough time had passed and maybe a new beginning could be forged. I'd found her living in a run-down trailer, looking as bad as I'd ever seen her. Starry-eyed with hope, I'd taken her home with me. She'd stolen my jewelry and run off into the night. The last time I'd seen her, only a few years ago, she had been in the hospital. She'd been beaten up and left for dead. That time, she sneaked out while I slept in a chair at her bedside. And yet here I am. I park the car and get out. Holding my laptop like a shield, I pick my way across the torn-up landscaping, stepping over trowels and spades and empty seed packets. The front door is wooden and has a faint green furring of moss. Taking a breath, releasing it slowly, I knock. There is no answer. She is probably passed out on the floor somewhere, dead drunk. How many times had I come home from school to find her lying on the sofa, half on and half off, with a bong not far from her outstretched hand, snoring loudly enough to wake the dead? I test the knob and find that the house is unlocked. Of course. I open the door cautiously and go inside, calling out, "Hello!" as I go. The interior is gloomy and dark. Most of the light switches I find don't work. I feel my way into the living room and find a lamp and turn it on. Someone has ripped up the shag carpeting and exposed the dirty black floorboards beneath. Gone is the 70s furniture. Instead, there is a single overstuffed chair positioned next to a garage sale side table. In the corner, a card table plays host to two folding chairs. I almost leave. Deep inside, I know that nothing will come of this meeting, that once again I will get nothing but heartache and denial from my mother. But the truth is that I have never been able to walk away from her. Not in all our years together, not with all the times she's abandoned or disappointed me. I have spent each of my 48 years aching in some small way for a love that has never been mine. At least now I know better than to expect something different. That is a help, of sorts. I sit down on the rickety folding chair to wait. It is not as comfortable as the other chair, but I am not certain of the fabric's cleanliness, so I choose the metal chair. I wait for hours. Finally, at just past 8 o'clock in the evening, I hear the crunching of tires on gravel. I straighten. The door opens, and I see my mother for the first time in almost 3 years. Her skin has the wrinkled gray cast that comes with years of hard-scrabbled drunken living. Her fingernails are brown with dirt. Clawing your way through life will do that. "Tully," she says. It surprises me, both the strong, even tenor of her voice and the use of my nickname. All my life she has called me Tallulah, which I hate. "Hi, Cloud," I say, standing. "I'm Dorothy now." Another name change. Before I can say anything, a man comes into the house and stands beside her. He is tall and whipcord lean, with wrinkles in his tanned cheeks that look like furrows. I can read his story in his eyes, and it is not a pretty one. My mother is high, I'm pretty sure. But since I don't think I've ever seen her sober, how would I know? "I'm so glad to see you," she says, giving me an uncertain smile. I believe her. But I always believe her. Believing her is my Achilles heel. My faith is as constant as her rejection. No matter how successful I become, 10 seconds in her presence will always turn me into poor little Tully again. Always hopeful. Not today. I don't have the time or the energy to step on that tilt-a-whirl again. "This is Edgar," my mother says. "Hi," he says, giving my mother a frown. Her dealer, probably. "Do you have any family photographs?" I say, a little impatiently. I'm beginning to feel claustrophobic. "What?" "Family photos. Pictures of me as a girl, that kind of thing." "No." I wish it didn't hurt, but it does, and the hurt pisses me off. "You took no pictures of me as a baby?" She shakes her head, saying nothing. There is no excuse, and she knows it. "Can you tell me anything about my childhood, or who my dad was, or where I was born?" She flinches at each word, pales. "Look, Missy," the pot dealer says, moving toward me. "Stay out of this," I snap. To my mother, I say, "Who are you?" "You don't want to know," she says, sounding scared. "Trust me." I am wasting my time. Whatever I need for my book, I won't find it here. This woman isn't my mother. She might have given birth to me, but that's where her commitment to me ended. "Yeah," I say, sighing. "Why would I want to know who you are? Who I am?" I grab my purse off the floor and push past her and leave the house. I pick my way over the furrowed, upended piles of dirt and get in my car and drive home. All the way back to Seattle, I am replaying the scene with my mother over and over again in my head, trying to glean meaning from nuance, but there is nothing there. I pull into my building and park. I know I should go upstairs and work on my book. Maybe today's outing will be a scene. At least it is something. But I can't do it. Can't walk up into my empty condominium. I need a drink. I call Marah. She sounds sleepy when she answers, and tell her I'm going to be home late. She tells me she's already in bed and not to wake her when I get home. I exit the elevator and go straight to the bar, where I allow myself only 2 dirty martinis, which calm my racing nerves and steady me again. It is almost 1 o'clock in the morning when I finally go upstairs and unlock the door to my condo. All of the lights are on, and I can hear the TV. Frowning, I close the door behind me. It clicks shut. I walk down the hallway, turning off lights as I go. Tomorrow I will have to talk with Marah. She needs to understand that light switches flip both ways. As I pass her bedroom door, I pause. Her light is on. I can see the strip of it beneath the closed door. I knock gently, sure she has fallen asleep watching TV. There is no answer, so I open the door quietly. I am unprepared for what I see. The room is empty. There are Coke cans on both nightstands, the TV is on, and the bed is unmade from this morning. Rumpled sheets are heaped in the middle of the bed. Wait a second. Marah is not here. At 1 o'clock in the morning. She lied to me about being home and in bed. What do I do? I'm talking to myself now, or maybe to Kate, as I rush from room to room, flinging open doors. I call her phone. There is no answer. I text, "Where are you?" and hit send. Should I call Johnny? Or the police? It is 1:10 now. I am shaking as I pick up the phone. I have dialed 911 when I hear a key jiggling in the lock on my front door. Marah comes in as if she is a cat burglar, trying to tiptoe, but even from here I can see that she is off balance, and she keeps giggling and shushing herself. Marah! My voice is so sharp I sound like a mother for the first time in my life. She turns, trips, hits the door hard and starts to laugh. Then she clamps a hand over her mouth and mumbles, "Sorry, that's not funny." I take her by the arm and lead her into her bedroom. She stumbles along beside me, trying not to laugh. "So," I say when she collapses onto her bed, "you're drunk." "I only had 2 beers, she says. "Uh-huh." I help her get undressed and then guide her into the bathroom. When she sees the toilet, she moans, "I'm gonna be sick," and I barely have time to hold back her hair before the vomit flies. When she is done puking, I put toothpaste on her toothbrush and hand it to her. She is pale now and as weak as a rag doll. I can feel her trembling as I guide her into bed. I crawl into bed beside her and put an arm around her. She leans against me and sighs. "I feel terrible." Consider this a life lesson. This is not 2 beers, by the way. So what were you really drinking? "Absinthe." Absinthe? That is not what I expected. Is that even legal? She giggles. "In my day, girls like Ashley and Lindsay and Coral drank rum and cokes," I say, frowning. Am I really so old that I don't know what kids are drinking these days? I'm gonna call Ashley and— "No!" she cries. "No what?" I wasn't with them," she says. Another lie. "Who were you with?" She looks at me. "A bunch of kids from my therapy group." I frown. "Oh." "They're cooler than I thought," she says quickly. "And really, Tully, it's just drinking. Everyone does it." That's true. And she's definitely drunk. I can smell it on her breath. Drugs would be different. What 18-year-old doesn't come home drunk at least once? I remember the first time I got drunk. I was with your mom, of course. We got caught, too. It wasn't pretty. I smile at the memory. It was 1977, on the day I was supposed to go in foster care. Instead, I'd run away, straight to Kate's house, and convinced her to go to a party with me. We'd gotten busted by the cops and been put in separate interrogation rooms. Margie had come for me in the middle of the night. A girl who lived with us would have to follow the rules. That was what she said to me. After that, I got to see what a family was, even if I was on the outside looking in. "Paxton is way cool," Marah says quietly, leaning against me. This worries me. "The goth kid? That's harsh. I thought you didn't judge people." Marah sighs dreamily. "Sometimes, when he talks about his sister and how much he misses her, I start to cry. And he totally gets how much I miss my mom. He doesn't make me pretend. When I'm in a sad mood, he reads me his poetry and holds me until I feel better." Poetry, sorrow, darkness. Of course Marah is drawn in. I get it. I've read Interview with a Vampire. I remember thinking Tim Curry was totally hot in Rocky Horror, spangly heels and corset and all. But still, Marah is young, and Dr. Bloom says she's fragile. As long as you're with a group of kids— Totally, Marah says earnestly. And we're just friends, Tully. Me and Pax, I mean. I am relieved by this. You won't tell my dad, right? I mean, he's not as cool as you are, and he wouldn't understand me being friends with someone like Pax. I'm glad you're just friends. Keep it that way, okay? You're not ready for anything more. How old is he, by the way? My age. Oh, that's good. I guess every girl gets swept away by a brooding poet at least once in her life. I remember this weekend in Dublin back in— Oh, wait. I can't tell you that story. You can tell me anything, Tully. You're my best friend. She twists me around her little finger with that one. I love her so much right now, it honestly hurts. But I can't let her glamour me. I need to take care of her. I won't tell your dad about Pax because you're right, he'd freak. But I won't lie to him, so don't make me. Deal? Deal. And Marah, if I come home to an empty house again, I'm calling your dad first and the cops second. Her smile falls. Okay. It changes something in me, that late-night talk with Marah. You're my best friend. I know it's not quite true, that really we are surrogates for each other, both of us standing in for Kate. But that truth fades in the sunshine of a beautiful Seattle summer. Marah's love for me, and my love for her, is the lifeline I have needed. For the first time in my life, I'm really, truly needed. And my reaction to that surprises me. I want to be there for Marah in a way I've never really been there for anyone, not even Kate. The truth is that Kate didn't need me. She had a family who loved her, a doting husband and adoring parents. She brought me into the circle of her family, and she loved me, but I was the one with the need. Now, for once, I am the strong and stable one, or I intend to be. For Marah, I find the strength to be a better version of myself. I put my Xanax and sleeping pills away and cut back on the wine. Each morning I get up early to make her breakfast and make the calls for dinner takeout to be delivered. Then I go to work on my memoir. After the dismal reunion with my mother, I decide to let go of the part of my story I don't know. It's not that I no longer care. I still care deeply. I am desperate to know my own life story and my mother's, but I accept the reality. I will have to write a memoir based on what I know. So, on a gorgeous day in July, I sit down and simply begin. Here's the thing. When you grow up as I have, a lost girl without any real past, you latch on to the people who seem to love you. At least, that's what I did. It started early, my holding on too tightly and needing too much. I always craved love, the unconditional, even unearned kind. I needed someone to say it to me. Not to sound poor me, but my mother never said it. Neither did my grandmother. There was no one else. Until 1974, when I moved into the house my grandparents bought as an investment. It was on a little street in the middle of nowhere. Did I know when I moved into a run-down house with my pothead mom that my world had just shifted? No. But from the moment I met Kathleen Scarlett Malarkey, I believed in myself because she believed in me. Maybe you're wondering why my memoir begins with my best friend. Maybe you're speculating that I'm really a lesbian or just plain broken, or that I don't understand what a memoir is. I'm starting here, at what seems to be the end, because my story is really about our friendship. Once, not long ago, I had a TV show, The Girlfriend Hour. I walked away from it when Katie was losing her battle with cancer. Apparently, walking away from a TV show without warning is bad. I am now unemployable. How could I have done it differently, though? I took so much from Kate and gave too little back. That was my time to be there for her. At first, when we lost her, I didn't think I could go on. I was sure somehow that my heart would simply stop beating or my lungs would stop filling up with air. People aren't as helpful as you'd think, either. Oh, they'll roll out the comfort mat when you've lost a spouse or a child or a parent, but a best friend is different. You're supposed to get over that. Tully? I look up from my laptop. How long have I been working? Yeah, I say distractedly, reading over what I've done. I'm leaving for work now, Marah says. She is dressed in all black, and her makeup is a little heavy. She calls it a uniform for her new job as a barista in Pioneer Square. I glance at my watch. It's 7:30. I have the night shift. You know that. Do I? Has she told me this before? She only got this job a week ago. Should I have some kind of chart somewhere? That sounds like something a mother would do. She has been gone a lot lately, hanging out with her old high school friends. Take a cab home. You need money? She smiles. I'm fine, thanks. How's the book going? Great, thanks. She comes over and gives me a kiss. As soon as she leaves, I go back to work.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.